Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Global Gods. From Zerg Cultists to Multiversal Overlords. Chapter 81. Attack Attack, Don't Let Them Get Close. Above the sky, the leader of the Bad Knight was completely frightened when he saw so many alien dragon troops. He shouted and called on his subordinates to start taking action. Suddenly, sharp spears began to shoot through the air. However, compared with the blade insect attack of the alien dragon army, it is really not worth mentioning. The spear he had just taken was directly submerged by the torrent of blade insects. Subsequently, under Abathur's precise command, every 100 mutalisks fired a salvo of batriders at the same time. In just one move, he directly penetrated the opponent's defense and completely killed all the bats. Under a single salvo, half of the 10,000 Bad Knight army was killed. The reason why? It's because the remaining 5,000 survived because of the obstruction of the companions in front. Run away, run away. The 5,000 Bad Knights, who still had the fighting spirit to fight again, fled in all directions. Pity. The second salvo came again. This time, they didn't even have time to react before they were directly tied into a sieve and fell from midair. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene. No one expected that Lu Yuan would suddenly have an army of hundreds of thousands of alien dragons. Everyone thought this time it was over. But, in midair, the red dragon young dragon was not like this. It wants to use its anger to give these nasty bugs a good look. Ouch! The blazing flame brewed in his mouth again. With a roar, the terrifying dragon flames spit out towards the alien dragon army in the air. Everyone knows that this is the dying struggle of the young dragon. Even if it reaches the 6th level, it will still fall under the force of 500,000 alien dragons. Well, it's good to vent your anger. Finally, I didn't appear in vain. Such an idea suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. However, when the flames enveloped hundreds of alien dragons, something surprising happened. Bah! All the alien dragons shrouded in flames rushed through them unscathed. 30. He let out a ferocious scream and attacked crazily. How can it be? Su Yu was completely stunned. He never expected that even such a powerful attack as Longyan could not harm Shanlong. Despair, an unconcealable despair surged into my heart. He could only watch helplessly as the 6th level red dragon cub was completely submerged by the opponent's terrifying alien dragon army like a sea tide, and completely perished. Are you immune to fire spells? Chinrumi's voice was a little uncertain, but if you listen carefully, you can hear the surprise in his tone. More than 1 million in number, heavy armored professionals, long-range means with the aura of fire demons, burrowing into the ground, learning the opponent's spells, a terrifying aerial army, and they are actually immune to fire spells. Wang Jinyang softly repeated each of Lu Yuan's advantages. He couldn't believe that this was something a student who had just entered high school for more than 2 months could do. Tip: your believer race annihilates the opponent with overwhelming advantage. Tip: you have gained 1.12 million faith points. Tip: your believer's faith has deepened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the war. Ding! Additional reward. 1.12 million faith points. Ding! Additional reward. Blood of the Red Dragon, exclusively for the host. Ding! Additional reward. All attributes +5, exclusively for host. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this series of prompts. Although this battle took a lot of time, but the rewards are also very generous. And, what surprised him was that almost most of the rewards were exclusive to himself. Is the system starting to prepare for me to light the divine fire? Suppress this thought for the time being. Lu Yuan left the login cabin directly. It is undeniable that Su Yu is indeed powerful. Compared with Lu Yuan, there is still a big gap. Classmate Lu Yuan, congratulations on entering the finals. Lu Yuan walked out, and the entire sports center burst into thunderous applause. Strong people deserve respect at all times. What happened just now between Lu Yuan and Su Yu, although it was not the final, was the strength he showed. It really shocked everyone. Hearing Chen Junyu's compliment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile modestly. Principal Chen has given me the award. I still have many shortcomings. Ha ha ha, there is no need to be humble. With your current strength, even some demigods who have lit the divine fire are no match for you. Principal Chen said with a smile. Asshole, did you just keep your hands on me? Next to him, Chen Lingshan appeared out of nowhere and looked at Lu Yuan and couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan's face darkened when he heard this, but at least his father was here. He could only look at Chen Lingshan and said, "If I don't hold back, I'm afraid you won't have confidence. Also, don't call me an idiot from now on, I have a name." Chen Lingshan pouted when she heard this. "I will call you a fool and call you an idiot for the rest of your life. Don't think I don't know, you kept your hands on me because of my appearance." Chen Lingshan glared at Lu Yuan fiercely. "Remember, when you meet Lu Ruyan in the finals, you are not allowed to hold anything back from me, otherwise. Before she finished speaking, Chen Lingshan realized that she didn't seem to have any conditions that could threaten Lu Yuan. "I could only open my mouth and continue. Or I'll bite you. Chen Junyu." Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan wondered whether this girl relied on her own talent to participate in the exchange competition, or whether she relied on her father's help to get to this point. Sure enough, it's so big, it's just brainless. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan walked back to his rest seat. As soon as he sat down, Wu Yuan, Li Shaoshan and the others were heard blowing wildly. Even Lin Yu, who had always been a scholar, actually started to change in the direction of being a dog licker. "Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in exchange was alienation." Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of a classic line from a movie in his previous life. Finally suppress the offensive of these licking dogs. Suddenly, Lu Yuan accidentally saw Lu Ruyan, who was in the rest area not far away, looking towards him. This senior had a cold and arrogant look on her face, and her long and straight thighs were slightly smacked on the seat. Next to her, Principal Lu seemed to be still saying something to her. Only, Lu Ruyan didn't seem to be listening, but kept staring at Lu Yuan. That feeling, it was as if Lu Yuan had done something sorry for her. Oh no, that look is so scary. Next to him, Wu Yuan couldn't help gossiping. "I read a message from her eyes." Lu Yuan looked at him doubtfully. What did you understand? He just felt that the other party was sizing up his opponent. "I really didn't feel any other information. However," Wu Yuan said seriously after careful consideration, "she's telling you that if you win, she'll marry you." Puff. The sound of 3 sprays of water sounded from the side. Lu Yuan reached out and slapped Wu Yuan until he screamed in pain. "I'll let you go. The break is over." Lu Yuan and Lu Ruyan stood up at the same time and walked into their login cabins. The entire sports center suddenly fell into silence at this moment. Because they knew that the next highlight was coming. The finals of the entire Cayenne City exchange competition are about to begin. At the same time, it also proves that he is the #1 high school student in Cayenne City. Hey, tell me, who can win this round? Those who did something good couldn't help but discuss it quietly. Needless to say, it must be Lu Yuan. There are so many Zerg armies, even if they were piled up, they would be dead. I guess so. Although Lu Ruyan's army is very strong, its numbers should not be comparable to those of the Zerg. That's not necessarily true. Senior Lu Ruyan is the goddess of ice and snow. I just don't know if Lu Yuan's race can exert its combat power in a severe cold environment. After some discussion, Lu Yuan had already entered the login cabin. Link to the divine space and enter the virtual space. Although Lu Yuan has his own confidence in dealing with Lu Ruyan, but he had no intention of underestimating the enemy. He also learned about the other party's information from the principal just now. The ice and snow goddess, all the races she owns are drought-tolerant races. White bears, snow werewolves, silver foxes, these are all powerful races that we have seen before. Certainly, from beginning to end, Lu Ruyan did not encounter Su Yu or Lu Yuan. So, the opponents she encountered were basically of low strength. There was no way she could reveal her true trump card. Tip: you have entered the virtual divine space. Tip: countdown is over. Prompt: the War of Gods begins. Buzz. The space cracks appeared again, this time. At the moment when the cracks just appeared, suddenly, an icy cold air blew from inside. It made people shudder. In the dead of winter, all that exists is ice and snow. Lu Yuan glanced away. I saw mountains and plains covered with ice and snow emerging. In midair, strong winds were raging everywhere and blizzards were falling. If ordinary races don't wear cold-resistant clothing, I'm afraid they won't be able to fight for a long time in this environment. If it were me, I would probably choose guerrilla warfare. Lu Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself softly. But, obviously Lu Ruyan didn't intend to do this. Her figure was wrapped in thick wind and snow. The moment the crack appeared, she raised her hand. Activate your own priesthood, strong wind, and blizzard. Woo! The biting cold wind mixed with the heavy snowstorm blew towards Lu Yuan's divine domain. The temperature of the entire god's domain actually dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do you want to use your priesthood to suppress my combat power first? Lu Yuan looked at the howling snowstorm and couldn't help but smile. Then let's see whose priesthood is stronger. Tip, you consumed 100 faith points and activated the priesthood, drought. Tip, you consumed 100 faith points and activated the priesthood, desolation. Tip, you spent 100 faith points to activate the priesthood, sandstorm. Ooh, as Lu Yuan waved his hand, countless yellow people rose from the ground. The sunlight in the sky seemed to become hotter all of a sudden. 610. Time. The wind and snow that originally fell under the sunshine. The bottom began to melt. Everyone was staring at the big screen at this time. This is a clerical confrontation between two men. It lasted for nearly 2 minutes. Sudden, Lu Ruyan on the other side suddenly stopped the spread of his priesthood. Because she found that her competition in the priesthood was not able to suppress Lu Yuan too much. Simply, she didn't test it anymore. Boom boom, a low roar sounded. I saw snow-white bears galloping up and down from the mountains wearing silver armor. The white bear knight is also a heavily armored knight. The number exceeds 30,000. This was also the main combat unit used by Lu Ruyan before. Next to the heavily armored knights, 50,000 light cavalry riding snow wolves appeared. Light cavalry, this is Lu Ruyan's second trump card. Because, under the ice and snow, only creatures like snow wolves can run on the ground like flying. White bear heavily armored knights, plus snow wolf light cavalry. Lu Yuan looked at the nearly 80,000 strong army and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He believed Lu Ruyan was not a fool. With a combat strength of less than 80,000, he is by no means his opponent. However, just when he was doubting, sudden, the mountain peaks shook and the ice and snow roared. Everyone saw at once, in the wind and snow, a series of extremely tall figures running down from the mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. A low muffled sound trampled on the ground, making an astonishing vibration. Huge footprints, thick armor covered with ice and snow. And the huge stick in his hand that is as tall as a house. It is enough to show the power of these figures. Frost Giant. A powerful race from deep in the snowy mountains. As soon as he is born, he is a level 5 soldier. The ones in front of me are already over 7 meters tall. The Frost Giant, who is between an adult and a child, has reached the 7th level. And, there are actually dozens of them. Ah, with the ice and snow goddess above us, we will tear apart all enemies that stand in our way. Oh, if the Frost Giants have come out, then the Harpies should also come out, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but whispered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking. In the snow-capped mountains, the sun rises from the sky with white feathers in the snow. Whoosh, their wings suddenly opened and they realized. They are actually half-human demi-humans with eagle claws. Harpies, to be precise, should be snow eagles. Snow eagle people. Coming from the depths of the ice fields and snowy mountains, they can survive no matter how cold the area is. Not only that, their eyes have extremely powerful vision. He is a natural marksman. One after another snow eagle people held spears in their hands. Tien Junction. The number is not large, about 50,000. 50,000 people. The narrator was completely surprised when he saw the vast number of snow eagle people. Oh my god, Frost Giants plus 50,000 snow eagle people. How did she save it? It's just incredible. Seeing this scene, Hong Qinghe couldn't help but look grim. He spoke with some dissatisfaction. Old Lu, it seems that you have paid a lot for your granddaughter. The snow eagles are a very rare race of believers, and it is not easy to change their belief in the eagle god. Quote. Principal Lu's face turned red when he heard this and he snorted coldly. What? Not convinced. Background is also part of strength. Besides, these snow eagle people are also the faith that my girl earned herself. They were very devoted to her. Quote, I'm afraid you spent so much money and ended up in second place. Hong Qinghe snorted lightly and couldn't help but retort. Runner-up, just because of that kid. Ha ha ha, Principal Lu retorted unceremoniously. I'm telling you, Hong Qinghe, don't think that quantity can overwhelm everything. My girl still has. The words that Principal Lu was about to say suddenly stopped. Immediately, he sat there without speaking, with an expression of a sure victory on his face. The three vice principals sitting on the upper hand couldn't help but look at each other. Looking thoughtfully at the big screen. Boom boom boom. 10 frost giants stepped on terrifying steps and rushed directly into the front camp. Their tall bodies are not only amazing in life and strength. What's more important is that the whole body is completely covered with thick armor made of ice. It is simply not something that ordinary people can penetrate. Fire Sting Demon, attack me. From behind, Yagdra shouted loudly. All of a sudden, the flame spines of the 300,000 strong army erupted simultaneously. But it feels uncomfortable. The width of the entire spatial rift is only 2,000 meters. Even if 300,000 troops attack at the same time, there is no way to shoot all the spines on the frost giant. So, the frost giant shouted loudly. The 10 giants were like a great wall of ice and snow, blocking most of the spines. The 7th level frost giant is too powerful. After a wave of flame spines fell, the frost giant rushed over without slowing down at all. Boom boom boom. Their big sticks were swung up, and they instantly smashed away several Hydra heavy-armed tearing zombie warriors like a wall. Haha, vulnerable, vulnerable. The leader of the frost giants laughed wildly and punched the surroundings one after another. At this moment, the white bear knights, silver fox men, and snow werewolves in the rear all joined the battlefield. Frozen light. At the rear of the army, illusory figures made entirely of ice and snow suddenly took action. Above their heads, countless ice elements began to gather. It turned into frozen light and fell towards Lu Yuan's army. As long as the Zerg is illuminated by the light, its movements will become abnormally stiff and slow. The elemental elves are actually ice elements. The commentator felt that his voice was starting to become hoarse. He pointed at the white elf standing high in the sky behind the army on the big screen. It's terrible that classmate Lu Ruyan has only revealed all her trump cards now. Frost giants, snowhawks, ice elemental elves. Each one is a very rare religious race. Yes, especially ice elemental elves. According to legend, a god with a high affinity for ice and snow must be recognized by the elemental elves. Once recognized, they will become loyal believers. There are almost more than 100 of these ice elemental elves. All of them were at least 3rd level, and the highest one was actually a 6th level elemental elf elder. Unexpectedly, student Lu Ruyan would suddenly unleash so many tricks. Does she want to kill Lu Yuan with one blow? Look, audience friends, the snow eagles have rushed into the sky above the opponent's divine domain. Are they ready to take action? The commentator's shout made everyone subconsciously look towards the big screen. Only saw. The spears in the hands of 50,000 snow eagle people were filled with the power of ice. At this moment, hundreds of elemental elves actually sang loudly, and countless wind and snow turned into light and completely enveloped the snow eagle people. Let their ice and snow power become more powerful. Ice and snow armor emits an invisible cold breath that can reduce the attack speed of enemy units. In other words, this large group of snow eagle people is like a moving halo of cold water. Wherever they passed, they were like a fish in water, while their enemies would be frozen to death. Everyone now doesn't know how Lu Yuan can break the situation. But at this moment, behind Lu Yuan, an army of alien dragons rose into the sky. Bah! A series of screams merged into a torrent. The black army of alien dragons rushed towards the snow eagle people in midair. The battle on the ground has been completely ignored. They stared at the situation in midair. Want to see who is stronger between 50,000 snow eagles and 500,000 mutant dragons? Great goddess of ice and snow, please give us great power. Suddenly, the leader of the snow eagle people shouted loudly. In midair, Lu Ruyan raised his hand, and an extremely cold force enveloped the void. Subsequently, 50,000 snow eagles roared, and an ancient totem on their palms suddenly lit up. Buzz! I saw, above the void, the moment when all the Snow Eagle people's palms were pushed out. A vast ice-cold force turned into a tide and enveloped the alien dragon army in midair. This is level 3 magic, Frost Tide. The commentator screamed. I understand. Lu Ruyan relied on her clerical power to forcibly gather enough ice power. And let these second-level Snow Eagle people use the magic totems in their hands to forcefully display the third-level Frost Tide. My god, this amazing idea is simply indescribable. Smart. Quote, yes, this girl has really worked hard to come up with such a countermeasure. Chin Rumi couldn't help but smile and nodded, with deep approval in his eyes. When Principal Lu heard this, he immediately became proud. From the beginning to now, he finally heard the 3 vice principals praise someone other than Lu Yuan. Haha, old man Hong, the Frost Tide itself doesn't have much of an attack, but it can chill the blood of the opposite dragon. Once frozen, at such a high altitude, what do you think will happen? Fall and break. Hong Qinghe spoke with a cold face. He finally understood now why this old Lu was so confident. Even this method has been thought of. Even if Lu Yuan really loses, it will not be unfair. Now, in the virtual divine realm, the power of the Frost Tide is spreading in the direction of the mutant dragon. It only takes a few seconds. Such a large-scale ice tide can cover all the opponent's air force. This is also an important means for Lu Ruyan to feel that he can win the game. Whoosh! There is no suspense, the Frost Tide instantly spreads from countless aerial alien dragon armies. A rough estimate is that it affected at least more than 300,000 alien dragons. Success. In the distance, even Lu Ruyan, who was as big as an iceberg, was filled with joy. I feel that my method finally worked. Next, within 5 seconds, you can see large swaths of alien dragons falling from the sky. Thousands of meters in the air, even if it is level 3, it will fall to pieces. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, second, 0.01, quote question mark quote. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly flashed with doubt. What happened? What's going on with those alien dragons? They can actually fly in the sky. This is impossible. However, just when she was wondering, a cluster of flames rose from the body of the alien dragon army. Next moment, it seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Puff puff, clusters of flames appeared one after another, and finally, they turned into blazing flames and completely enveloped all the alien dragons. Lu Ruyan was stunned. I was shocked by the scene before me. How can it be? How did a good alien dragon turn into a flame? Not only her, but everyone outside who saw this scene was completely stunned. What's happening here? The good Mutilosaurus turned into a fire dragon. Isn't this unscientific? Could it be? Suddenly, something came from Ning Qiguang's mouth that surprised everyone. Could it be that his alien dragon has changed? What? Mutation? How could it be so fast? Everyone went crazy at this moment. Nima, the last game was fine, but it had only been half an hour, and the Divine Realm had only been in space for a few days. It actually mutated. Since when have mutations been so casual? Now, looking at the army of 500,000 alien dragons burning like a sea of fire in midair, Lu Yuan just smiled and spoke. I am the enemy of the goddess of ice and snow. How can I win if I don't have any means to fight against the ice and snow? In fact, when he entered the divine space before, he thought about it for a long time and finally decided to fuse the abyssal flame demon factor with the army of 500,000 alien dragons. Although, this time the fusion did not advance them. But it gave them the ability to control flames. How could a mere frost tide freeze the blood when the body was burning with fire? It's just that Lu Yuan asked them to take the initiative to restrain the flames in order to confuse the other party. After Lu Yuan's words fell, countless alien dragon armies appeared in midair, instantly revealing their most ferocious fangs. Start and charge. Hiss. Swish, swish, swish. The figures that filled the sky turned into a torrent and completely submerged the 50,000 Snow Eagle people. 500,000 versus 50,000. Even with his eyes closed, Lu Yuan knew that the alien dragon army would not lose. And, after annihilating the opponent's air force, what is the role of the ground troops below? At worst, we'll just die together. By the way, those 10 frost giants seem to be in a little trouble, right? Lu Yuan seems to be talking to himself, but also like. It was to remind Lu Ruyan. Because, at this moment on the battlefield, these 10 7th level frost giants are indeed unstoppable. But, Lu Yuan smiled. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and an invisible wave brewed in the void. Boom boom boom. The infected insects that were originally hidden underground suddenly emerged from the ground. There are as many as 200,000. At this time, in such a cold environment. Even if the mind is paralyzed by the infected insect, it cannot reach too far. However, to everyone's surprise, they did not release nerve paralysis when they broke out of the ground. Rather, groups of germs grew and enveloped the ground in the distance. Countless germs fell on the ground and began to divide and proliferate instantly. All the snow werewolves, white bears, and even frost giants infected by them were frozen in place. Even if the frost giant wanted to struggle, he just wanted to make some move. It was once again enveloped by countless germs. Place all the enemy's armies on the battlefield. Everyone couldn't help but feel doubtful at this moment. Lu Yuan, what on earth are you going to do? No, look below. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the ground on the big screen. Immediately, everyone saw that the ground originally covered with ice and snow began to tremble. Now, mid-air, an indifferent voice sounded from Lu Yuan's mouth. It's not polite to come back and not reciprocate. Since you have used your priesthood, I will also use my priesthood to repay you. Mo Jiao Hao, as he spoke, he stretched out his palm and flipped it violently in mid-air. Earthquake, start, boom, the earth collapsed and the ground shattered. Thousands of troops watched as the ground beneath their feet began to crack. Bury their bodies completely. Even the Zerg tribe is not spared. However, they forgot that the Zerg itself has the ability to burrow into the ground. Even underground, they can still survive. JX, it doesn't mean that others can too. At this moment, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to spend a lot of his faith. Like a god who controlled the law, he forcibly connected the opponent to tens of thousands of troops including frost giants. Buried. Ha ha ha, didn't you say that this boy only has desolation, drought, and sandstorms? When did you get the priesthood of earthquake? Ning Qiguang couldn't help laughing and stood up when he saw this scene. He was excited. Originally, he knew about Lu Yuan from his daughter long before he came. After learning that the other party's clergy only had drought, desolation, and sandstorms, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The strength of the priesthood also determines the potential of future gods in a sense. But I never expected it. Lu Yuan actually gave him a big surprise. Earthquake, this is a relatively powerful priesthood among the earth gods. How did this kid get the priesthood? Find out on your own. Qin Rumi's eyes also shone and he couldn't help but ask. It's possible that Shinha hasn't even been ignited yet, so it's impossible to comprehend it to this extent. Quote. Wang Jinyang shook his head. In my opinion, it may be blood. Bloodline. Being reminded like this, Ning Qiguang couldn't help but nodded. Promote mutation, the priesthood of the earth, the history of this bloodline is really not weak. Boom. The earth trembled and rocks cracked. Lu Ruyan looked at the tens of thousands of troops buried alive. The cold look on his face finally couldn't be maintained. Your faith is worth a lot. Can it withstand such consumption? She couldn't help but ask. Because such a powerful priesthood covers such a large area. The faith value consumed this time alone starts at least several 100,000. To know, in order to ignite the divine fire, she has accumulated only tens of millions of faith points so far. Burning dozens and millions of faith points at a time, she really couldn't get out of it. Not to mention, how many days has Lu Yuan been in high school? How many faith points can be accumulated at most? Of course, it must be said that although it is now a virtual battle between gods, all believer races never truly die. The only thing that will really be consumed is the faith value of being a demigod. Once this kind of thing is burned, it is gone. It is impossible to return it again. This is also one of the reasons why many gods are reluctant to burn faith points in competitions. However, how did Lu Ruyan know that Lu Yuan's faith value had exceeded 100 million? Even if she took out some randomly, it would be more than what she put together. This little bit of faith is not taken lightly. Kakaka. Before any of the buried races could react, they were completely overwhelmed by the rushing Zerg army. Just imagine, Can the half-buried frost giant, no matter how strong it is, be able to withstand dozens or hundreds of times the attack of the Firethorn demon? Many ants kill an elephant, not to mention that these are not ants. The outcome on the ground is already decided, and all the Snow Eagle people in the sky are about to perish. Call. Many spectators watching the battle suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Feel. This is the situation that should have been there. Unknowingly, Lu Yuan has become synonymous with invincibility in the entire high school exchange competition. He is like the god of war, superior to all the students in the exchange competition. Now, if this god of war fell down, it would make everyone feel extremely awkward. This is not the ending he deserved. Just like the warrior and the dragon. If the dragon is too powerful, people can only remember its terror. If one day, the warrior succeeds in slaying the dragon, then, no one will remember the dragon, they will only remember the name of the warrior. And the dragon is just the incarnation of evil. Well, 643 is here. Lu Yuan's identity as a giant dragon has been preserved. This one. It's not finished yet. But, at this time, on the stands, a voice suddenly came from Principal Lu's mouth. His words attracted others' attention. Someone. I want to stand up and refute him. Before he could speak, he could tell something was wrong. In the divine space, on the ground battlefield, those ice elemental elves still survived. They were in midair, a little scared. However, at this moment, a thick white light bloomed from the void. All the elemental elves immediately understood the moment they saw the white light. For the goddess of ice and snow, we are willing to sacrifice. For the ice and snow goddess. Bang bang bang. In a series of deep muffled sounds, all the elemental elves actually volunteered. The terrifying elemental fluctuations converged towards the white light. On the other side, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Because, in white light, he saw an exquisite silver-white bracelet on Lu Yuan's jade hand, which was emitting a blazing light. Is this magic? Lu Yuan was confused, but just as his thoughts emerged, he saw Lu Yuan's jade hand raised high. Next moment, a terrifying wave of ice spread toward the entire divine space. Forbidden curse, frozen for thousands of miles. A cold drink sounded. The terrifying power of ice instantly swept towards the surroundings like a wave. Compared to previous ice tides, this time, it was simply indescribably powerful. Everything was instantly frozen under the silver-white light. Kakakaka, even the flame-stinging demon, whose whole body was burning with flames, was completely turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Thousands of miles of ice. This is a legendary magic. Only through the Sacred Object plugin and the powerful Divine Power Storage plugin can such power be unleashed. Even, in order to enhance the power of divine magic, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to let all the ice elemental elves explode. Under the ice, everything is dead. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough for the already damaged Lu Yuan to turn the tide. DACC Abu. The light passed by, and even the alien dragon in midair turned into an ice sculpture. Except for Lu Yuan, who is a demigod, it can be said that the entire army was wiped out. Click click click. Countless alien dragons fell from midair and were shattered into pieces. All the audience felt that they had completely lost their strength at this moment. The giant dragon was actually slaughtered at the last moment. This is something no one expected. How can it be? The legendary forbidden spell, coupled with the self-destruction of the elemental elves, this is too cruel. Yeah, if it weren't for the virtual battle between gods, she would definitely be reluctant to blow herself up. No, there are no ifs. If you win, you win. Oh, it was almost. Ning Qiguang shook his head with regret. In fact, if there is no legendary forbidden curse power, Lu Yuan did win. That's right, almost. Qin Rumi also nodded, but, if it's bad, it's bad. Sacred object plugins and legendary forbidden spells are also other people's power. Okay, it's over, it's our time. Ning Qiguang nodded and was about to say something. Sudden, Wang Jinyang next to him suddenly spoke. Etc. What are you waiting for? Isn't it over? Qin Rumi couldn't help but said. Maybe it's not over yet. Wang Jinyang said something without thinking. What did you say? As soon as Ning Qiguang finished speaking, he suddenly saw Lu Yuan suddenly raising his hands in midair. Legendary forbidden spell, you are really well prepared. Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Ruyan looked at him in surprise, wondering if the young man in front of him was still unwilling at this time. But before she could speak, he felt a mighty divine power rising from Lu Yuan's gloves. Is this a holy artifact plugin? Lu Ruyan's expression changed, she was too familiar with this kind of fluctuation. After a brief induction, you will know that it contains pure fire power. At this moment, Lu Yuan's palm suddenly opened and he waved his hand towards the frozen land below. Whoosh! A hot breath bloomed from his hands. Before anyone could react, it turned into a flame and ignited in the void. Puff! There was only a soft sound, and the tiny flames not only did not go out in the cold space, but instead swelled up against the storm. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge fire, shrouding the frozen army below. HMPH, do you think ordinary flames can melt my forbidden curse? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but get angry. Even the fire magic can't melt the power of ice. You lose, admit defeat. Like a man. Quote. However, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head after listening to her words. A smile appeared on his face. You should be the one to admit defeat. Burn up, flames of destruction. The terrifying sea of fire instantly erupted with blazing power that burned everything. The terrifying flames of destruction completely shocked everyone at this moment. This guy actually has a priesthood. Ning Qiguang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand to hold the armrest of the seat. Crack! Qin Rumi accidentally crushed the armrest. But he didn't know it. The flame of destruction, this is the divine power area with the breath of the abyss. The flames of destruction cast with divine power, even the forbidden spells, have to be put aside. This kid even found a new way to use the flames of destruction as heating. Wang Jinyang's lips trembled with excitement. How could such exquisite control appear in a high school freshman? Kakaka, the terrifying flames of destruction, under Lu Yuan's control, seemed to be like a girl's gentle little hand, dispersing the ice that tore apart the springtail's body with a single flick. It only takes a moment. The tearing springtail shuddered slightly and opened its eyes from the ice. Ouch! A ferocious roar sounded. The Zerg army is back again. It's over, it's completely over. Bah! Principal Lu sat down on the chair, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He knows, Lu Ruyan was completely defeated this time. Even if she tried her best, it would be of no use. Tip, your believer race won the victory. Hint, you defeated your opponent. Tip, your believer race feels the terror of divine power. Tip, you have gained 2.35 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 2.35 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, frozen priesthood. Priesthood. Lu Yuan grinned. It seemed that the stronger the opponent he met, the more benefits he would gain. The frozen priesthood is actually an upgraded version of cold. Even if it is the existence of a god, it may not be easy to understand. Now, Lu Yuan is obtained directly through the system. It is equivalent to forcing him to have such a priesthood. When the time comes, wait for him to light the divine fire. You can just try to understand it directly. Just as Lu Yuan was immersed in the joy of his reward. The other end of the divine space. Lu Ruyan, who was like an iceberg, suddenly spoke. Lu Yuan, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yuan nodded subconsciously, but immediately felt something was wrong. What's going on? Do I have a girlfriend? Does it have anything to do with you? Lu Yuan is not a straight man, so naturally he cannot say it directly. But he still looked at Lu Ruyan doubtfully. No, why does senior sister Lu still care about my personal life? Come alive. Nothing. Lu Ruyan shook his head. Since you don't have a girlfriend, I will regard you as my target. Do you mind if I chase you? Lu Yuan almost choked himself to death with his spit. Sister, what kind of occasion is this that you come to me to confess your love? At this moment, in midair, Lu Ruyan's appearance was completely revealed. Tall figure, long and slender legs. A head of ice blue hair gives people a cool and stunning temperament. Now, in public, Lu Yuan also didn't expect that this senior would be so straightforward. Well, I don't mind this, but... Before Lu Yuan could finish speaking, A smile like melting ice and snow suddenly appeared on Lu Ruyan's pretty face. It's okay if you don't mind. My boyfriend Lu Ruyan is a stronger man than me. Finish this sentence. She left the virtual divine realm directly without waiting for Lu Yuan's reaction. Lu Yuan was left confused. What's going on? He originally thought that only girls like Chen Lingshan would be so brainless. Unexpectedly, even this cold iceberg beauty is like this. Actually, this is not to blame Lu Ruyan, because the world itself is a world where the strong is respected. Even though there is a sound order, the law allows powerful gods to have more than one spouse. So, many female gods, as early as when they were young, may be looking for people with good potential to decide their lifelong affairs. And just now, although Lu Yuan crushed Lu Ruyan in all aspects, it also made this beauty, who usually has a high level of eyesight, completely let go of her self-esteem. Although Lu Ruyan has a cold personality, he is always straight to the point when it comes to such matters. Once you decide, just speak directly. Do not miss it. That's why this scene happened. That's what she said. But everyone in the entire sports center saw it. Countless heartbroken voices sounded. Those students who regarded Lu Ruyan as a goddess in 6 felt that their world had collapsed. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Wu Yuan gave a thumbs up to the screen. What is the highest state of picking up girls? It is the invisible way to pick up girls that is the most deadly. Well, even Lin Yu sighed. The drought will kill you, and the flood will kill you. Laugh. The login cabin door opened, and Lu Yuan and Yin walked out of it at the same time. Wow. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire stadium. Everyone knows. Now, the number 1 person in high school in the entire Cayenne city was born. This person has only been in high school for more than a month or 2. He actually reached a height that many people dream of. Seeing this, Lu Yuan kept his top hat smile and nodded to everyone. However, he never expected that Lu Ruyan would walk over while he wasn't paying attention. In full view of the public. The iceberg goddess, actually. Originally, Lu Yuan was wearing a bowler hat and waving to everyone. Never expected that the iceberg beauty Lu Ruyan, who was always known for her coldness, would actually walk up to Lu Yuan in full view of everyone. A smile appeared on her lips. He stood up on his tiptoes and gave Lu Yuan a gentle kiss on the cheek. The kiss ended immediately, fast as lightning. After Lu Ruyan finished all this, there was a faint blush on her pretty face. Her temperament still remains. Congratulations. Lu Yuan felt the touch on his cheek and didn't know what to say. Why is it happening like that? And below, everyone who saw this scene was completely shocked. Subsequently, more enthusiastic applause emerged. Lu Yan, Chen Lingshan's cheeks suddenly bulged. She was angry. It was obviously Lu Yuan who promised her not to hold anything back in the finals. But, I never expected that Lu Ruyan, even though he was defeated, would resort to such despicable and shameless methods. Want to take away the fruits of her victory. Chen Lingshan couldn't control her anger. He moved directly and rushed towards the login cabin. Hee, dear Lu Yuan, you are so great. She ran and shouted. I want to jump up and rush into Lu Yuan's arms. However, Lu Ruyan seemed to be faster than her. In a flash, he stood in front of Lu Yuan and stopped Chen Lingshan. Lu Ruyan, what are you doing? Chen Lingshan immediately became angry. Why not? Sister Lingshan, you should also pay attention to the occasion when you behave like this. Lu Ruyan and Chen Lingshan have been fighting each other for more than a day or 2. You even kissed me, why don't you let me hug you? Chen Lingshan retorted. Haha, sister, you are still young and haven't reached the time to fall in love yet. Lu Ruyan smiled coldly, which directly made Chen Lingshan even more angry. She stood up suddenly and yelled at Lu Ruyan. Here, look clearly, where am I small? Below, Chen Junyu really couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted directly, quote, Chen Lingshan, come down here. On the other side, Principal Lu also looked at Lu Ruyan with a dark face. Lu Ruyan calmly tidied Lu Yuan's clothes, then turned and walked in the direction of Principal Lu. This, alas, Lu Yuan sighed, it turns out that there are too many worries about being handsome. Next, after a short break, the awards ceremony will be held. As the champion, Lu Yuan, in addition to receiving the 300 million universal point reward in the team competition, he also received a faith gem and a black dragon egg. These two things were not on site. For safety reasons, it will be directly distributed to Lu Yuan through the God's domain interface later. Awards are over. Lu Yuan delivered his championship speech. Basically they are more official, thank you for all kinds of support and so on. After saying that, this exchange match did not end here. Because vice presidents from 3 prestigious universities are invited to speak on stage. Among them, Ning Qiguang, the vice president of Judean University, delivered a speech as a representative. Thank you very much to the principals of Cayenne City for inviting us to watch this wonderful game. Every student works hard and performs very well. We believe that in the future, as long as you work hard, you will have the opportunity to ignite the divine fire. I have a better chance of being admitted to Judean University in the capital, thank you. After a burst of thunderous applause, Ning Qiguang just continued, of course, some people may already know what the 3 of us are here for this time. That's right, our 3 universities have learned that Lu Ruyan, a student from No. 6 Middle School, has extraordinary talent. When we saw it today, it really made our eyes light up. Therefore, this is decided after research by our 3 major schools. Give Lu Ruyan a special recruitment quota. Welcome Lu Ruyan to join one of the 3 prestigious universities. Quote. Upon hearing this, the students from No. 6 Middle School suddenly burst into cheers. Early admission represents the strong strength of a school. It is also a supreme honor. However, before their cheers dissipated, Ning Qiguang continued. Of course, in addition to Lu Ruyan, we have also seen the excellence of other students. For example, classmate Lu Yuan. Quote, Ning Qiguang set his sights on Lu Yuan. Student Lu Yuan, on behalf of Judean University, I specially recruit you to enroll. As long as you join our school, we guarantee that your annual supply resources will increase by 20% compared to ordinary enrollees. When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but nodded modestly. Thank you Principal Ning for your kindness, Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. Wait a minute, Lao Ning, are you too careless? Qin Rumi said loudly immediately. Lu Yuan, come to our Julong University. What does his 20% of resources count for? I will give you 30%. 30%, HMPH, just 30%, do you have the nerve to say that? Vice Principal Wang Jinyang was also completely upset at this time. Our Blue Prison University will directly give you double the amount, and promise to find a dedicated person to help you ignite the divine fire and condense the divine power. What? Double? Lao Wang, you old boy is bleeding profusely. Ning Qiguang's eyes widened at this time. Let's give it times. Who can surpass it? Under, Chen Junyu and others watched as the 3 principals began to fight for Lu Yuan like shrews. I couldn't help but be completely shocked. Genius is really terrifying. Ahem. After all, this is a place in No. 3 Middle School. In the end, Chen Junyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and persuade him. 3 principals, in my opinion, Lu Yuan still needs to decide which university he should go to. The 3 vice principals simultaneously looked at Chen Junyu with murderous eyes. Chen Junyu immediately tensed up and did not dare to speak. Well, what you said makes sense. Wang Jinyang nodded, and then a smile appeared on his face. Lu Yuan, look, which university do you want to go to? Qin Rumi also looked at Lu Yuan, showing the gentlest smile in his life. Julong University welcomes you. Ning Qiguang looked at Lu Yuan and rolled his eyes. Suddenly he coughed lightly. Lu Yuan, Ning Yun is your teacher, and she is still single, cough. As soon as he said this, the 2 vice principals immediately glared. Old Ning Tu, you are going too far. Those are teachers and students, how dare you speak? Ning Qiguang's eyes widened. What did I say? I just said that my daughter is no longer a teacher. She was originally a graduate of our school, and being a teacher in the school is just an internship. At last, the 3 of them looked at Lu Yuan, waiting for Lu Yuan's answer. No. Lu Yuan scratched his head. In fact, it didn't matter where he went. Anyway, I have a system. You don't need to think too much about the school's help at all. Teacher Ning Yun was kind to him and helped him a lot. Would you be sad if you found out that he went to another university? With this thought, Lu Yuan made a decision. I'm sorry, Principal Qin and Principal Wang, I'd better choose to go to Jutian University. After all, Teacher Ning Yun was kind to me, and my students will never forget it. Ha ha ha, how about it, I'll just say I won. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Ning Qiguang burst into laughter. That feeling is like killing the opponent in 10 rounds while playing chess at the gate of the community. Figured out Lu Yuan's whereabouts. The three of them just reacted. There is Lu Ruyan who has no choice. Ahem, Lu Ruyan, which university do you choose to go to? Wang Jinyang said. Anyway, Lu Yuan has been snatched away by Ning Qiguang. You can't even let Lu Ruyan go. Next to him, Principal Lu's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. The three principals who originally came for his granddaughter actually turned around and robbed Lu Yuan. Now his granddaughter is treated like a foil. This made him feel uncomfortable. But Lu Ruyan did not feel uncomfortable at all after hearing this. Instead, she stood up and bowed to the three principals. Sorry, three principals, I have decided to pursue Lu Yuan. Wherever he goes, I will go. Lu Yuan, sister, although this world is very direct and open. But don't be so straightforward, okay? It makes me very stressed. Ha ha ha, okay, Lu Ruyan, welcome to join our Jutian University. When Ning Qiguang heard this, he burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, after coming here, I actually snatched 2 talented students back. HMPH, Lao Ning, don't be complacent. Let's see who gets more benefits when we explore the plains. Qin Ruhuo said with an unhappy look. Let's compete. Who is afraid of whom? Ning Qiguang was in high spirits at this time. Naturally unafraid. After confirmation, Ning Qiguang directly handed Lu Ruyan and Lu Yuan an admission notice. We are admitting early, so you still have 2 months to revise in school. Once the next semester starts, you can go directly to the university to register. Quote. Ning Qiguang instructed. Don't relax during this period, because as soon as the next semester starts, you will directly try to ignite the divine fire. Accumulate as many faith points as possible. This will only benefit you, not any harm. Quote. Lu Ruyan, thank you principal. Lu Yuan, thank you principal. This exchange match ended completely like this. It's over though. But the legend belonging to Lu Yuan is not over yet. The entire Cayenne city has been completely flooded with news about Lu Yuan. High school freshman dominance exchange competition. Lu Shen's charm is amazing. He met the goddess in the exchange competition and confessed his love. On 108 ways to flirt with girls invisibly. In short, all kinds of news are overwhelming. Whether it was Lu Yuan who became the champion of the exchange competition or he was spotted by both the number 3 and number 6 school beauties. What's more, it is said that Lu Yuan was charmed by teacher Ning Yun. I just joined Jutian University. Lu Yuan was immediately disdainful after hearing this. Pooh, is that a charm? How can something about a scholar be a charm? The fermentation of this matter happened to be on a certain day. It spread to the Qin family far away in the capital. Qin Tianxi, a direct descendant of the Qin family, happened to see this news. This guy, are you a natural disaster? Qin Tianxi looked at the posts on the internet. Come to the scene of Lu Yuan fighting. Can't help but get excited. Okay, I didn't expect you to come to the capital as well. 0. Then we can meet each other next semester. Qin Tianxi shook his head. Unfortunately, by then I will have lit the divine fire. Even if you come, I can crush you. Certainly, Lu Yuan naturally had no idea about this. The day after the exchange competition, Lu Yuan returned to school to continue classes. After all, he really didn't know where to go after leaving school. He is alone now and has nothing to worry about. It just so happens that the dormitories in the school are free. If you don't live, you won't live in vain. And Lu Yuan is willing to stay in the school, and the principal Hong Qinghe naturally welcomes him. He even told Lu Yuan that if he needs anything, he can contact him at any time. Lu Yuan will naturally never forget this kindness. Wait until after school. He returned to the dormitory again, had a simple dinner, and couldn't wait to enter his divine space. Once inside, I received a message from the God's Domain interface. Record, you received an email from number 3 middle school. Record, you gained 1.89 million faith points. Lu Yuan clicked on the email and saw that the signature was Chen Junyu. He knew that this must be a reward given to him by the other party. 300 million universal points have been received. And these two must be the faith gem and the black dragon egg given to him. The servers in the divine world are very powerful. This kind of email can add attachments and physical objects. Lu Yuan chose to accept. In a moment, 2 rays of light flashed and turned directly into a mysterious and unpredictable fist-sized gem. The other one is a half-meter high dragon egg full of dark lines. Faith gem, a mysterious gem produced from a special plane. Once used, it can have the faith value consumption of the god node. It is best used when lighting the divine fire. Black dragon egg, a black dragon egg that has not yet hatched. As a branch of the pure blood dragon, the black dragon has a strong body and a destructive dragon breath. It can possess 6th level power as soon as it is born. After adulthood, you can directly reach the 14th level legendary level, disadvantage, longer growth time. Lu Yuan couldn't help but fell into deep thought when he saw the introduction of these two things. Needless to say, the faith gem has a very good effect when used when lighting the divine fire. As for the black dragon egg, to be honest, Lu Yuan originally wanted to hatch it. As a creature of the dragon clan, he always felt a bit inconsistent when placed in the camp of the Zerg army. In this harsh environment of the god's domain, he was not sure whether the black dragon would starve to death if it could survive for a long time. So, Lu Yuan thought for a while and made a decision that would shock all demigods. Abathur, this is a black dragon egg. Send it to the brood altar for sacrifice. In the divine space, Lu Yuan handed the black dragon egg to Abathur. He thought about it and finally decided to sacrifice the black dragon egg. After all, not to mention how long it takes to simply hatch a black dragon egg. Even if they are hatched, it will take a long time to grow. Now, unless Lu Yuan can directly have a 10th level or even more powerful racial supplement. Only in this way can we have high-end combat power. The remaining 6th and 7th levels are like this. Under the overwhelming numerical superiority of countless Zerg armies, can they still hold on? The Zerg race is called a natural disaster. That in itself is strength in numbers. Certainly, Lu Yuan also saw the disadvantages his Zerg had so far. That is the lack of high-end combat power. But, Lu Yuan is not in a hurry. What he needs to prepare now is to light the divine fire. After igniting the divine fire, it is not too late to increase the combat power of the Zerg. Just thinking, Abathur on the other side has placed the black dragon egg on the insect nest altar. Suddenly, Lu Yuan received the prompt of the god's domain interface information. Tip, your believer race held a pious sacrifice ceremony. Tip, your believer race sacrificed a black dragon egg. Tip, you have gained 30,000 faith points. Tip, you have gained the power of thunder. Ding, the host receives an additional reward, 30,000 faith points. Ding, the host's thunder power is strengthened into divine thunder. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. He was actually able to obtain the Thunder Priesthood. He originally thought that the Black Dragon, which was good at physical quality, could give him an increase in strength. Or, extract some dragon factors to improve your Zerg talent. But, unexpectedly, he actually gained the power of thunder, and even the priesthood of thunder. An unexpected surprise. It seems that controlling thunder is also a hidden attribute of the Black Dragon. Lu Yuan guessed that in legends, black dragons are regarded as the embodiment of power. Unexpectedly, their hidden element attributes were also extracted. The priesthood is an extremely important area of power for gods. But, not any god can absorb unlimited amounts of priesthood. Lu Yuan discovered that as the god of natural disasters, as long as he matches the power of natural disasters, can be absorbed by him. The disaster of thunder, the disaster of fire, the disaster of cold water. Any force that reaches a certain magnitude can become a disaster. So, theoretically, he has a very strong upper limit. If it were replaced by other gods, this step would not be possible. Merge. With a thought, Lu Yuan directly integrated the Thunder Priesthood. He felt a powerful thunder wave emerge from his body. Crack. Countless arcs of electricity pulsed within his body. There were lightning and thunder everywhere in the entire divine space. The terrifying power flashed out. The great god of natural disasters has become stronger. Countless Zerg crawled on the ground, feeling the terrifying power. A long while, the thunder in the sky suddenly dissipated. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the arc of electricity that was constantly beating on his palm. Couldn't help but smile. Thunder is indeed a violent force. It would be a pity if it did not become a natural disaster. He waved his hand. The figure directly left the entire divine space. Next, he was about to light the divine fire. In order to have a clearer understanding of the method and function of lighting the divine fire, Lu Yuan specifically contacted Principal Hong Qinghe. He knows, the other party's understanding of divine fire is much deeper than his own. After the other party's explanation, Lu Yuan finally fully understood the method and significance of lighting the divine fire. Simply put, as a demigod, Lu Yuan does not have the power of a priesthood. Because the priesthood represents the power of rules, it is a power that only gods can possess. However, through the power of the main world, they can feel the power of their priesthood in advance. Therefore, you must connect to the main world server through the login cabin. And now, by burning faith values, demigods can directly find their own priesthood and understand the rules of the priesthood. As long as you can feel a trace of its power, you can imprint the breath of this rule on your soul. It just ignited the divine fire. Once the divine fire is completed, it possesses divinity. Demigods with divinity can be regarded as false gods. It is only half a step away from the real gods. The next step is to condense your own godhead. The godhead is the space where demigods store their beliefs. At the same time, the faith value can also be converted into Shenhuan. So, only gods with godhead can be regarded as true gods. The composition of the godhead is to build a space by condensing the rules of the priesthood through the divinity of the god itself. Simply put, it is equivalent to the skeleton of a house. The better the material of the frame, the stronger the house will be. More able to bear more weight. Theoretically speaking, the more priests you can possess, the more divinity you can possess. The higher its strength, the better the material. The power of the godhead, both in potential and power, is stronger than that of gods of the same rank. To reach this step, first, you must have a lot of clergy. Second, there must be a huge belief value as the basis. To burn and realize, the more priests there are, the more faith points will be burned and the longer the time will be. Generally, the lower limit for demigods who want to ignite the divine fire is to accumulate 1 million faith points. If you want to increase the success rate, you need at least 5 million. And for a demigod who wants to realize multiple priesthoods at once, even 10 million may not be enough. After understanding this, Lu Yuan looked at the resources in his hand. The faith value is less than 300 million, and there is also the halving effect of faith gems. He has a lot of priesthood. If you want to realize it all at once, even 300 million may not be enough. So, Lu Yuan decided to wait for a while. After your Zerg army has accumulated faith again, you can then ignite it and destroy it. That's all. He was at ease for the time being. On the one hand, classes are held normally during the day. At night, I go to the divine space to show off my divine power and miracles from time to time, thereby accelerating the accumulation of faith value. Time flies. Just over a month has passed. It's less than a week until the semester break. This day, Lu Yuan chose to take leave. Because he felt that his faith value was enough. In the login cabin, Lu Yuan was directly linked to his own divine space. Above the God's domain interface, there is a column for faith value. The number 1 billion is clearly displayed. With 1 billion faith points to ignite the divine fire, I'm afraid not a few demigods can do it, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle when he looked at this number. Including his own faith gems, it is equivalent to 2 billion. 2 billion faith points ignite the divine fire. He didn't believe that he couldn't fully comprehend these priesthoods. A thought in my mind. Lu Yuan directly opened the Ignite Divine Fire option on the God's Domain interface. For a moment, he felt that countless faith values began to burn. And his own soul seemed to be pulled out at once. Following the void, it was absorbed by the server of the divine world. Entering a mysterious, fantasy and colorful world. Buzz. Lu Yuan's mind trembled. When he opened his eyes, he found that the world in front of him seemed to be filled with countless threads. Silk threads are crisscrossed and densely packed. Every thread is a kind of priesthood. And among them, Lu Yuan suddenly saw several threads, like bright lights, shining with eye-catching light. This is his own vocation. Drought, sandstorm, desolation, earth control, earthquake, abyss demonic fire, flame of destruction, night dire, thunder, ice. All priesthoods are included. Let's get started. With a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, he directly followed the guidance of the bright lamp and rushed towards the nearest priestly drought. When he flew closer, he realized that compared to the priesthood, he was as small as dust. He sat down directly on the drought priesthood and began to burn his faith value. Time seems to not exist at all here. Everything fell into complete silence. At one middle school, Lu Yuan originally only took 1 day off. Result: the semester is over and he hasn't shown up yet. This time, the entire one middle school was immediately alarmed. What's going on? You said he has been locking himself in the dormitory and not coming out. When Hong Qinghe heard the news, he couldn't help but change his expression. How long? 10 days. The dormitory ant couldn't help but smile bitterly. 0. Principal, if you don't eat or drink for 10 days, nothing will happen, right? It's hard to say. I'll go take a look. The principal shook his head solemnly and hurried towards the dormitory. Soon, outside the dormitory door where Lu Yuan is located, several teachers and staff, including the principal, gathered. Principal, why don't we knock on the door? If Lu Yuan hasn't come out for so long, nothing will happen to him. A staff teacher said with an anxious look on his face. Yes, could he be depressed because of the pressure of the special move? That's right, it's important to save people. If someone dies. Okay, everyone, shut up. Principal Hong Qinghe shouted softly, instantly silencing everyone's voices. If my guess is correct, Lu Yuan should be lighting the divine fire. What? Light the divine fire? There was a look of surprise on everyone's faces. Principal, how old is he? Are you in such a hurry to light the sacred fire? Yes, he has been admitted to the special recruitment of Jutian University. When the time comes, he will go to the capital and make some complete preparations. It takes a huge amount of faith to ignite the divine fire. He is too reckless. Many teachers had anxious looks on their faces. For such a peerless genius, they did not expect that Lu Yuan would go astray. However, Principal Hong Qinghe waved his hand. Okay, don't worry too much. Lu Yuan, a student, has always been calm in his work. This time, he got the faith stone to help ignite the divine fire. Maybe it will succeed. Quote, after pondering for a moment, Hong Qinghe said directly. Tell all other students on this floor not to go near Lu Yuan's dormitory. Clear. Hong Qinghe nodded. You faculty members and teachers, please work hard and take turns to be on duty here to ensure 24-hour vigilance. Hong Qinghe issued orders in an orderly manner. Although protected by the login cabin, the probability of Lu Yuan being disturbed is very low. But, as the evil genius in the entire one middle school, he felt that he could never be too careful. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was about to ask several teachers to take action. Sudden, a very powerful wave came from the dormitory room where Lu Yuan was located. Did he succeed? The principal's expression changed. He didn't expect that Lu Yuan would successfully ignite Shenmue so quickly. Ordinary demigods spend a lot of time preparing before lighting the divine fire. Even if the time flow rate in the divine realm is different, it may not be able to ignite for several years, or even more than 10 years. It only took Lu Yuan 10 days to successfully light it. A wave of waves penetrated from the room where Lu Yuan was located. Only at the moment when the divine fire is successfully ignited, the divinity in it will escape due to 0.3 being a demigod without control. It was during this opportunity that everyone could feel his divinity from this breath. Simply put, it is the manifestation of the priestly mark. This aura, is it the brand of the desolate priesthood? Hong Qinghe, who felt the breath, couldn't help but speak in confusion. A gentle priesthood like this is the easiest to sense. However, before his thoughts dissipated, his expression actually changed. Because, from this breath, I actually felt the second clerical breath. Is this a drought? The confusion on Hong Qinghei's face had not dissipated before suddenly the third, fourth, and fifth kinds of breaths of different natures were released from the room one after another. There are actually 10 kinds of priesthood. How is it possible? Hong Qinghei opened his mouth in surprise. I couldn't believe the results of my induction. Among the 10 priesthoods, no one among all the high school students in the entire Emerald Alliance dared to do this. Several faculty members and teachers nearby were now filled with deep shock. It is extremely difficult for a high school student to realize a vocation and leave a mark on it. But Lu Yuan actually realized 10 kinds of emotions directly. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe it. Whoosh! At this moment, suddenly, the breath suddenly disappeared, and all the divine breath disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. At the same time, in the divine space, Lu Yuan's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened. The previous chapter was about the top 10 clergy. There was a clerical error and it has been corrected. Blade checked the error. Sweat. Whoosh. In the divine space, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly opened. This moment, there seemed to be 9 kinds of power dancing back and forth in his eyes. It exudes an extremely powerful light. It's finally lit. Lu Yuan whispered to himself. With a thought, he opened the God's Domain interface. Suddenly, the original God's Domain interface has changed. User: Lu Yuan. God's name: God of Natural Disasters. Faith value: 230 million. Rank: Demigod. Priest: Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Demon Fire, Flames of Destruction, Night Dire, Thunder, Ice. Sacred Fire. Ignite. Supernatural Power: 0 drops and 0 wisps. Godhead: None. Faith Race Tier Springtail, Insect Hive Larva, Insect Mother Hive. Believer: Fanatic Believer, 4.09 million. There are still more than 200 million faith points left. In addition, the column of God's destruction has been turned on. An additional column of divine power has been added. However, there is currently no divine power. Lu Yuan also discovered the composition of divine power through this option. To put it simply, 1 million faith points can condense a ray of divine power. 100 rays of divine power constitute 1 drop. If converted, 100 million faith points can be exchanged for 1 drop of divine power. After having enough divine power as a foundation, you can condense your own godhead. Once the godhead is condensed, it will be filled with divine power. At that time, there is no need for Lu Yuan to operate at all, and the faith value in the entire divine domain space will be continuously converted into his own divine power. Lu Yuan thought about it for a while, then suddenly thought about it. Convert 200 million faith points into your own divine power. Without the assistance of the divine God, this transformation takes a certain amount of time. Lu Yuan didn't have anything big going on anyway. I continued to wait for several days, and finally converted all the faith values into 2 drops of God 5. The 16th level is equivalent to a demigod who ignites the divine fire. If I directly condense the Godhead, wouldn't it be equivalent to the 17th level? After muttering to himself, Lu Yuan used his own divine power as the basis to start condensing the divine power in his body. Godhead is to use divine power as the basis to condense the 30 divine rules within it, thereby constructing an independent space with the power of these rules, allowing it to be stored and automatically transformed into divine power. Once successful, both the transformation of divine power and the overall quality will be greatly improved. The progress of understanding the entire priesthood will also be accelerated. According to what he learned in the book, Lu Yuan subconsciously mobilized a drop of his divine power to prepare to condense his godhead. Buzz. Suddenly, the auras of 10 kinds of priests emitted, forming the skeletons of houses. Start preparing to build this house. Everything went extremely smoothly. However, just when Lu Yuan thought he was about to succeed, all the divine rules trembled and collapsed. Can't you condense your godhead? Lu Yuan frowned. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. What exactly is going on? Didn't the teacher say that as long as the divine fire is lit, you can try to condense the godhead? But what's going on now? Lu Yuan gathered the scattered divine power again, ready for a second try. However, this time, his attempt still failed. Every failure occurred at the last moment, when the house of the godhead was about to be completed and collapsed. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan decided to put aside the matter of divine condensation for the time being. Prepare to go out and ask the principal. With a thought in his mind, he left the divine space. Open the login cabin and walk out of it. This time, Lu Yuan felt that although he had left the login cabin, he can still have a link in his mind to the divine realm that exists in the distant void. Moreover, you can also see your own divine domain interface. Is this the benefit of lighting the divine fire? Lu Yuan smiled slightly. This time, no matter where he was, he no longer had to worry about being unable to connect to his own divine space. After simply washing his face, Lu Yuan was ready to go out. After not eating for 10 days, he felt like he could eat a cow. However, when he opened the door, suddenly, I saw many teachers standing at the gate. Principal Hong Qinghe was among them. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, Hong Qinghe immediately looked at him like a monster. Lu Yuan looked a little confused. Ahem, principal, you're looking for me, do you want to see me? Boy, did you successfully ignite the divine fire? Hong Qinghe did not answer Lu Yuan's words, but grabbed his arm and asked. Yes, principal, how did you know? Lu Yuan looked at Hong Qinghe and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hiss. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, when Lu Yuan was really determined. All the staff and teachers, including Hong Qinghe, took a deep breath. It's so powerful, you can realize all the powers of the 10 clergy. Monster, I knew this kid was a monster. Humph, Lu Yuan was originally assigned to your class, why didn't you ask for it? Ahem, what are you talking about? I did it for the betterment of Lu Yuan. Including the principal, all looked at Lu Yuan with great envy and surprise. Only then did Lu Yuan react. The aura of emotion that ignites the divine fire was discovered by them. Haha, Lu Yuan, you don't need to be nervous. We are just afraid that others will influence you to light the sacred fire, so we have been gathering here to guard it. Hong Qinghe saw Lu Yuan's confusion and explained with a smile. Oh, I got it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel grateful when he saw the reactions of many teachers. Thank you all teachers for your concern, Lu Yuan is very grateful. Classmate Lu Yuan, you are so kind. It is our honor to help you. That's right, a genius like you will be satisfied if you can remember as teachers in the future, haha. Many teachers waved their hands. They can form a good relationship with Lu Yuan at this time, which will benefit them without any harm. By the way, principal, I wanted to condense my godhood, why did I fail? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of this question and asked hurriedly. What, do you want to condense your godhood? This kid has divine power so quickly. Can't afford to offend, just let it go. Yeah, if I stay any longer, I'm afraid my self-esteem will be hit. Oh, I am getting old. I have lived like a dog for so many years. Many teachers shook their heads and sighed, and said goodbye to Lu Yuan one after another. In less than a minute, there was no one left. Here, principal, did I say something wrong? Lu Yuan looked at the weird teachers one after another and couldn't help but wonder. Haha, it's okay, you are too evil and they were hit. Hong Qinghe laughed loudly. Let's go. Since you have doubts, let's chat while eating. You haven't eaten for 10 days, so you should be hungry. Gulu. Before Lu Yuan could speak, his stomach responded directly to the principal. Under the leadership of the principal, Lu Yuan and the two went directly to the top floor of the 5th floor of the school cafeteria. This is usually the floor where faculty and staff come to eat and drink. The principal found a private room for one person and ordered a large table of delicious food for Lu Yuan. After a while, all the dishes were served. Lu Yuan moved his index finger and started eating immediately. The principal remained motionless, smiling as he watched Lu Yuan devouring the food. Slow down, I understand this situation, but I usually prepare something to eat before lighting the sacred fire. How can I be so frizzy like you? Half an hour later, Lu Yuan was almost finished eating and just said to the principal with an embarrassed look. I'm sorry, principal, for making you laugh. Haha, it's okay. Hong Qinghe shook his head, tell me what you want to know. As such that, Lu Yuan thought for a while and explained. When I used my divine power to prepare my godhead, I found that every time it came to the last moment, it would collapse. I don't know why. And, I remember the teacher said it in class. As long as you ignite the divine fire, you can try to condense your divine personality. Haha, that's because he hasn't met a student like you. Hong Qinghe smiled. Under normal circumstances, when igniting the divine fire, the average demigod will choose the rules of a priesthood to understand. The reason is that the difficulty of understanding a priesthood is low and the consumption of faith points is small. Quote. Hong Qinghe raised a finger. After you ignite the divine fire with a priesthood, you only have one divinity. There is no conflict between the condensed godhead of the same divinity. Therefore, generally after igniting the divine fire, you can directly practice the divine power. If that's the case, wouldn't it be okay if I used 10 kinds of priesthood? Lu Yuan was confused. Don't worry, Hong Qinghe continued. Generally speaking, the divine fire ignited by a priestly brand is relatively weak. Therefore, God needs to improve his power through continuous understanding of the priesthood. This will make the divine fire more powerful. Certainly. There are also some gods with good talents who can slowly understand other priesthoods and integrate the priesthood with the current divine fire. This feeling is like adding fuel to a fire. As long as you add it, it will become more and more prosperous. Quote. After a pause, the principal continued. If it's the other way around, and you use 10 kinds of priesthood to light the divine fire at the beginning, it's equivalent to using different firewood to light the fire: wood, hay, iron, bricks, etc. Put together, it is relatively difficult to ignite them. Quote. Speaking of this, the principal couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan deeply. Only a freak like you can imprint 10 priesthoods at once. Principal, it's not my fault. Lu Yuan immediately spread his hands speechlessly. I didn't do anything. I just had a random idea and it left a mark. Hong Qinghe wanted to lift the table directly. This was so irritating. God just imprinted it on him as soon as he had an idea. It is said that lighting a sacred fire is as common as cabbage. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, there would be so many problems now. He must have just left. I can't help it, it's really uncomfortable to be with a genius. Okay, let's not talk about this. After you ignite the divine fire, theoretically your divine power has 10 different divinities. In other words, if you want to build a godhead, you need to use these 10 different materials to build your own houses. Quote. Hong Qinghe looked at Lu Yuan and asked suddenly. Do you think cotton and steel can work together to support a house? Lu Yuan is not a fool, he is even very smart. Therefore, Hong Qinghe just understood it directly. At this time, he couldn't help but ask again. Principal, what should I do now? In other words, how to condense the divine personality after multiple priests ignite the divine fire. It's easy, the principal suddenly said after hearing this. You just need to find the essence of the godhead. Essence of godhead. Lu Yuan was confused. That's right, the essence of the godhead. You can also understand it as the fragments of the godhead. The principal explained, it usually comes from fragments of the godhead that have fallen or are hidden in ancient ruins. The so-called godhead fragments mean that when a god falls or dies, his own godhead will be broken, and the essence of their condensed godhead is equivalent to that after being refined by himself. Of divine substance. This kind of substance can be directly integrated with your divine personality to form a glue-like medium, linking your divine positions and integrating them with each other. Quote. Hearing what the principal said, Lu Yuan completely understood. To put it simply, if you can't build your own house, then you can find some divine essence to use as mud to stick all the priestly imprints together. In this way, you can become a new godhead. After a period of integration, it will be completed. Lu Yuan did not speak, but fell into deep thought. Beside, the principal held the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Quietly watching Lu Yuan think. He knew that Lu Yuan was a monster and did not need to elaborate. A moment later, Lu Yuan suddenly said, Principal, if I want the essence of the godhead, where should I go to get it? Where? The principal's eyes flashed and he said directly. Generally speaking, there are 3 ways. The first is that the school applies for you. With your talent, you should be able to apply for part of it. The second option is to buy it yourself. However, the value of the divine essence is simply astronomical. The unit of measurement for the essence of the godhead is called a grid. 1 grid of essence is equivalent to the essence of the godhead extracted from a single priest who ignites the divine fire and condenses the complete godhead. The more priests you comprehend, the more divine essence you need. And your words, I guess it's at least 50 blocks higher, which is still a conservative estimate. And the price of a single essence in the market is at least 10 billion points, and it is still priceless. Quote. Hiss. Lu Yuan took a breath of air after hearing this. It takes 10 billion to buy 1 square, and only 500 billion can buy 50 squares. How much does he have now? 31Z. Principal, isn't there a third kind? The third type. Hong Qinghei's eyes flashed. That's to go to Wilderness City. Wild City. Lu Yuan was confused. That's right, Wilderness City is not a city, but an extremely huge small plain. This plain is equivalent to the hub linking the main world and the outer realm. In other words, you can use the Wilderness City to go outside the territory to find some microplanes or plane fragments to conquer, and obtain the essence of the godhead by killing wild demigods. Quote. Speaking of which, Hong Qinghei suddenly looked solemn. Remember, the third method, don't do it before you have condensed a drop of divine power. Why? Lu Yuan asked. Because there is no law in the Wilderness City, where even gods from the same main world can kill each other. Without enough divine power, he can only recognize and slaughter people, and he can't even escape. Quote. Wild City. After Lu Yuan heard Hong Qinghei's introduction, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. According to his understanding, as long as you have enough divine essence, you can continue to comprehend the priesthood. At that time, all you need to do is link the priesthood with the essence of the godhead. Then your own godhood can be completed. And, Lu Yuan knew it without the principal's introduction. The divinity condensed by multiple priesthoods is difficult to achieve. But once it succeeds, its own power will definitely far exceed the condensed godhead of a single priest. So, an idea suddenly came to Lu Yuan's mind. That is, obtain more priesthoods, and then condense the godhead. Certainly, naturally, Lu Yuan would not talk to the principal about such thoughts. Once the principal knows, I'm afraid I'll be scared to death. In the entire main world, only Lu Yuan who owns the system dares to do this. Thank you, principal, for clarifying my doubts. Can you please help me apply for the school's divine essence? Let's see how much I can apply for. Lu Yuan slightly bowed his hands to the principal and asked. Don't worry about this, but things like the essence of divine power are relatively precious, so it takes time to get approval. Hong Qinghei thought for a while. Don't you still have more than a month of vacation? I guess it should be enough before you go to the capital. Okay, thank you very much. Lu Yuan nodded. Thanks again. No need to thank me, I will definitely help you with your talent. Hong Qinghei smiled and shook his head. Of course, don't be idle during this short period of time. Try your best to cultivate your followers. After all, faith value is an important means for you to transform your divine power. Thank you, principal, for reminding me. I will definitely work hard. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, if nothing happens, I'll leave. The principal stood up and was about to leave. Principal, I would like to take a few days off, is that okay? Lu Yuan asked. Yes, yes. The principal looked at Lu Yuan and said. But aren't you an orphan? Why are you asking for leave? Hee. Lu Yuan smiled sheepishly. I'm studying hard all the time, so I don't have time to relax. Just taking advantage of this holiday, I want to travel and relax. Quote. Relax. That's good. I approve it. The principal nodded. You can explain this to the dormitory teacher later. Must. After seeing off the principal, Lu Yuan returned to the dormitory. Next, he began to pack his luggage. Very simple, nothing. Anyway, he has a universal point in his hand and can go anywhere. Say hello to the dormitory teacher. Lu Yuan left No. 1 middle school. Walk out the door. He looked back at the school where he had stayed for several months and sighed slightly. Then he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Hello, sir. It will cost 100,000 universal points to teleport to Wilderness City. A beautiful long-legged waiter in uniform introduced Lu Yuan with a smile. At this moment, Lu Yuan was wearing sunglasses and a crisp suit. He looks like a thug in a suit. Lu Yuan nodded lightly. He raised his palm and waved it slightly in front of the opponent's machine. Okay, Sir, your universal points have been consumed. Please go this way. I wish you a happy journey. The waiter took a look, smiled and nodded to Lu Yuan. Thanks. Lu Yuan passed the entrance and walked towards the depths of the teleportation station. Since igniting the divine fire, he can automatically receive messages from the divine domain interface in his mind. Following the message, we found the teleportation station leading to Wilderness City. As the teleportation station was activated, Lu Yuan's figure completely disappeared in the teleportation channel. When he opened his eyes again, a harsh shout sounded in his ears. Don't stand there, leave quickly and stand here waiting to die. Lu Yuan opened his eyes subconsciously. Discover. A rough-looking man in uniform shouted towards him. No service attitude at all. Lu Yuan left the teleportation station without speaking. The other party's words made him feel the difference in Wilderness City. Wait until Lu Yuan walked out along the passage. Time. A huge city that is vast and completely covered by vast buildings comes into view. In the sky, figures were flying back and forth, traveling over the city. That kind of aura doesn't require too much induction to know that it is a god. Certainly, Lu Yuan also saw many demigods. It's here. The rules of the entire main world have been weakened a lot. It can even be ignored. But, when Lu Yuan looked up, he saw the exit of the teleportation station. A huge, billboard-like building emerged. Above, use red text to mark a sentence. Looks extremely eye-catching. Fighting is prohibited in Wilderness City, and violators will be punished with death. This short sentence, extremely bright red, reveals a powerful majesty and domineering power. Under the billboard, there are the words promulgated by the 10 major alliances in the main world. The 10 major alliances in the main world are the 10 most powerful alliances in the main world. The Emerald Alliance is lucky enough to be among these top 10 alliances. But, it can only be shot at the end, at the bottom. The regulations promulgated by the 10 major alliances must be followed in Wilderness City. But, Lu Yuan also saw some official meaning from this decree. That is, as long as you leave the entire city, then the official life and death will not be responsible. It is indeed a wilderness place. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed and he walked out. Hey, brother, I think this is your first time here. Do you need a guide? As soon as Lu Yuan walked out, a thin and short young man walked over with a smile. I have a lot of connections in Wilderness City. I only need 10,000 points to help you find the most suitable hotel. As he spoke, she winked at himself, showing a strange expression. Hotel. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that he should indeed find a place to stay. After all, he will stay in Wilderness City for a while. All right, Lu Yuan nodded, take me to the nearest 5-star hotel. Well, come with me. The skinny young man was overjoyed when he heard Lu Yuan agreed. He immediately led the way and arrived at the underground parking lot soon. Please get in the car, sir. He opened the car door for Lu Yuan very considerately. Lu Yuan saw this and sat directly in. The vehicle started and started walking towards the Wilderness City in the distance. What surprised Lu Yuan was, he thought it was just an ordinary vehicle. But as soon as he took 2 steps, he saw the vehicle suddenly rising from the ground. It was flying rapidly towards the distance like a plane. Seeing Lu Yuan's surprised look, the thin young man next to him couldn't help laughing. Sir, this is your first time here. This kind of magical car can go up to the sky and into the earth with very little consumption of magical power, and it is very fast. We all use this for rentals. Quote, I see. Lu Yuan nodded and said nothing. He only saw the scenery outside the window rising rapidly. Same. The thin young man in charge of driving kept looking forward, as if he was driving hard. But, gradually, Lu Yuan felt something was not right. With such a rapid flight, even in the huge Wilderness City, there should be a 5-star hotel, right? But, why does he feel that the car is flying farther and farther away from the wilderness battle? Then, Lu Yuan couldn't help frowning and asked, Master, did you drive a little too far? However, the thin young man who heard Lu Yuan's question did not speak. Instead, a kick of the accelerator made the car speed even faster. Woo! At this moment, the car had turned into a phantom. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the city limits of Wilderness City. Rushed right in, among the endless mountains in the distance. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. He suddenly understood that the other party wanted to commit murder and gain goods. Oh, Wilderness City is indeed a wilderness city. Lu Yuan smiled coldly and was about to take action. But found, the child has been isolated and blocked by a strange divine power. And at this time, the car just landed. The thin young man ran out of the car without even looking at Lu Yuan. Immediately, Lu Yuan saw two figures flying out from outside the car. These two people, one fat and the other thin, look ugly. Including the thin young man from before, there were 3 people in total. As soon as he appeared, he flew far into the air. The 3 of them formed horns and locked Lu Yuan in his heart. Come out, new here, the fat man at the head laughed ferociously. Open your divine realm and hand over all the believers, and we can give you a complete corpse. Buzz. Before the fat man could finish his words, Lu Yuan felt a powerful wave of divine power intertwined with each other. Pressing down on himself. Clerical suppression. Feeling this fluctuation, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Priesthood suppression. This was the information he had specifically checked before coming here. Generally, on the plane of the domain. Because the god's own divine power is extremely destructive and powerful. So, on the occasion of fighting against powerful gods, some weak gods can be united with each other through the deity's portfolio. Exude powerful divinity, and use this divinity to suppress the opponent's divinity, thereby weakening the power of the other party's clergy. This situation is clerical suppression. Once clerical suppression took effect, the gods need to constantly control their own divine power to put pressure on the other party. However, the one who resolves the battle is naturally the god or the believer race among them. So, even outside the territory, in most cases, the war between gods begins with the battle between the believers under them. Once the believer is defeated, if the defeated god is defeated, he can still escape with the help of the divine domain. Certainly, once the summoning channel of the divine space is opened, it is equivalent to telling the other party the coordinates of his own divine domain. By the time, even if you escape back to God's realm, the other party will be able to find you in a short time. Through more powerful clerical power, the divine space can be broken. Find the true form of the deity. Kill the opponent directly. And at this time, the other 3, without Lu Yuan being prepared, directly used their joint clerical suppression. Robbing believers. Lu Yuan's lips moved slightly and he whispered these words in a low voice. At the same time, he raised his hand, his white and flawless palm resting on the door armrest. Give it a gentle push. Click. The car door opened. He slowly put down his thigh and got out of the car. His movements were not in a hurry, very slow and gentle. However, in the eyes of these 3 people, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Ah, ah, the fat man let out a low roar, and veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes were open as tightly as copper bells. How is it possible? How is it possible? He roared hysterically. The reason for this is, it was because Lu Yuan acted so casually that he actually ignored the clerical suppression of the 3 of them. Skinny monkey, didn't you say that he is just a demigod? And he just lit the divine fire. The combined priesthood of the 3 of us was actually ignored by him. This is impossible. The eyes of the young man called Slender Monkey were also full of disbelief. A trace of fear enveloped his body like a shadow. It made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. I have clearly sensed his aura, but he only has divine fire and no divine personality. If there is no godhead, then, doesn't that mean the divine fire has just been lit? The 3 of them were a little confused at this moment. However, Lu Yuan got out of the car and leaned on the door casually. Theoretically, this is indeed the case. Li Lao's Lu Yuan spoke softly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. It's just that it's not what I said theoretically. As soon as he finished the last word, a powerful wave of priestly power rose up from his body. Crack, an invisible voice came, and the expressions of the 3 people suddenly changed. Because the clerical power they had united together was suddenly shattered by Lu Yuan. No, run away. Almost at the same time, exclamations came from the 3 people at the same time. Whoosh, I saw 3 space doors opening from behind the 3 of them. Subsequently, the 3 people turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. His clerical power is much stronger than that of the other party. Still can't stop the other party from contacting his own divine space. This is not. The three of them have entered their own divine space at the same time. Lu Yuan can sit back and wait. After all, according to the rules, where you leave, you have to come out. Unless the divine power is enough to break through other space coordinates. Otherwise, you can only hide in the divine space. I don't have that much time to waste with you. A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Next moment, he raised his hand and shook it, and a divine power flowed out from his fingers. Instantly found the location of the opponent's divine domain. Brushed to by, Lu Yuan's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that also penetrated into it. Next moment, Lu Yuan saw it in the void space. A divine domain with an area of several thousand hectares is floating in the void. See the situation. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, and his rolling divine power instantly condensed a space gate outside the void. The next moment, it hit the opponent's divine space hard. The invasion of God's domain has begun. Chi-Chi. The fat man who had just returned was breathing in his own divine space. Just saw. A loud noise. A huge crack was instantly knocked out of his own divine space. Alert, your divine space is being invaded. Alert, the intruder is expected to break into the space in 10 minutes. Alert, the countdown has begun. Please deploy as soon as possible. Mad. This guy actually dares to chase me. The fat man cursed angrily. The invasion of the divine domain is not based on the strength of the gods, but the history of the believer race. Okay, come here and die, and I will let you know what I know. Boom boom. The huge sound shook the entire divine realm. Soon, a spatial crack thousands of meters long emerged from the void. In the door of space, Lu Yuan's figure was suspended in midair. The whole body is surrounded by thunder and flames, looking extremely powerful. Whoosh! He raised his hand and waved, and the door of space suddenly connected to his divine space. The roaring sounds of countless Zerg races came from inside. And at this time, in the opponent's divine space, the earth shook, and an army of countless kobolds and goblins surged in from all directions. Densely packed, at least more than 50,000. At the back, blue-skinned giants with 2 heads, 3 meters tall, stood behind them. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Can't help but be a little surprised. 2-headed ogre magician. This is a very rare ogre race. Unexpectedly, the other party actually had dozens of people. Ouch! A roar sounded, and from the left side, countless frog-like figures holding steel forks suddenly emerged. The frogmen are a race of amphibious believers. They are generally around level 1 to 2. In addition, there is a giant lizard with a head length of 4 meters, flying across the ground. Above the lizard, sat a lizardman warrior holding a spear. Level 3 monitor lizard knight. The number exceeds 5,000. Including miscellaneous other troops, the total number exceeds 100,000. This isn't over yet. At the other end, on the ground on the right, a brown bear warrior with yellow hair wears iron armor and holds a battle axe. Each one is up to level 3. In the rear, there are waves of catfish men holding spears and wearing beards. Densely packed and numerous. A cursory sweep. The 3 directions outside the space rift have been completely enveloped by nearly 300,000 troops. 990. And in the high void above the army, the 3 demigods who had just prepared to rob Lu Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha, you ignorant boy, don't you want to invade the divine realm? The fat man laughed arrogantly. Come on, let me see how you can beat the 3 of us. That is, if you don't give us believers, then we will kill all of you. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the thin young man. Without you as a believer, the divine realm will be weakened to the extreme, and the power of the priesthood will also be weakened. When the time comes, let's see how arrogant you still are. Ha ha ha. The 3 people burst into laughter, resounding throughout the entire divine realm. In their view, Lu Yuan's clerical power may be stronger than them. The combined power of the 3 major divine domain believer races is enough to annihilate his big house. A guy who just lit the divine fire, no matter how strong the believer is, what's the use? This is not the first time the 3 of them have done this kind of thing. Believe that your own vision will not make you wrong. However, Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Haha, just in time, since the three of you are here, it saves us the trouble. Said. He raised his palm and pressed it downwards. The cold oracle suddenly sounded in the heads of the Zerg army. Leave no one behind. Boom boom. Kill, for the great god of natural disasters, kill. Tear them apart, charge, tear them all apart. Roar. Roar. It turned into a torrent and surged out from the gate of space. Ouch. The first Hydra to rush out was heavily armored and tore apart the Zergling warriors. With a roar, it rushed towards the nearest enemy. See Lu Yuan's race of believers. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this ugly race also wants to. Before they could finish speaking, they suddenly stopped. Because, behind the tearing springtails, the vast and endless Zerg army surged out of the space cracks. No, hurry up, fight back quickly, don't let them rush out of the crack. The fat man screamed in horror. Time. The two-headed ogre magicians began to roar. Above their heads, a huge fireball began to brew. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to over 3 meters in size. Then, while the ogre mage roared, he smashed towards the army of tearing springtails in the distance. Level 3 magic. Exploding fireball. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen huge fireballs instantly cut through hundreds of meters of void and landed heavily on the army of tearing springtails. Long live the savage god, our magic. The words, success, had not yet sounded from the ogre magician's frantic voice. Next moment, they saw that countless Hydra heavy-armed tearing zombie warriors had rushed out of the blazing flames. There is no harm, how is it possible? No, fight back, fight back. Frightened voices sounded one after another from the mouth of the two-headed ogre magician. However, they only heard countless roars coming. The terrifying Zerg army has completely submerged all armies. Quote exclamation mark quote. This time, it is a real battle between gods. The Zerg army, which had been hungry for a long time, began to crazily eat away at all races. The three people watching this scene were so frightened that they fell out of the air. No, no, what kind of monster is this? Why is it so scary? Skinny monkey, who the hell are you looking for? Maid, you killed us. Run away, run away. Before the three people's exclamations could stop, Lu Yuan's figure has already walked through the door of space. This time, let me see where you are going to escape. Looking at the one-sided situation below, Lu Yuan's foot suddenly stepped on the void. Snapped. There was only one explosion, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. No, no, no. The three people immediately fled around. However, before they could escape far, Lu Yuan, who was riding thunder, had already appeared next to Fatty. With a flick of the finger, a flame of destruction flew out from his fingers and fell on the opponent instantly. Ah! A scream like a slaughtered pig sounded from the fat man's mouth. He desperately mobilized his divine power to resist the spread of the flames. However, in less than a second, his poor divine power was completely exhausted. Subsequently, the flames of destruction turned into fire and engulfed him completely. Ah, no, I am not willing to do so. Help. Fatty never thought that he would end up like this. Hint, you killed a demigod. Tip, obtain 13.9 million faith points. Ding. Additional reward for killing. 13.9 million faith points. Ding. Additional reward for killing. Priest Barbarian. Oh, did you really lose your priesthood? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, which was pretty much what he had guessed. The system will really drop priests. It's just that this priesthood seems useless, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but said to himself. It would be great if it could be broken down into the essence of the godhead. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the system prompt sound. Ding. The priestly barbarian has been decomposed, and one cell of essence has been obtained. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the prompt. He didn't expect that the system could actually decompose the priesthood. It's just timely help. Get what you want. Haha, in this case, we can't let these two guys go. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, and with a thought in his mind, his spiritual thoughts instantly spread towards the surrounding space. A mere 1,000 hectares of divine domain area. Under his spiritual thoughts, every detail suddenly appeared. Found it. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth raised slightly, revealing an evil smile. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already at the side of the thin monkey. Ah, go to hell. When the thin monkey saw Lu Yuan appear, he screamed in fright, and suddenly, a surge of divine power surged out of his body. It turned into a blazing fire and rushed towards Lu Yuan. Fire priesthood. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and a thunder flashed out from his palm. Just discharge it with one palm. Crack. The terrifying power of thunder instantly penetrates the opponent's flames and directly penetrates the opponent's body. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the power of thunder exploded, blowing the opponent's body into pieces. Hint: you killed a demigod. Tip: you have gained 7.89 million faith points. Ding. You gained an additional 7.89 million faith points. Ding. You have gained an additional priesthood. Ignite. Ignition. Very weak. Lu Yuan shook his head and let the system be disassembled. After doing all this, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the last demigod. No, don't kill me, I beg you. Before Lu Yuan could take action, the last dark-skinned demigod made a puff sound and knelt down in front of Lu Yuan. I am willing to be loyal to you and become your god. After hearing this, Lu Yuan's palm paused slightly. Godly. The so-called godly refers to a god who also has a priesthood and chooses to pay allegiance to another god. Once loyal, the two will enter into a contract. By the time, the other party will become like a slave. The opponent's divine domain will also be entered and exited by the owner at will, and the faith value gained must also be dedicated to the owner. But, Lu Yuan just glanced at him and raised his palm. I don't need trash like you. No, I beg you, please go around me. I know an unexplored plane that has not been developed. I can tell you. The dark-skinned man kowtowed repeatedly, fearing that Lu Yuan would kill him in pain. Unexplored plane. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Unexplored planes refer to those that have not yet. There are places discovered and developed by the main world. In places like this, there are often some indigenous races and even the remains of some powerful gods. Once found by yourself, and developed, you can get a lot of resources. This is an absolute treasure trove. What size? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Seeing Lu Yuan's hand movements pause, the swarthy man suddenly felt relieved and said quickly, "This is a microplane, and it is incomplete. I accidentally discovered outside the territory before that the strongest ones inside were no more than level 5. I originally wanted to leave it alone to explore quietly, but I met you before I took action." Is that so? Lu Yuan glanced at him thoughtfully. Give me the coordinates and I'll let you go. No, you have to let me go first before I can tell you the coordinates. Crack. There was a loud noise, and Lu Yuan saw that Fatty's divine realm began to shatter. The gods themselves have fallen, so naturally this kind of divine realm cannot continue. It can only begin to collapse. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, looking at each other with an indifferent expression. You have no choice, just tell me the coordinates and I will let you go. I swear to the god of natural disasters that I will never go back on anything I said. Quote. Really? The dark-skinned man looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously, but then he thought that the other party had actually sworn to the gods. He said directly, 300, Leet. Lu Yuan heard him finish the entire coordinates, and with a thought, he started searching in the god's domain interface. Really? This coordinate is not included in the plane information recorded in the main world. Nodded. With a thought in Lu Yuan's mind, a flame of destruction burned on the opponent's body out of thin air. Ah, no, you actually dared to go back on your word. As the flames burned, an extremely angry look suddenly appeared on the dark man's face. You just swore an oath to the gods. Yes, Lu Yuan looked at him calmly. The god of natural disasters I swear is myself. Just kidding, I swear to myself, your mind is simple enough. Hint: you killed a demigod. Tip: you have gained 7.69 million faith points. Ding. Additional gained. 7.69 million faith points. Ding. I got additional priesthood growth. Ding. The host triggers a lucky critical strike, and the priest's growth is enhanced to vitality. Good. Lu Yuan did not expect that he could actually obtain the priesthood of vitality. This is good stuff. But now is not the time for fusion, because the surrounding divine realm is collapsing faster and faster. Whoosh! Lu Yuan thought and appeared outside the door of space. Countless Zerg armies began to retreat towards his divine space. Soon, after all, the Zerg army completely retreated. Lu Yuan thought and left this divine space. The space fluctuated, and Lu Yuan's figure emerged from the void. He glanced around and saw that he was still on top of the mountain. Next to it, there is a car that can fly. The robbery was so big that the person didn't have anything to do, and he still got a car for free. He laughed jokingly. Lu Yuan sat directly in the driver's seat of the car. Start the car and drive towards the wilderness city in the distance again. This time, Lu Yuan did not encounter any robbery. It seems, this doesn't happen often either. Actually, these three people have always been staring at the stupid young people who have just arrived in Wilderness City. Because most of these people have just ignited the divine fire and feel that their strength is overwhelming. Very confident and low on precautions. And neither is the strength. At that time, as long as they are suppressed by their clergy, everything will be decided by them. In the end, they killed people and divided the spoils, destroying the corpses and destroying all traces. Everything went smoothly. Pity. This time they met Lu Yuan and hit the iron plate. Not only did the robbery fail, but his life was lost. Wilderness City is so cruel. Finally, Lu Yuan found a 5-star hotel and stayed in their top-notch luxury suite. I simply washed up and had dinner. Lu Yuan then sat on the sofa made of 7th order 3-tailed silver fox fur, connected to his divine space. He wants to query the relevant information of this group of unknown coordinates through the God's domain interface. If it goes according to what the Dark Man said, in this microplane, the highest race does not exceed level 5. For him, a demigod, he is completely conquerable. But, Lu Yuan did not completely believe what the other party said. Who knows whether the other party deliberately revealed false information to him in order to survive. So, Lu Yuan immediately started searching for the plane map near the coordinates on the God's domain interface. Found out after some research. Many of the surrounding planes are developed planes. The coordinates of this plane should be blocked by the large plane next to it. So, the response rate is still good. Lu Yuan touched his chin. I think I should go take a look. If you miss any ruins or the like, it will be a loss. With a thought, Lu Yuan communicated with his divine space. He was ready to see how much damage this divine war would bring. But who knows? As soon as he entered, he received a series of interface messages. Record, you gained 4.38 million faith points. Record, the Brood Evolution Laboratory has achieved new results. Record, your believers have sent out prayers to you, asking you to examine Xinchengli. The Evolution Laboratory has actually gained something. Lu Yuan's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that just now, the Evolution Laboratory would actually produce results again. He swept away his thoughts and looked directly in the direction of the Evolution Laboratory. At the same time, the Oracle also came down. Brother's Nest, I feel your call. Is there anything you can gain? Upon hearing about Lu Yuan's divine domain, the Zerg brood immediately became extremely excited. Subsequently, Abathur's figure emerged. Kneel down and worship devoutly in the direction of Lu Yuan above. The Great Master, your most loyal servant, reports to you. We have obtained the result through genetic evolution experiments on the original hydralisks. If the genes of 2 hydralisks are fused with each other, a brand new Zerg can be born. Oh, a brand new Zerg. A hint of interest appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. Subsequently, the rolling oracle exploded in Abathur's ears. Show it, as you command. Abathur nodded respectfully, and then mental waves were emitted from his brain. 2 transformed hydralisks crawled over quickly from a distance. Subsequently, under Abathur's command, he entered the evolution laboratory next to the Zerg mother nest. Time. Lu Yuan saw that 2 hydralisks were linked by countless mail pages at the same time. A translucent vesicle enveloped them. Genes began to merge, and 2 complex gene chains merged under the control of the evolution laboratory. Finally, it actually began to mutate. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. This change was actually different from other changes. The 2 hydralisks combined, after mutation, turned out to be no longer hydralisks. Instead, it turned into a new type of Zerg that was even larger and covered with ferocious thorns. Boom! The bubble burst, and a brand new Zerg crawled out of it. He knelt down in front of Abathur very respectfully. Abathur spoke respectfully into the air. Great Master, this is our most successful evolutionary achievement. The new Zerg no longer has the ability of the Hydralisk to spray its spines. But they can attack underground with retractable spines. We call them lurkers. Quote, lurker. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed after hearing this, and he lurked underground to attack. This name is quite appropriate. If the Flamethorn demon can also be fused like this, then you will get a more powerful lurker. Abathur, can the Flamethorn demon be fused into a lurker? Lu Yuan asked. Reply, Great Master, theoretically, the flame-stinging demon can be merged into a lurker. Very good. Lu Yuan chuckled. If 2 3rd-level flame-stabbing demons turn into a 4th-level flame lurker, that is equivalent to advancement in disguise. This is definitely good news for him. Okay, Abathur will let me fuse the flame-sting demon to form an army of 200,000 flame lurkers. As you command, the great god of natural disasters. Abathur nodded respectfully. Next, Lu Yuan stayed in the hotel for the time being without leaving home. Pay attention to the fusion process of these Flamethorn demons every day. At the same time, he also purchased some resource cards specifically for the Zerg mother nest. This allows them to keep breeding more larvae. Supplement synthesis consumption. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days have passed. Finally, under the continuous integration of the evolution laboratory day and night, the army of 200,000 flame lurkers has taken shape. In the realm of gods, Lu Yuan thought and opened the race interface. Name, Flame Lurker. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 4. Ability, Enhanced Tearing. Charge main, Claw Slashing. Fire element immunity to bacterial infection, underwater breathing, swimming proficiency, endurance muscles, night vision crushing jaw. Sacrificial Fire, Thorn of Fire, main. Life 22, Vitality is better than ordinary level 4. Strength 20, standard value of 4th level. Agility 19, speed slightly increased. Intelligence 11, it's pretty good if you don't become a madman under the breath of the abyss. Evaluation, lurkers, which are fused from hydralisks, can only stretch out their terrifying spikes when they are underground. Lu Yuan took a look and saw that the overall data had been enhanced. Of course, the most important thing is the additional active ability of ground stab attack. The rest of the abilities originally possessed by the Flamethorn demon have more or less disappeared due to genetic fusion. But this does not hinder the power of the lurker. On the contrary, this allows them to function better underground. The 4th level Hydra tears apart the Zergling heavy warriors, and the 4th level lurker. The 3rd level flame stinging demon, the 3rd level Hydra infection bug. Level 4 poisonous baneling insect. 3rd level alien dragon. Now, the weakest units in Lu Yuan's hands are all tier 3 units. Even the 4th level arms have 3 types. In addition to this, add the 5th level Abathur and the 5th level Yagdra. Lu Yuan felt that his military deployment had reached a very strong level. Even if I face 6th level or even 7th level troops, as long as there are not too many, I can still fight. Lu Yuan muttered to himself and left the hotel directly. He arrived at the teleportation station and was directly teleported to the coordinates of the unexplored plane. Here, I have to talk about the power of the main world. Even the coordinates of the location can reach the sky in an instant under the guidance of the powerful rules of the main world. The reason why no one discovered it was not that they couldn't get there, but that they didn't know. Lu Yuan's figure disappeared in the teleportation station. When he reappeared, he found that he had been transported to a void. The surroundings were lonely and cold. The ground beneath my feet was also desolate, with no life in sight. This is a single transmission, and Lu Yuan can only be sent here. There is no transfer station established here, so there is no way to carry out two-way transfer. By the time, if Lu Yuan wants to go back, you need to find teleportation stations in other nearby planes. In this regard, Lu Yuan is not worried, because most of the planes around the entire main world have established teleportation stations. This kind of transfer station is almost as popular as a former gas station. Lu Yuan glanced around and saw gray mountain peaks everywhere. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and a summoning door opened. Subsequently, summon 1,000 ordinary Hydra-tearing springtails from among them first. Investigation. Action. I will obey my lord's will. 1,000 Hydra-tearing springtails instantly scattered around. Plane exploration itself is a very time-consuming matter. Even in a broken plane, the extent of his family is beyond imagination. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. Wander around freely, quietly waiting for news from the distance. Suddenly, half an hour later, Lu Yuan suddenly sensed that news of a battle was coming from his terror in the southeast direction. Found it. Lu Yuan's body moved and flew towards the direction of the distant springtail sensor. Moment. When he appeared hundreds of miles away, he saw at a glance that hundreds of thousands of undead armies were gathering in the direction of tearing apart the springtails under the continuous mountains. Is this a plane of the undead? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. No wonder there was no life around him. It turned out that he had been swallowed by the undead. With a thought, a huge summoning door suddenly appeared from behind. The undead are a powerful race also known as natural disasters. Now they finally collided with the Zerg army also called the Scourge. Charge, charge, Abathur shouted. 0. A steady stream of Zerg armies rushed out from the summoning door. It only takes a moment to turn into a torrent and collide head-on with the undead army. Ouch, crack, click, click. Amidst the roar, the Hydra's heavily armored tearing zombie warrior rushed forward and smashed into pieces the skeleton soldiers in the front row who were only at level 1. In their heads, the soul fire keeps beating, and they want to reassemble their bodies. However, before he could react, he was trampled to death by another tearing springtail. The first-level skeleton soldiers faced off against the fourth-level tearing springtails, and they were professionals. There is no comparison between the two. Come on, for the great god of natural disasters. Under the command of Abathur and Yagdra, the hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers on the front were dissipating at a rapid speed. Lu Yuan looked calmly into the distance. He always felt that there was a powerful aura emerging from the depths. Are there wild gods? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. If it was really a wild god, he would have to be extra careful. At this moment, a powerful wave of divine power came from the distance. Ouch! An invisible roar suddenly sounded from the void. This is a mental wave. I saw. The moment this wave of fluctuation emerged, countless undead armies began to go crazy. Skeleton soldiers rushed towards Lu Yuan's army like a tide. And in the rear, new arms began to appear. Ghouls, zombies, skeleton warriors. These have all become tier 2 arms. And the number has almost exceeded 500,000. All over the mountains and plains. Humph, do you want to compare your consumption with me? Lu Yuan sneered. The undead are said to be overwhelming in numbers. But, his Zerg are not vegetarians either. Lu Yuan's eyes subconsciously looked towards Abathur below. I saw. There was no need for him to speak. Abathur has noticed something unusual. Suddenly, a mental wave spread across the battlefield. The heavy-armed warriors in the front row slowed down the advancement, the flame-thorn demons in the back row output, and the flame spines spray like crazy. Mucus flowed from his mouth, and his huge compound eyes shone with excitement. Those undead creatures have zero resistance to fire. Come on, it's time for us to fight for the great god of natural disasters. Abathur's roar sounded in the minds of all Zerg. With the power of telepathy similar to that of the Brood, he is destined to be a master tactician. The absolute commander of the battlefield. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded secretly. Having such an existence saves him the trouble of opening his own mouth. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Abathur's words rang out, countless flame spines turned into rain curtains and fell one after another towards the void in the distance. Countless ghouls, zombies, and even skeleton warriors have encountered terrible nightmares. Call out. A blazing spine of flames fell from midair. Just a soft sound was heard, and it instantly penetrated the simple armor on the head of the skeleton warrior. The flames rose and instantly ignited the entire warrior, turning them into a pile of bones. Arrows rained down from the sky. The same scene was happening everywhere on the entire battlefield of the undead. Among all level 2 arms, except for zombies, which can withstand 1 or 2 attacks with their complete bodies. The rest won't last long at all. In less than half an hour, most of the 500,000 strong army had been wiped out. It seemed that deep down, the mysterious existence also felt the changes on the battlefield. Ouch! Screams came from the depths again. Hiss! A series of low neighing sounds sounded. Next moment, Lu Yuan only felt the earth tremble. Countless shrill wails came from the distant mountains. Immediately afterwards, gray bats with a wingspan of more than 2 meters flew from the mountains. Transformed into an air force, it flew towards the Zerg army in the distance with a black mass. "Ha, this is an undead bat." Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, seeming a little confused about this undead creature. They appear to have bat-like wings. But its body has a human-like shape, except for its head, which looks similar to that of a bat. Turn on race information. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan spoke directly to the system. Suddenly, information about this bat emerged. Name, Gargoyle. Category, Undead. Stage, 3rd level. Ability, Flame, 597. Immunity, Roaring Sound Wave Main Petrification Main. Life, 14. HP is not their strong point. Strength, 12, slightly stronger than a level 2 warrior. Agility, 18, extremely fast. Intelligence, 5, low. Evaluation: the monsters resurrected from the stone statues through undead magic can not only attack the air, but also the ground. They don't know pain and fatigue. They will not stop killing except to pieces. It's a gargoyle. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He had an impression of this undead creature. Because it was transformed into a stone statue, its resistance to fire spells was very high. But their weaknesses are also very fragile. That is because its health value is not high, and it is under the concentrated fire attack. It is easy to break directly. Brokenness represents death. So, Lu Yuan directly passed the oracle to Abathur. Suddenly, Abathur roared. A huge army of alien dragons rushed out from the summoning door. He walked towards the gargoyle in the distance and won. Gather the fire, and spread it out. Abathur roared. Instantly spread the mental fluctuations in your brain. For a moment, he seemed to have transformed into countless alien dragons and dispersed them into small groups. Every creation, 10 alien dragons attacked one gargoyle at the same time. Boo-hoo. The flaming blade insect flew through the air and hit a gargoyle with great accuracy. Click. There was a loud noise, and the fragile body of the gargoyle exploded under the attack of the blade insect. The death of a gargoyle immediately arouses the ferocity of the other gargoyles. They subconsciously wanted to speed up and rush towards the attacking alien dragon. But, after the first round of volley, the Mutilosaurus team inadvertently turned over and fell rapidly downwards. At this time, the second team in the rear had already prepared its blade insects and started to attack. And so on. Attack, fall, flip. Attack, fall, flip. The terrible organization and coordination were revealed at this moment. In just a few minutes of contact, as many as 100,000 of the hundreds of thousands of gargoyles on the opposite side were shot away. However, our own alien dragon army lost less than 3,000. Hee. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and suddenly folded his hands. Let the war speed up. I saw him raise his hand a little. A wave of divine power emerged. Next moment, an icy force enveloped tens of thousands of gargoyles in the sky. The priesthood is frozen and activated. Tens of thousands of gargoyles only felt the coldness all over their bodies suddenly became intense, and then their whole bodies became sluggish due to the coldness. The activation of the priesthood requires the consumption of a large amount of divine power. On the battlefield, divine power is the greatest reliance of gods. Generally speaking, gods will not use their powers easily unless absolutely necessary. Because, in case one's own divine power is consumed too much, and the other's god takes action again, then the risk of his own death greatly increases. But, Lu Yuan has now discovered it, and he doesn't know why. The existence hidden in the depths cannot come at all. So, he just planned to use a little bit of his divine power to suppress the gargoyle with his frozen power. Puff puff. Under the suppression of the frozen power, the already fragile gargoyle quickly died under the opponent's volley. Soon, the entire gargoyle army was lost by half. Ouch! At this time, the presence that stretched out seemed a little anxious. Sharp fluctuations came again. Boom boom boom. Sudden. I saw the earth shaking, and dark caves collapsed on countless mountains. Lu Yuan then saw huge spiders with a body length of more than 3 meters crawling out of the cave. Ouch! A sharp roar came from their mouths. As soon as he appeared, he opened his mouth and spit out the alien dragon army in the sky. Call out. I saw a thick, arrow-like mucus shot out quickly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a white spider web that opened in midair. In just one move, an alien dragon was caught in the net. The alien dragon caught in the spider web fell down instantly. Ha, cryptodemon. Lu Yuan took a closer look and couldn't help but think of an undead creature. This kind of creature was originally an ordinary beast creature. But, under the corruption of the power of the undead, he was successfully transformed into an undead creature and a crypt demon. It has the ability to spit out spider webs from a distance, and it can also spit out arrow-like spider silk with strong penetrating ability. Can perform remote attacks. Obviously, the mysterious being also felt the trouble of Lu Yuan's air force and came up with countermeasures. Ha, ground troops. Lu Yuan waved his hand. In the summoning door, figures burning with flames rushed out. Their speed was extremely fast, like a torrent of flames instantly rushing towards the crypt demon in the distant mountains. Flame-tearing demon. This is a light-armored warrior specially modified by Lu Yuan. Fast and lethal, especially, with the improvement of having wings of flame. Their speed is simply amazing. From a distance, it looked like countless flying sparks falling on countless crypt demons in an instant. Brush. Seeing a figure approaching, the Earth 6 demon started waving its two huge spears. The scimitar-like Kyanao turned into an afterimage and swept towards the flame-tearing demon. These two front eagles are also the melee weapons of the crypt demon. Once it hits, the flames will tear apart the demon's fragile body, which can be fatal. However, at the moment when the crypt demon was about to sweep away, the figure of the flame-tearing demon suddenly dwarfed, lying on the ground as if crawling. He narrowly avoided the sweep of his front pincers. And then, their bodies tumbled. With the help of the power of its wings, it suddenly shot up from the ground. He jumped and landed on the crypt demon. Puff! The flaming dagger instantly penetrated into the crypt demon's brain, completely tearing its soul fire apart. After finishing all this, the flame-tearing demon flashed towards the second crypt demon without any pause. Kill one person in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, brush away your clothes when the matter is over, and hide your merit and fame. Such an extremely chic gesture, if you put aside the ugly appearance. He has the appearance of a cold-blooded assassin. The Zerg knows martial arts, and the demons can't stop them. The power of the flame-tearing apart demons appeared without any suspense at this moment. Ouch! Angry, the existence deep down was completely angry. He did not expect that the powerful armies he sent one after another would be restrained. Suddenly, a series of angry roars came from the depths. Subsequently, boom boom boom, the earth trembled more violently. Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that a huge army of undead began to rush down from the mountains. Densely packed, more than hundreds of thousands. So many. Is this going to launch a general attack? Lu Yuan took a closer look. A fat man nearly 4 meters tall walked in the front. 0. They are the human shields and abominations among the undead army. These hatreds have suddenly grown to the 4th level. And below, there are countless ghouls and zombies. It turned into a tide and surged towards the Zerg army. Not only that, at the rear, Lu Yuan also saw a more powerful Death Knight. The whole body is covered in heavy armor, and a warhorse burning with the fire of death under its crotch roars and gallops. The 5th level is actually a 5th level race. This isn't over yet. Behind the undead army, necromancers holding staffs and withered bodies appeared. The scepters in their hands were raised high, and a powerful wave of undead magic suddenly appeared. Next moment, Lu Yuan saw the undead army in the distance, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Level 4 Necromantic Magic, Evil Frenzy. Lu Yuan's expression condensed. He didn't expect that there was such a presence among the undead army. These necromancers are all of the 4th level, and their number has exceeded 10,000. How powerful is the magical power unleashed by 10,000 necromancers? Just look at the millions of undead army whose combat effectiveness has increased by nearly 20%. However, this isn't over yet. The necromancer who had unleashed his evil fervor actually raised his staff again. Click, click, click. The earth cracked open, and countless skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and zombies crawled out of the ground. It was so densely packed that it was hard to see the quantity. Now, in just a few minutes, the entire earth has turned into a sea of undead. HMPH. That guy seems to want me to come here to explore. Lu Yuan suddenly thought of the dark man. What the other person said is indeed true. He just ignored the terrifying number of undead here. Lu Yuan guessed that the other party told him because he wanted him to come over to explore rashly and be surrounded by the undead army. Even died here. At first, the reason why he did not explore directly. Maybe it's because the number of this undead army is too terrifying. Sea of Skeletons, Abomination, Death Knight, Necromancer. Even if a god with divine status is here, I am afraid that his divine power will be exhausted before he can finish killing him. But, pity, they met Lu Yuan, facing so many undead. His expression didn't waver at all. Below, one after another, Zerg with sharp thorns all over their bodies crawled out of the summoning door. Their whole bodies were burning with flames, like messengers from the abyss. As soon as he appeared, he rushed directly to the front row. In front of the undead army, get into the ground. Flamelurker. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally took out his trump card. All the Zerg armies began to retreat, creating a space for the Flamelurker to take action. Tisk. The moment the undead entered the range, countless thorns burning with flames rushed out from the ground, penetrating their bodies and igniting their souls without any qualms. Chi-chi. On the battlefield that stretched for who knows how many kilometers, such a strange scene appeared. Countless skeleton soldiers and the undead army have not yet rushed forward. Countless sharp thorns rushed out from the ground, causing them to fall down one after another. Occasionally, the undead that were missed were completely killed by the Zerg army behind them. And from beginning to end, they could only watch in confusion as their bodies were completely pierced by the sharp thorns emerging from Songwu underground. The situation was completely controlled by Lu Yuan in less than half an hour. He also didn't expect that these lurkers could be so terrifying. Right, such a killer lurking underground can attack you anytime and anywhere. And you can only watch helplessly. No idea where they are. Despair and helplessness are not enough to describe the mood of the undead army. What's even more frightening is that when the lurkers are not attacking, they can continue to move forward underground. Such a steady stream of attacks continues to advance forward. There is simply no solution. But, the existence deep in the distance seems not to be reconciled to this. Just listen to a long roar. Sudden, an angry dragon roar sounded from deep in the mountains. Chapter 91. Ouch! This angry low roar came. I saw a terrifying creature with a wingspan of more than 30 meters rising from the mountains. Hooray! Its wings spread out, bringing with it a storm of death. As soon as he opened his mouth and spat out, Hiko's terrifying dragon's breath spewed towards the earth below. This dragon's breath is extremely terrifying. It landed on the ground and penetrated directly into the ground. In an instant, all the flame lurkers who were sprayed were completely dead. It's actually a bone dragon. And it's still level 9. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the other party had such a trump card. The 9th level bone dragon can no longer be described as ordinary strength. Just the strong bones and the almost immortal fire of the soul. Just a slight vomit can cause horrific damage. Do you need me to take action? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. This was not what he wanted. Because, once you take action, even if you can kill, it will also consume your divine power. And deep in the mountains, that mysterious existence has not yet revealed its true identity. So, Lu Yuan took a look and saw that he still had 2 drops of divine power left. Until the end, it cannot be used easily. Roar! The 9th level bone dragon roared and rushed towards more flame lurkers. If it really gets rampant, I'm afraid, no one can restrain him. Legitimate. When Lu Yuan was thinking about how to solve the bone dragon. Below, Abathur's spiritual roar resounded among the Zerg. Attack, alien dragon army, give it to me. In midair, the alien dragon army that had swept across the gargoyles began to charge towards the bone dragon. However, their blade insects hit the bone dragon's body. It's no different than scratching an itch. The level difference between the two is too far, and there is no way to produce any effect. But, Abathur's tactics don't stop there. Under the continuous bombardment of the alien dragon army, it indeed attracted the attention of the bone dragon. Suddenly, it roared angrily and began to attack the alien dragon. At the same time, boom boom boom. In the mountains in the distance, the ground suddenly rolled, and figures of infected insects rushed out from 30 feet below. Subsequently, nerve paralysis activates instantly. Boo-hoo. Their mouthparts are not aimed at bone dragons. Instead, they all fell on the remaining crypt demons in the distance. For a moment, countless spores spread from the mouthparts and penetrate. Directly entered the crypt demon's brain. Just as the crypt demon was about to struggle, he saw clumps of fungus emerging from his body. Fungal growth. This is a combo skill. Take direct control of the other party. Soon, less than a minute, more than 10,000 crypt demons were successfully controlled. At this time, their ferocious spider heads suddenly raised. The 8 compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the bone dragon, which was still killing in midair. Whoosh whoosh, countless cobwebs were spit out at this moment. At the same time, it enveloped the bone dragon. Ouch, are you crazy? The bone dragon only felt his body sink suddenly, and countless spider webs piled up and naturally dragged it down from midair. It never imagined that it was an almost top-notch existence among undead creatures. He was actually pulled down by the crypt demon's spider web. But, how could the extremely strong bone dragon allow itself to be restrained by these tattered spider webs? So, the moment it landed, its strong wings and sharp claws began to rise from the ground again. It wants to tear apart these bonds and show off its power on the battlefield. Crack, countless spider webs broke under the terrifying power. Watching, the bone dragon's body is about to fly up from the earth again. But right now, whoosh, countless spider webs fell from the sky again. Another 10,000 crypt demons took action again. Ouch. The bone dragon that had just struggled to get up was once again held in place in humiliation. At the same time, more cobwebs fell towards it like a rain curtain. Completely glue its body. Boom boom. On the ground, the poisonous baneling insects that had been hiding for a long time finally broke out of the ground at this moment. They charged towards the bone dragon without hesitation, slaughtering the opponent's body and then exploding directly. Tisk. Corrosive and strong acid venom was splashed on the bone dragon's body. A thin layer of white mist emerged. Bone dragon felt the changes on his body and didn't care at all. After all, compared to its powerful body, this little damage is simply insignificant. However, it never expected that more and more poisonous insects would start charging towards it. Countless corrosive acids continued to explode at this moment. Boom boom boom. If 1 doesn't work, just 2. If 2 doesn't work, then 10. Then hundreds, then even tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of poisonous baneling insects exploded on the bone dragon's body. At this time, bone dragon finally felt something was wrong. Its bones finally cracked under the continuous acid corrosion. It is still expanding. If this continues, no matter how strong he is, he will be defeated. So, he was anxious. Ouch! The roar resounded, and it tried desperately to struggle. But, what was waiting for him was just more cobwebs covering him. If the infected insect army, which has controlled nearly 100,000 crypt demons, can make the bone dragon fly, that's just plain idiotic. Crack. With a crisp sound, the bone dragon's wings were broken. Zombies have the ability to fly. At the same time, countless Hydra heavy armors tore apart the springtail warriors and swarmed towards the bone dragon. Click, click, click. The bone dragon, which was tens of meters long, was completely submerged by tens of thousands of Hydra-tearing springtails. Even if you chew it, you can break it into pieces bit by bit. Ouch! In the end, the huge bone dragon collapsed with a shrill scream. Lu Yuan, who saw this scene in the distance, raised his hand and waved. Take that soul fire into your hands. Although he can't use this kind of power, if he can sell it for money, you can also exchange for a lot of general points. The fall of the bone dragon caused the entire battlefield to completely collapse. The mighty Zerg army began to frantically harvest the remaining undead. Less than an hour. This war is completely over. Countless bones and heads were scattered on the battlefield. It looked extremely tragic. Lu Yuan's eyes swept across the battlefield. If it weren't for him having an extremely large Zerg army in this battle, he wouldn't be able to fight. I can't stand it at all. And, at the last moment, Abathan's precise judgment and reaction directly helped the crypt demon to kill the bone dragon. This was something he didn't expect. It seems that we need to train Abathar as a master tactician in the future. Lu Yuan made up his mind and prepared to train Abathar well. Simply cleaned up the mess. Some seriously injured Zerg were ordered by Lu Yuan to take them to the divine space. With the help of the creep land, even if you are seriously injured, you can recover slowly. In this way, the consumption of one's own followers will be greatly reduced. Lu Yuan's eyes finally looked deeper. That mysterious wave did not appear after the bone dragon was killed. Set off. With a thought, Lu Yuan ordered all the Zerg to surge towards the depths of the mountains. As a god, you must put your own safety first at all times. No matter how many believers die, as long as you are still there, you can rise again. So, the numerous Zerg began to become Lu Yuan's pioneers. I saw waves of Zerg surging towards the depths of the mountains. Finally, after half an hour, after climbing over several continuous mountains, Lu Yuan saw a huge canyon. The canyon was empty. Because all the undead creatures have been wiped out by Lu Yuan. Sudden, Lu Yuan's eyes condensed. In the deepest part of the canyon, he saw a big dry tree. And on top of the big tree, branches like vines were wrapped around the figure of a woman. Could it be that that divine wave is this woman? Lu Yuan moved and rushed straight towards the canyon. Soon, he appeared in front of the old dry tree. Take a closer look. The woman entangled in the branches was originally wearing a dark green robe. However, it is now in dilapidated condition. No matter how hard it is, I can't completely force my body. It can be seen through these gaps. This woman has a good figure, with long straight legs and well-proportioned legs. Perfect. But, at this moment, those vines are wrapped around it, looking quite strange. And his eyes moved, slowly, upward along his thighs. Skip some of the exaggerated ups and downs. Finally, Lu Yuan saw this woman's face. The crescent-shaped eyebrows on the extremely delicate gauzy face were tightly knitted. The appearance is extremely good, and what surprised Lu Yuan even more. She has a pair of long pointed ears. Elf. No, she is not the undead. Lu Yuan's expression changed and he subconsciously looked towards the ancient tree. At this moment, the ancient tree, which was originally silent and breathless, suddenly opened its eyes. That's right, just open your eyes. On its trunk, which is more than 10 meters thick, 2 eyes with cracked bark suddenly appeared. Below, there is an extremely ferocious mouth. The mouth opened wide, revealing a black hole in the mouth. It's like it leads into a bottomless abyss, with no end in sight. At this moment, an extremely ear-piercing scream rushed out from the big mouth. Ouch! Lu Yuan felt his mind tremble, and his whole body seemed to be pulled into a bottomless abyss. An unprecedented level of horror and fear spread. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and the hidden divine power in his body began to burn. Subsequently, his night demon priesthood began to function unknowingly. Nightmare, apart from darkness, is a nightmare. Put people into panic. Lu Yuan only felt that his divine power collided with the opponent's. The whole person suddenly woke up from that state. As soon as he opened his eyes. Just see it. In front of him, branches as dark as ink and twisted with knots were facing him. Swept over. Just a little bit. You can completely wrap yourself up. Whoosh. Lu Yuan's figure disappeared from the place instantly. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of meters away. You actually broke my nightmare power so quickly. A feeling of surprise came from the mouth of the dry ancient tree. Lu Yuan stood in midair, and with a thought, he directly asked the system to check the other party's information. Name: Necromantic Nightmare Sacred Tree. God name: God of the Dead. Faith value: 11.2 million. Rank: Semi-God. Sacred Fire. Ignite. Supernatural Power: 0 drop, 58 rays. Priest: Illusion, Nightmare, Devouring. Evaluation: the ancient nightmare tree that originally grew in the domain of the undead gods gradually absorbed the godhead and priesthood of the undead gods after their death, and became what it is now. Is it the ancient nightmare tree? Lu Yuan saw the message prompt and finally reacted. This ancient tree itself is a legendary holy object, especially if it is planted in the divine domain. The nightmare breath it invisibly releases can deepen the faith of believers and allow them to become more pious. This provides more faith value. Only, because of the death of the god, this ancient nightmare tree began to absorb the power of the god. Not only did he inherit the opponent's godhead and priesthood, but he also commanded such a huge army of undead. But Lu Yuan guessed that the god was probably not a powerful god. Otherwise, it would not be so easily inherited by a legendary creature. Boom boom. While Lu Yuan was deep in thought, the earth shook. Thick tree roots rushed out from the ground. Like giant black pythons, they whipped towards Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan's figure only dodged slightly, and then he dodged directly. Boo-hoo. Seeing Lu Yuan move away, countless tree roots shot out like lightning again, like a huge tree net, covering Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, about to take action. But at this moment, a piercing scream suddenly sounded from the mouth of the nightmare ancient tree. The ones that originally rushed out suddenly shrank and stopped attacking. Ah, you hateful woman, do you want to escape? At this moment, only then did Lu Yuan realize that the elf woman who had been bound by the ancient nightmare tree suddenly began to struggle violently. A natural divine power bloomed from her body. I want to break free. Only, she seems to be extremely important to the ancient nightmare tree. As a result, the ancient nightmare tree would rather not attack Lu Yuan but restrain her. Ah, the elf demigod let out a scream and was severely bound by branches again. She exhausted all her divine power and forced a little space. There were sounds of pleading for Lu Yuan. Powerful demigod, please help me. As long as you help me contain this ancient tree, I can break free. When the time comes, what kind of reward will I be willing to pay? Quote. The voice was melodious and elf-like. But Lu Yuan listened, but his eyes were indifferent. Save you? Yes, then you have to sign a contract with me and become my god. What? To be your god? After hearing Lu Yuan's words, the demigod couldn't help but change his expression and became a little distracted. It is this brief distraction. Let the ancient nightmare tree gain the upper hand again. Ah, the elf female demigod screamed, struggled and looked at Lu Yuan. Okay, I promise you, please take action. At this time, she had no other choice, so she immediately agreed to Lu Yuan's conditions. However, Lu Yuan stood far away, but had no intention of taking action. Since you agreed, let's sign the contract, he said in a very calm tone. What, now? Ah, can't you wait for me to escape? The elf demigod couldn't help but exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan asked her to sign the contract so quickly. However, after Lu Yuan heard this, he snorted coldly. Without even saying a word, he turned around and left. Joke, he had just seen the elf demigod's plan from the meaning of the other party's words. She just wanted to use the trick and let Lu Yuan save her first. After escaping, Lu Yuan is 100% sure that the other party will not agree to become his god. Because, once you become a god, it means that your life and death are controlled by others. There is no way to have freedom anymore. An ordinary god would never agree. So, just as Lu Yuan guessed, this female elf demigod was nothing more than a coward, trying to find a way out. But Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance. Whoosh, Lu Yuan moved and walked hundreds of meters away. And his figure didn't even pause at all. Seeing that Lu Yuan is really gone, the elf female demigod suddenly became anxious. Wait a minute, I promise you, I will make a contract with you now. She spoke hurriedly, fearing that Lu Yuan would really leave. For a moment, the elf female demigod began to sing. Your Majesty, the great god of creation, I, the elf goddess, Viviantina, am willing to serve. Her words came to this. Lu Yuan timely transmitted a spiritual thought into her mind. The elf female demigod suddenly understood. Continued. Be loyal to the great god of natural disasters, Lu Yuan, and become his god from now on. Buzz. As the last word fell, an inexplicable force came from the void. That is the law of order left by the creator god. Once the contract is made, no god can break it. Buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared, only for a moment, and then disappeared. Subsequently, Lu Yuan felt that his soul was completely connected with the elf demigod in front of him. As if, as long as he makes a thought, he can control the other person's life and death. At the same time, you can also enter and exit the opponent's divine domain at will. In other words, the other party has no secrets at all in front of him. Tip, you have gained the allegiance of the elf goddess. Tip, you have a god. Tip, in the divine domain, half of the faith points gained every year will be given to you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting an extra reward, doubled faith value. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately laughed. In this way, he has a god and does not have to do anything at all. You can directly have the source of faith value. The other party wants to give half of it to himself, but he can only get half. With the system's bonus, Lu Yuan was able to gain full faith value. It is equivalent to having all the faith values of the other party. The other party can only own half. This account is simply much more cost-effective than killing her. Feeling that her contract has been completed, Viviantina seems to have accepted her fate. After all, once the contract comes into effect, no one can cancel it unless the creator god appears. Master, please save me quickly, my divine power has been exhausted. If you continue, you will be unable to hold on. Quote. At this moment, the elf goddess started asking for help directly towards Lu Yuan. Now that the contract has been completed, naturally, Lu Yuan would not let it go. I saw. He took one step forward and appeared in front of the Nightmare Ancient Tree again. Swish. Before Lu Yuan could take action, countless black python-like sticks burst out of the ground. It swept towards Lu Yuan in midair. If it hadn't been for the interference from the elf goddess, it might have succeeded. Oh, human being, do you think you can defeat me? Simply wishful thinking. Watch how I tear you apart. Quote. Boo-hoo. A sound broke through the air. The black tree roots shrouded Lu Yuan like a sky curtain. However, Lu Yuan's forward figure did not stop at all. However, a flame suddenly burst out from his body. Puff. With a slight sound, the flames turned into waves and spread towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flame armor and completely enveloped Lu Yuan. Laugh. As soon as many tree roots touched the flame, they immediately let out painful wails. An incomparable burning pain emerged from above. Ah, what kind of flame are you doing? The ancient nightmare tree couldn't help but scream. The flames of destruction. Lu Yuan spat out 4 words and waved his palm. Suddenly, a burst of flames of destruction turned into a pillar of fire and penetrated directly through the ancient nightmare tree. Ah, no, don't, save me, I am willing to be your god. Please, please, crack. Before the struggling sound of the ancient nightmare tree could be heard, its entire trunk had been burned into a blazing flame. The branches that originally bound the elf goddess were also completely twisted. Whoosh! The elf goddess struggled out and ran to a very far distance, whereupon the group stopped. Standing in midair, she looked at the ancient semi-god nightmare tree that was burned to ashes, and she couldn't help but feel a deep fear of Lu Yuan's strength. Lord, Master is actually so strong. She originally thought that the other party was just a demigod who had just lit the divine fire. But he never expected that such a powerful divine power zone as the flame of destruction could be erupted. Maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing for me to be his god. The elf goddess couldn't help but become thoughtful. Just as she was thinking about it, the system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding, you killed an undead nightmare tree. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a nightmare tree heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the priesthood illusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the clerical nightmare. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the priesthood of devouring. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard these tips. Very good. This time it was a bumper harvest. Not only did he obtain the heart of an ancient nightmare tree, he also obtained 3 priesthoods. Needless to say, the tree heart of the ancient nightmare tree. If the tree heart is placed in the divine domain, a sapling of the ancient nightmare tree can grow. The existence of an ancient nightmare tree can enhance the power of believers' faith. But this has no effect on Lu Yuan. His followers are born fanatics and do not need anyone to watch them. So, the heart of this nightmare ancient tree was of little use to him. Certainly, if not planted, it can also be used as the essence of trees and plants. Also priceless. In addition to this, there are 3 priesthoods. Nightmare overlaps with his night demon priesthood. So, Lu Yuan chose to break it down into the essence of the godhead. The remaining 2 types, illusion and swallowing, were retained by Lu Yuan. Needless to say, fantasy. Devouring Lu Yuan checked the introduction specifically. Swallow, restore one's own health by swallowing the essence of life. Originally, Lu Yuan thought that this so-called swallowing could enhance his divine power by swallowing the essence of life. But I found out after taking a closer look. That's not what I meant. But, even so, able to restore its own vitality through devouring. This priesthood is also very powerful. To know, in times of crisis, not only divine power is consumed, but one's own life attributes will also be affected. For example, if you are seriously injured, it would be a waste to expend your divine power to recover yourself. But, if you can swallow the life essence to restore your own health, you can greatly save the consumption of divine power. Same, if you can devour, you can give. If used well, the role of this priesthood is very huge. After figuring out your gains. At this time, the elf goddess in the distance also descended from the void. When he appeared in front of Lu Yuan again, the original tattered green robe had disappeared and was replaced by an intact green dress that looked like leaves. Came to Lu Yuan's side. The other party knelt down on one knee and said thoughtfully to Lu Yuan. Subordinates meet their master. Get up. Lu Yuan raised his hand and said casually. This elf goddess is now completely his, so there is no need to be on guard. How did you end up like this? Why were you caught by this nightmare ancient tree? Lu Yuan was a little confused, but couldn't be sure. Returning to the master, there was an ancient elf tree in my divine space that was damaged due to a divine battle and began to wither. I originally wanted to look for some tree essence to see if it could be repaired, and accidentally discovered this broken plane. At that time, all the undead here were already hiding. It didn't catch my attention. Quote, the elf goddess explained. Backquote, I just happened to find this ancient nightmare tree. At that time, it was not like this, but changed into the appearance of the ancient elf tree I was looking for. I didn't expect to find a new ancient elf tree so smoothly. Without thinking much, he approached directly. Who knows? A hint of fear appeared on the face of the elf goddess. When I got closer, this ancient nightmare tree directly released the power of nightmare on me and attacked me at the same time. I only had time to resist for a moment before I was overpowered by it. Then it was wrapped around the branches and began to absorb my life force. Quote, I tried to escape several times but failed. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded after hearing this. Because this ancient nightmare tree has absorbed the godhead, its own divine power is very powerful. It's a pity that it met itself. I am already immune to clergy such as illusions and nightmares. In addition, his clergy is powerful. Only then was it killed. By the way, is your ancient elf tree revived now? Lu Yuan thought for a while and suddenly asked. Oh, back to the master, no. The elf goddess sighed. If it is not repaired, it will probably wither completely. Once there is no ancient elf tree, all my elf believers will lose their vitality supply and gradually die. Hearing the words, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but speak. I'm going to visit your divine domain. As he spoke, with a thought in his mind, he instantly connected to the divine space of the elf goddess. With a flash of his body, he rushed into it and disappeared. When the elf goddess saw this, she followed her closely. Lu Yuan's figure appeared in the divine space of the elf goddess. He glanced around and discovered that the entire god's domain space was less than 10,000 hectares. The sky is blue and the sun is shining brightly. Below, the green trees are lush and endless. In the center of the entire divine domain, an ancient tree with a height of tens of meters and an extremely thick body was exuding an aura of malaise. Nuo how how, oh. Lu Yuan moved and appeared in front of this ancient elf tree. Wow, seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, many pointed-eared elves knelt down towards Lu Yuan. They have instinctively feared Lu Yuan. Good, pure nature spirits meet the great gods. Tens of thousands of nearby elves all spoke respectfully towards Lu Yuan. At this time, the elf goddess appeared in the divine realm shortly after. All believer races in the divine domain listen, see the great god of natural disasters. Her oracle resounded throughout the entire divine space. Suddenly, millions of believers in the divine realm knelt down in the direction of Lu Yuan. Tip God-believing races contribute a lot of faith value. Tip the gods have gained a total of 1.56 million faith points. Tip you have gained 780,000 faith points. Ding, the faith value is doubled. At this moment, Lu Yuan ignored the system prompts. He looked at the ancient elf tree in front of him, and suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Priesthood vitality, activated. Buzz. I saw Lu Yuan point one hand, and suddenly a life force condensed by divine power was transformed. Next moment, it turned into little bits of light and merged into the ancient elf tree. Seeing this scene, the elf goddess and many elves couldn't help but look puzzled. I don't know what Lu Yuan wants to do. However, before their thoughts dissipated, they saw that the originally dry and withered ancient elf tree suddenly trembled. A strong vitality suddenly emanated from it. I feel rejuvenated. An extremely excited voice came from the face of the ancient elf tree. For a moment, the whole place was shaken. Is this fixed? The elf goddess looked at Lu Yuan in shock. How many priesthoods does my master have? Granting vitality to others, isn't this a power that nature gods can possess? But she clearly remembers that Lu Yuan is the god of natural disasters. A natural disaster doesn't look like a natural e-paper, does it? It's not just her. Even all the elves next to him were lying on the ground in shock, shouting Lu Yuan's divine name loudly in his mouth. I was simply shocked beyond measure. The ancient elven tree is their most important support and the source of life. Natural elves, as long as they lack the natural power of the ancient elven trees, not only will their strength decline, but they will also die. Lu Yuan didn't pay too much attention to everyone's reaction. Just at the moment when the ancient elf tree came back to life, Lu Yuan is also feeling the breath of life of the other party. After all, understanding life will also help him understand the priesthood of vitality. I still have something in my hand. If I give it to me, what will happen to it? Lu Yuan, who was talking softly to himself, suddenly stretched out his hand, and a spherical tree heart the size of a human head fell into his hand. This is the heart of the ancient nightmare tree. It contains very powerful life force. This kind of power is more suitable for plant life. So, Lu Yuan gave it to the elf ancient tree on a whim. Eat it. Hearing Lu Yuan's instructions, the ancient elf tree suddenly became excited. It doesn't need Lu Yuan to say anything at all, it can clearly feel the majestic and terrifying life force contained in it. If divided according to rank, the ancient elf tree can only be counted as level 6 strength at most. And it can't be moved. The tree heart in front of me was obtained from the demigod level nightmare ancient tree. The godhood of the ancient nightmare tree is inherited, not its own. Therefore, the true strength of the ancient nightmare tree should only be considered legendary level, second only to demigods. If a legendary tree heart is eaten by an ancient elf tree, don't know what changes will happen. Tisk. The two branches carefully rolled up the heart of the tree and sent it into the mouth of the ancient elf tree. Subsequently, the ancient elf tree trembled suddenly, and a terrifying breath of life burst out from his body. Boom! With a crisp sound, its body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. 50 meters, 60 meters, mining. At last, it actually turned into an ancient tree hundreds of meters high. Countless delicate buds grow from the branches. The entire canopy becomes more lush and massive. Compared to before, it was more than twice as powerful. An even more terrifying breath of life bloomed from its body. Seeing this scene, the elf goddess was so excited that her whole body trembled. The ancient elf tree has actually advanced to the ancient tree of life, level 9, level 9. She couldn't help but be excited. Because, if she relied on herself, she didn't know how long it would take for the ancient elf tree to advance. But now, less than a day after becoming Lu Yuan's attribute god, he directly advanced his elf ancient tree. This made the elf goddess even more grateful to Lu Yuan. Boom boom, just when the ancient elf tree was advancing into the ancient tree of life, the earth shook, and not far away, an extremely strong tree seemed to absorb the breath of the tree of life. It also started to skyrocket. There was a click. On the wrinkled tree trunk, a tree face suddenly appeared. At the same time, on its body, a glistening green light began to rise. It seems to be pregnant with something. The ancient tree of war is actually the ancient tree of war. The elf goddess was so excited that she was speechless. Ancient tree of war. Lu Yuan looked at her. The elf goddess explained immediately. Master, it's like this. I also heard from my ancestors that once the Elf Valley book is promoted to the Tree of Life, the ancient tree of war can be born. This kind of ancient tree was born specifically for war. At the same time, he can also transform the elves into professional archers and professional war kings. Professional. So powerful. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that this ancient war tree would still be alive. Said to the system subconsciously. System, open the race panel. Name, Ancient Tree of War. Category, Tree Tribe. Stage, Level 6. Ability, Bark Armor, Tree Man Form, Main. Life, 40 Dave, Amazing Blood Volume. Strength, 35, Strength is its specialty. Agility, 8, can move, but a little slow. Intelligence, 10, forget about spells and stuff. Evaluation, huge body, slow speed, but a good human shield. Lu Yuan took a look at the opponent's abilities and discovered that the ancient war tree could actually transform into a tree man form. At that time, although the movement speed is very slow, it is also very extraordinary. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan looked away from the race panel. He also did not expect that even his own race of believers owned by God would now be of a higher rank than his own race. After returning, he felt that he must improve his racial status. Seeing Lu Yuan come to his senses, the elf goddess immediately knelt down in front of Lu Yuan with excitement on her face. Thank you for the master's gift. Without the master, I'm afraid the ancient elf tree would have died completely. From now on, if master gives orders, Tina will complete it even if she is shattered to pieces. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at the elf goddess kneeling on the ground. Pointed ears, long skirt made of leaves. From this angle, you can also see some different scenery. However, Lu Yuan just glanced at it and then looked away. Now, it's not time to enjoy it yet. He is still very weak, really weak. Get up, since you have become my god, I naturally don't need you to break into pieces. Lu Yuan said calmly, what I lack most now is the godhead, whether it is broken or complete, I need it all. If you have any news in this regard, please notify me in time. Quote. Godhead. When the elf goddess heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly a light flashed in her eyes. Said hurriedly, Master, if you really plan to find the godhead, I know a piece of news. Oh, you know. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, he just said it casually. I didn't expect that this elf goddess actually knew. What news? Where is the godhead? Lu Yuan asked. The elf goddess heard the words and said directly. When I was in Wilderness City before, I heard them say that a tomb of a god was discovered in Plain 17,900, called the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. The Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. The dragon had been loved by the gods since ancient times. Similarly, it is very difficult for such a powerful creature to be loyal to the gods. So, as long as there is a dragon as a believer, if it can grow smoothly, they will all be very strong gods in the future. And this Tomb of the Dragon Emperor actually calls himself the Dragon Emperor, which shows that its followers naturally possess the existence of giant dragons. Isn't it difficult for gods to fall? Why did the Dragon Emperor actually build a tomb for himself? Lu Yuan was a little confused. I don't know much about this. I only heard that the god who calls himself Dragon Emperor should be a god of medium power. However, I met a life and death enemy. After a fierce battle between the two, the Dragon Emperor seemed to be defeated and fled. In the end, he fell into his own cemetery. Quote, the elf goddess thought for a while. Master, if you want to obtain godhood, there may be an opportunity there. But, a solemn look appeared on the face of the elf goddess. My subordinates heard that due to the seal of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, once a god of the same rank as him or a higher god enters the cemetery, it will cause the cemetery to self-destruct. Therefore, the highest level that can enter it can only be gods with elementary divine power. Master, you are still a demigod. If you go, you will be in greater danger. Quote. Lu Yuan was thoughtful after hearing this. After igniting the divine fire, most of the divisions of one's own strength are related to divine power. If the demigod who has not ignited the divine fire is called level 15, then the one who ignites the divine fire is the 16th level. Most of the divine power here can only condense a ray. After condensing the godhead, one usually has 1 drop of divine power initially. 100 drops of divine power is a weak divine power. 1,000 drops is considered elementary, 10,000 drops is considered medium, and so on. It may sound easy. However, the faith value alone that condenses these divine powers is an astronomical figure. Divine power will still be consumed. Every drop consumed must be replenished with 100 million faith points. The ebb and flow of this situation led to difficulties for the gods to break through. 1,000 drops of divine power. Lu Yuan whispered to himself, with so much divine power, even he would probably need some time to transform it. At that time, I am afraid that the Dragon Emperor's tomb has already been opened. Even if I lose to a god with elementary divine power, it doesn't mean I don't have a chance. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to go back to Wilderness City first and look for some information before making a decision. After coming out of the divine space of the elf goddess, under the leadership of the other party, Lu Yuan and the two came to the nearest plane with a teleportation station. Teleported directly back to Wilderness City, Lu Yuan returned to the 5-star hotel and opened a room for the elf goddess directly next to her. He gave her the task of inquiring about the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Lu Yuan himself returned to the hotel room, directly entered his own divine space. This time, he made up his mind to improve his military strength. Lu Yuan knows that his biggest shortcoming now is not quantity, nor is it quality, but there is a lack of powerful believers in high-level positions. Such believers can kill the opponent's high-level units when they appear. Otherwise, every time we rely on quantity, even if the Zerg replenishes quickly, the consumption is huge. User: Lu Yuan. God's name: God of Natural Disasters. Faith value: 45.78 million. Rank: Demigod. Priesthood: Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Magic Fire, Flames of Destruction, Dire Thunder, Ice, Devouring, Illusion. Sacred Fire. Ignite. Supernatural Power: 1 drop, 15 rays. Godhead: None. Faith Race Tier Springtail, Insect Hive Larva, Insect Mother Hive. Believers: Fanatic Believers, 4.09 million. More than 1 drop of divine power, more than 40 million faith points. Lu Yuan glanced at it and spoke directly to the system. System: spend 10 million faith points to draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 points of faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Illusion Gem. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Hidden Gem. Ha, just 2 gems. Throwing out 10 million, Lu Yuan didn't expect that besides getting some miscellaneous things, he only had 2 gems. Illusion Gem, a one-time consumable item. Once used, it can create an illusion exactly the same as the target's aura within half an hour. The illusion has 1/10 the target's divine power. Hidden Gem, a one-time consumable. Once used, it can hide all the target's aura and figure within half an hour, and active attacks will be ineffective. Lu Yuan has a little impression of hidden gems. Before, when he went to hunt ice lizards, Luo Ziming used this gem to hide his aura and brought 4 dragon lizard kings to surround and kill him. Unexpectedly, I also have one now. I don't believe it. I can't draw anything to upgrade Abathur. Lu Yuan did not believe in evil and directly spoke to the system again. System: spend 20 million faith points on me and draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 5th Order Thunder Beast. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 6th Order Thunder Beast. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 7th Order Thunder Beast. Ding. You got Floating King Insect Evolution Accelerator. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 5th Order Springtail. Ding. You have obtained the complete genetic sequence of the 5th level Infected Insect. Hearing countless system prompts, Lu Yuan almost despaired. Not only did they not get what Abathur evolved, but the Springtails and other units only had 5th level gene chains. But in the end, what made his eyes light up? I got a brand new Zerg unit, the Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast. It is a 5th level land unit at the beginning. Legend has it that it evolved from an extremely docile beast. It is huge and is the overlord of land warfare among the Zerg. This is an existence even more terrifying than the Hydra-tearing Springtail. Lu Yuan, who received many rewards, immediately entered the divine space. Begin to prepare to enhance the strength of your own believer race. System: raise the level of the Springtail to level 5. Ding. Start merging. Suddenly, all the tearing Springtails in the entire divine space began to roar and transform. Lu Yuan glanced at it and ignored it. System, raise the level of the infected bug to level 5 for me. System, raise the hydralisk's level to level 5 for me. All the original poisonous banelings were eliminated and transformed into new 5th level poisonous banelings. The lurker retains the original Zerg, and the new one continues to evolve. Orders were passed on one after another. Soon, the entire divine space began to undergo a violent transformation. Certainly, for Lu Yuan, this is not enough. His eyes fell on the numerous larvae. Then he spoke directly to the system. System, select 100,000 larvae for me to fuse with the complete genetic sequence of the 5th order Thunder Beast. Ding. Warm reminder. The host selects advanced genes and uses larvae to carry out evolutionary mutations. There is a risk of mutation failure. Mutation failed. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked. What's the approximate failure rate? Ding. Failure rate 98%. So tall. Lu Yuan frowned. It was equivalent to paying 1 million larvae, and in the end he could only have 20,000 Thunder Beasts. This loss is too great. Ding. The host can choose to extend the mutation time of the larva as a buffer, which can reduce the failure rate. Extend the time. Lu Yuan was confused. Then how long do I need to extend it? Ding. Due to different individual differences in larvae, the extension time cannot be judged on average. The host can turn on the automatic monitoring function of the system to automatically adjust the mutation time for different larvae. Is there still such a function? Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Okay, then turn on the automatic monitoring function. Ding. The automatic monitoring function has been turned on, and the integration can now begin. Okay, then choose 100,000 larvae for me to fuse with. Lu Yuan directly increased it tenfold. After all, due to the length of time, he was not sure when these Thunder Beasts would be able to enter the battlefield on a large scale. Ding. Start merging. All of a sudden, countless tiny rays of light dispersed from the divine space, integrated into the bodies of 100,000 larvae. Suddenly, 100,000 larvae roared at the same time and turned into a tiny vesicle on the land of fungi. Shangpao is beating like a heart, as if there are lives in it that are constantly gestating. At this moment, Lu Yuan can see that different vesicles expand at different speeds. This is what the system calls individual differences. Causes the speed of mutation. But, this method is a relatively mild method and can greatly ensure the success rate of larval mutation. Look back. Lu Yuan looked at his 2 leadership Zerg. Abathur and Agdra. These 2 have now been overtaken by the tearing springtails or infected insects. Although, the strong mental power allows them to still occupy the leadership position. But, it is very difficult to face high-end combat power. Sudden, an idea flashed in Lu Yuan's mind, and with a thought, he took out a ball of flame. This is not a flame, this is the destruction of the soul left by the 9th level bone dragon that was killed by the Zerg army. System, if I fuse this bone dragon's soul fire with Abathur, will it be useful? In fact, Lu Yuan just asked casually. Unexpectedly, the system actually gave him the answer. Ding. After system scanning, soul fire and Abathur do not match. It is recommended to fuse with the fire tyrant. There are risks in fusion, and the success rate is 50%. Tip. The host can add flame divine crystals to increase the success rate. Is it to increase the success rate? Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He had previously obtained 10 flame divine crystals and gave one to Yagdra, allowing it to complete its mutation. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to choose other hydralisks to see if he could create a few more Yagdra if he had the chance. But now, the system actually told him that he could add divine crystals to increase the success rate. This made him a little confused. It is to retain the divine crystal and try it with a 50% probability. Or should we add divine crystals just to be on the safe side? Forget it, even if I use the divine crystal to enlighten the hydralisk, I may not be able to create a second Agdra. Lu Yuan shook his head. The evolution of species itself is full of mystery and uncertainty. Even the countless gods of the powerful main world cannot analyze the mystery of true evolution. So, boom, Lu Yuan's spiritual thoughts burst out and enveloped Yagdra in an instant. Suddenly, I feel the divine power as vast as the sea. Yagdra hurriedly restrained his flames and knelt on the ground respectfully. The great god of natural disasters, Yagdra is always willing to dedicate everything to you. Agdra. Lu Yuan's words were transmitted from the void like a divine king above the 9 heavens. I now give you a chance to advance, but there is a risk of failure. Once you fail, you will be completely destroyed. Are you willing? Yagdra nodded without hesitation. My lord, Yagdra is willing. At this level, its own intelligence attributes are already very high. This makes Yagdra already have an independent personality. So, when it saw that the surrounding Zerg army had begun to transform, and even their auras were on par with its own, suddenly, there was a strong desire to become stronger in my heart. Because, only by constantly becoming stronger can he better serve the Great Master. Otherwise, he will only be reduced to a large hydralisk. FFLX 08490933OK 0345234141. Yagdra agreed without hesitation. Lu Yuan nodded. It seemed that even though these Zerg had independent thoughts, they were still extremely loyal to him. After this test, Lu Yuan was completely relieved. Okay, I feel your piety, Yagdra, prepare to accept the gift. As he said that, with a thought, he directly asked the system to give the soul fire of the bone dragon to Yagdra to start fusion. At the same time, Lu Yuan integrated all 9 of his divine crystals into Yagdra in one breath. Either don't do it, or do it the best you can. He really wanted to see if, with this fusion of power, Yagdra could be promoted to the level of a 9th level bone dragon. Ouch! An extremely painful roar instantly erupted from Yagdra's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan saw that it was wrapped in an extremely powerful flame. At the same time, a larger vesicle formed outside. From time to time, the screams from Yagdra could be heard inside. Nodding, Lu Yuan knew that this kind of advancement was no small matter. Even the advancement of the Thunder Beast takes a long time, not to mention the sudden change of Yagdra. Abathur is the only one left. Lu Yuan looked at Abathur, who was conscientiously releasing pulses to the brood in the distance. I couldn't help but talk to myself. He has no hope of winning the lottery now. After all, spending too much faith value also delayed his own ability to condense his divine power. So, Lu Yuan plans to think of a solution outside. With a thought, he left directly from the divine space. When he showed up again, he had already returned to his hotel. Coincidentally, at this time there was a knock on the door outside. Please come in. Gotta. The door opened, and an elf goddess wearing casual clothes walked in from the outside. Although it is just ordinary casual clothes, it looks dazzling under the tall and enchanting figure of the elf goddess. Even Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Wow, this is really awesome. With a secret praise, Lu Yuan heard the elf goddess report. Master, I just inquired. The seal of the Dragon Emperor's tomb weakens periodically, and the next weakening time will be half a month later. By then, I'm afraid many gods will go there. Quote, after a pause, the manager goddess said a little worriedly. Master, I heard that at least more than 10 gods with elementary divine power are going this time. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. The elf goddess herself is just a demigod who has just condensed her godhead. She didn't have the guts to face a large wave of gods with elementary powers. And, she was worried that once Lu Yuan was killed, she would die too. As Lu Yuan's god, once Lu Yuan dies, there is a high probability that she will also die. Lu Yuan naturally knows what she is thinking. But he ignored it. Instead, he spoke. I now need to find some resources to enhance my mental strength. Do you have any news? Mental strength. The elf goddess was stunned and said subconsciously. Master, you may only go to the demigod auction for this kind of thing. Auctions. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and a smile suddenly appeared. I actually forgot that there was an auction. In the wilderness city, countless gods gather here. Among them, the auction is naturally indispensable. Okay, Tina, go and check for me which demigod auctions are going to be held recently. The sooner the better. Lu Yuan said. Although he only has less than 500 million universal points in his hand, he still has a lot of soul fire left over from his previous conquest of the plane of the undead. The soul fire of the low-level ghoul zombies has dissipated. But the destruction of advanced crypt demons, even death knights and necromancers. Without him having to say anything, Abathur had already sent people to clean up the battlefield. Keep it. These things can be dealt with right here. Okay, Master. The elf goddess nodded, then turned and left. She has been in Wilderness City for a long time, so she naturally knows where to go to inquire. See the elf goddess leaving. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that having another god was a good thing. At least these things don't need to be done by yourself. With nothing to do, Lu Yuan ordered some food and drank some wine in the room. After a tipsy state, look, the elf goddess hasn't come back yet. He got up and walked into the bathroom. After this series of battles, he didn't even take a break. Just in time to take a bath and have a comfortable sleep. Although he is already a god, in the main world, under the pressure of rules. Gradually I got used to this ordinary life. Even the habits have adapted. Otherwise, Wilderness City would not be built like this. Wow, Lu Yuan soaked in the bathtub and felt extremely comfortable all over. The service is worthy of a 5-star hotel. Even the bath water is added with the blood of the dragon, which can improve physical fitness. With a sigh, Lu Yuan lay down in the bathtub and began to rest. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. Wow, I don't know how long it will take. Lu Yuan heard the sound of water flowing next to him. He opened his eyes subconsciously, wondering if he was dazzled. Lu Yuan blinked. He saw an extremely slim figure with long dark green hair appearing in front of him. The other party seems to have his back to me. Are there 2 pieces of casual clothes left on the ground next to you? Hiss. Lu Yuan almost had nosebleeds when he saw this scene. He's just grown up, okay. How the hell can it stand up to this? Therefore, Lu Yuan felt dizzy in his mind and said something that made the other party blush. Ahem, Tina, what are you doing? Ah, the elf goddess didn't expect Lu Yuan to wake up suddenly. He was immediately startled. She turned around subconsciously, her face suddenly turning red. I just want to help master. Originally, the elf goddess did not see Lu Yuan when she came back. Searching around subconsciously, I happened to hear a noise in the bathroom. Only when she came in did she see Lu Yuan. Thanks to Lu Yuan for helping her. The elf goddess walked in subconsciously. Want to serve Lu Yuan to bathe. After all, without Lu Yuan, not only would she die under the ancient tree of nightmare, let alone evolve the ancient elf tree into the ancient tree of life. Moreover, the elf goddess also heard that as a god, she is actually an accessory to her master. Any requirements of the owner must be met. Even some gods who belong to more gods will encounter situations where the gods compete with each other for favor. So, the elf goddess wants to use her actions to please Lu Yuan first. In this way, you might be able to have a higher status in the future. She knew that a god like Lu Yuan possessed such strength at such a young age. She is definitely not the only one who will be a god in the future. Who knows? Before she was ready, Lu Yuan woke up. Suddenly, the shy elf goddess didn't know how to deal with herself. He said something in panic and turned around to run away. But who knows, she just turned around. A hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her arm. Then follow the trend. Ah, the panicked elf goddess was pulled closer to the fish tank before she could react. You're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wow, crystal clear water splashed in the bathroom. It turned into an illusory mist that completely enveloped the site. An hour later, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the blush that had spread in the water. Before Lu Yuan could speak, the elf goddess changed the topic with a thick blush on her face. Master, let me help you dry it. $708. Quote, Lu Yuan stood up and walked out of the bathtub. Let the elf goddess serve you. Moment. Lu Yuan suddenly calmed down. After all, this is no longer the place of his previous life. His mentality has begun to change. The strong have enough privileges here. And similar to this situation of belonging to God. This is an extremely common thing throughout the main world. So, there is no need to judge it by putting it here in the past life. To put it bluntly, those who belong to God here are slaves and playthings. But, although Lu Yuan understands this truth, he will not do any bloody and cruel things to his gods like some tyrannical gods. Quite the opposite. As long as your spirituality is strong enough, there are many things that you don't need to do without him. It can also provide yourself with an endless supply of faith points. This is not. Lu Yuan had just signed a contract with the elf goddess not long ago. He has already gained nearly 10 million faith points, including rescuing ancient trees, upgrading ancient trees, etc. Regular demigods with godhead cannot gather so much faith value in a short period of time. If it is placed on other 443 demigods, it will count as the other party igniting the divine fire. Success in condensing the divine power. You may not be able to have so many faith points in 1 month. After getting dressed, Lu Yuan looked at the elf goddess and said, "How did you find out about the auction?" Returning to the master, this time the Kilo Chamber of Commerce is holding a demigod level auction. It's just 3 days from now. 3 days, okay, then just wait. Lu Yuan nodded. Let's go to Kilo Chamber of Commerce first. The soul fire in his hand can be sold for a good price. Okay, master. Lu Yuan and the elf goddess walked out of the hotel and drove towards Kilo Chamber of Commerce in their car. Not long after, the two walked into the door of Kilo Chamber of Commerce. In front of the counter, a beautiful waiter in uniform smiled and spoke to Lu Yuan. "Hello, sir, may I ask for any help? I want to sell items." Lu Yuan said directly. "Okay, play ball with me." The beauty nodded and led the way directly in front. The two followed each other into a separate room. Subsequently, a figure who looked like a manager in a suit walked in. He asked with a smile on his face, "Sir, what items do you want to sell?" With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly opened the divine realm, took out a soul fire and handed it to the other party. The manager is also a demigod who lights the divine fire and condenses his godhead. Seeing this, he raised his hand and took the soul fire in his hand. "Is this the soul fire of the 6 demons on the terrace?" The manager looked at it slightly, then smiled. "Sir, the level of soul fire like yours is not high. If the quantity is too small, our firm will not be able to purchase it." "Oh, what's the minimum price to purchase it?" Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask. "Haha, if it's the lowest, at least it's powerful." The manager smiled and replied, 10,000. Lu Yuan smiled lightly. "I have 1 million, I wonder if I can accept it." "Of course, just 100, what? 1 million. The manager nodded subconsciously after hearing this, but as soon as he said it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A look of shock suddenly appeared on his face, and he looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. "That's right, it's 1 million. Next to her, the elf goddess had a look of pride on her face. "My master not only possesses 1 million level 3 soul fires, but also has 400,000 level 4 soul fires, and 100,000 level 5 soul fires." "What, Guru?" The manager swallowed hard. Originally, he had just seen Lu Yuan appear and found that he didn't even have the aura of godhead. "I thought it was just a small customer, bringing general items to sell." But he never expected that Lu Yuan would sell 1 million soul fire with just one mouthful. Moreover, there are still hundreds of thousands of 4th level and even 5th level existences. "Hey, this guy looks young. Did he just attack a plane of the undead? How is it possible? He doesn't even have godhood, so he can withstand a terrifying army of undead." The plane of the undead has always had an absolute advantage in numbers. Generally speaking, if you want to attack this kind of plane, let alone 1 demigod, even 10 demigods together may not be able to do so easily. But the person in front of me actually got so much. Could it be that this is a member of the family who came here to practice? I'm afraid the gods in the family helped conquer that face. In an instant, the manager's mind automatically filled up many of Lu Yuan's backgrounds. In addition, there is a beautiful elf goddess who calls him her master. This further confirmed his guess. "Hello, sir, my name is Yaros. The soul fire you provided is so huge that our supervisor must come forward in person. Please wait." Quote. After saying that, Yaros bowed and left the room. Lu Yuan didn't feel much about this, but he felt that Gross looked at him with a little awe. Not long after, Yaros came back and brought an older man with him. "Hello, I am the supervisor here, Zheng Feng." Zheng Feng stretched out his hand with a smile. When Lu Yuan saw the other party, he immediately felt an extremely powerful wave of divine power emanating from the other party. Subconsciously opening the system information, I discovered that the other party was a god with primary divine power. A deity with elementary divine power is in charge, so this chamber of commerce does have some weight. Muttering to himself secretly, Lu Yuan stretched out his hand with a calm expression and shook it with the other party. Such a calm and indifferent performance. Zheng Feng was also shocked, and his suspicion about manager Jia Luosi was even more confirmed. Suddenly, a stronger smile appeared on his face. Haha, Mr. Liu, can you tell me the specific amount of soul fire? Let me give you an estimate of the overall price. Please rest assured that we will make acquisitions at the highest market price. These soul fires are the favorite things of the undead gods. Quote. Okay, but you and my assistant Tina can talk about the counting and settlement of the quantities. Lu Yuan gave Tina permission to enter the divine realm, and he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. In this regard, Supervisor Zheng Feng was not dissatisfied at all, but became more and more sure of Lu Yuan's identity. Only with this powerful background can one be able to remain calm in the face of a god much more powerful than oneself. Lu Yuan waited quietly. Nearly 2 hours later, the elf goddess and Zheng Feng have already calculated all the soul fires. At this time, Zheng Feng just said with a smile, Mr. Liu, the total soul fire Dao sold this time is close to 1.6 million. The general market price for level 3 soul fire is around 3,000 universal points, level 4 is 5,000, and level 5 is 10,000. In total, there are a total of 6 billion universal points. Do you think you can accept it? 6 billion. Lu Yuan nodded calmly on the surface, but couldn't help feeling a little happy in his heart. No wonder many gods hope to find some unexplored planes to explore. This wave of harvest is simply too profitable. There is a feeling of getting rich overnight. Moreover, Lu Yuan has also inquired about this price, which is basically the normal market price. So, he said directly, okay, that's it. Great, thank you so much for supporting the Kilo Chamber of Commerce. You just said you wanted to participate in our demigod level auction, right? I have reserved a top VIP box for you. You can come directly when the time comes. Quote. With that said, Feng handed a card directly to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan scanned it and saw that this was the VIP access card for the auction. It is said that if you want to book a top-level VIP box, you need to spend 1 million universal points to book it. And the other party gave one directly to him. Thank you very much, Director Zheng. After taking the key card calmly, Lu Yuan was ready to get up and leave. You're welcome, just click General and we will transfer it to your account right away. Thank you. With the courtesy of Kilo Trading Company, Lu Yuan took Tina and left the trading company directly. 0. Time passed and night fell in a blink of an eye. The manager Yaros had finished his day's work and was going out to find a place to relax. Step into a bar he frequents. Not long after we sat there, several friends came to meet us one after another. Maid, today is so unlucky. We encountered a group of 6th-level twin-tailed scorpions in the skeleton wasteland, causing heavy losses to my followers. After a few glasses of wine, a bald man couldn't help but complain. Oh, then you are not me anymore. Another friend with a scar on his face couldn't help but joke. Go, aren't you making a fuss just because of that common point? The bald man looked at Jalos and couldn't help but say. Jalos, why do you insist on working in a trading company? Going hunting in the wild with us as a partnership won't make more than you do. HMPH, you know the dangers of the wild better than I do. Yaros was unmoved. I would rather accumulate slowly. It's worthless. The bald man curled his lips. I wish I had the background. The resources are provided by my family, and I have already broken through to Daowu and other divine powers. Hearing what he said, Jalos suddenly raised his eyebrows. Chuckled. Today I actually met a big customer with a background. Good guy, I made 6 billion in one move, and I also brought with me a god of elf blood. Tisk tisk, that figure, that good looks. After hearing what he said, everyone's eyes lit up. What? 6 billion? Jalos, what is the strength of this customer? What? Strength, background. Jalos glanced at a few people and couldn't help but speak. A demigod, the kind who has not yet condensed his godhead. What? Oh my god, there can be 6 billion before the divine head is condensed. Maid, it's me. Suddenly, the bald man touched his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Jalos, are you interested in getting a big one? Jalos's expression changed. What came to mind next? No, He has a big background, and he is in Wilderness City. Jalos, don't you want to break through? As soon as several people heard the bald head's suggestion, they immediately started talking. That's right, this kid dared to come to Wilderness City without even condensing his divine personality. He deserves to die. As long as we act secretly and prepare in advance, there is still a chance even if he doesn't leave the city. Jalos suddenly fell silent after hearing this. 5 people, divided into 6 billion. Even for him, it was a huge sum of money. He is still unwilling to give up his divine space, just so that one day he can achieve weak divine power, leave this ghost place, and find a better job. But now, the opportunity has come. Finally, a cold light flashed in Jalos's eyes. Okay, this fat sheep will participate in the auction the day after tomorrow. By then, I will know his whereabouts. The 4 of them were overjoyed upon hearing this. Start discussing. At this moment, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that he had been targeted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, Lu Yuan has not been idle. Both the Thunder Beast and Yagdra are undergoing transformation in the divine space. And he himself spent a lot of divine power to enter the divine world to understand his priesthood. He has not yet comprehended the priesthoods such as illusion, devouring, etc. Only leave a mark and fuse the divine fire. It can make his divine fire stronger. As the divine fire grows stronger, his own power will also grow stronger. Whoosh! In the room, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly opened. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura spread out from the whole body. Then it suddenly shrank and disappeared. Click! Lu Yuan subconsciously clenched his hands. Suddenly a powerful feeling of strength filled his body. Although I have not condensed my godhood now, my progress in comprehending the 12 priesthoods has improved a bit. You should be able to fight even if you face a god with weak divine power. Quote. The battle Lu Yuan refers to is a head-on fight between oneself and the other party. Certainly, if it were purely a race of believers, he might not have no chance due to his numerical advantage. Master, it's time to go to the auction. At this moment, the voice of the elf goddess next to her came. Lu Yuan and Tina went out together and rushed directly towards the Kilo Chamber of Commerce auction. With top VIP access cards, they naturally have the green light all the way. The reason why it is called the demigod auction. It's because most of the items auctioned here are needed by demigod level gods. Demigods also include demigods who ignite the divine fire, and demigods who condense their godhood. Occasionally 1 or 2 gods with weaker divine power appear among them. They all come to the auction for their children or other reasons. The reason for this setting is that the main world ensures that demigods have room to grow, rather than being suppressed by some powerful gods through their own resources. This is a virtuous cycle. To put it simply, it is to give the demigods time to develop. Thank you all for coming. Without further ado, let's go straight to the first auction item. The host was a tall beauty with a hot figure wearing a slit cheongsam. Her appearance was average and did not attract Lu Yuan's attention. It was his first time to participate in this kind of auction and found that the items in the entire auction were indeed very suitable for his development. It's like a divine realm opening card. Resource card. Since Lu Yuan ignited the divine fire with these things, the entire divine domain space has been able to expand again. He had been thinking about buying some more sometime, but he didn't expect to encounter them here. And it is a super top God's Domain Development card that is more advanced than the top level God's Domain Development card. Lu Yuan, who is wealthy, naturally did not hesitate. Shoot. Top resource cards. Shoot. Top professional card. Pat, pat, pat. Lu Yuan's 6 billion universal points directly crushed the entire field. This kind of unscrupulous crushing auction made him feel the comfort of a rich person. At last, Lu Yuan finally found an item suitable for Abathur from above. The complete brain of the 9th level monster, Octopus Evil Eye. This is a powerful monster that is good at spiritual aspects. It was hunted by a god and finally put up for auction here. The scene once entered a crazy bidding wave. Finally. However, Lu Yuan crushed the crowd with a high price of 1.5 billion and successfully won it. A good harvest is due to a good harvest. Lu Yuan really didn't expect that his gains this time would be so great. Mr. Lu, you are welcome to come again next time. Supervisor Zheng Feng personally sent Lu Yuan to the door. Director Zheng, you're welcome, please stay. Lu Yuan waved his hand and said goodbye to Zheng Feng. Afterwards, Tina and she prepared to go to the parking lot and drive back to the hotel. But he just took 2 steps. Then I saw manager Yaros running over. He said with an anxious look, "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Is something wrong?" Lu Yuan stopped and looked at the other party in confusion. As such that, Jalos said quickly, Director Zheng just returned and discovered that the card you took was not a super top divine domain opening card, but a top level divine domain opening card. I especially asked you to come over and take you to change it quickly. Quote. Oh, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, and with a thought in his mind, he immediately took out the box containing the super top divine realm opening card from the divine realm space. Is the box correct? He wondered. The box is correct, it's just that the staff made a mistake. What's inside is the top divine domain pioneer doctor. Yaros explained. Lu Yuan opened the box and took a look. Sure enough, what was written on it was not a super top card, but a top level divine domain opening card. I'm sorry, this is our Chamber of Commerce's dereliction of duty. Jalos quickly bowed and said, the supervisor told me to take you to exchange for the super top divine domain opening card, and as compensation for our negligence, we will compensate you with an additional 10,000 cubic meters of general points. Okay, you lead the way. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay, please come with me. Jalos bowed and nodded, turning his head to lead the way. 2 minutes later, the elf goddess who followed Lu Yuan couldn't help but asked in confusion. Master, why do I feel that this road is not right? It doesn't seem to be the way to the trading house www. Hee. Lu Yuan chuckled, thinking you were home. Don't worry, I think our Mr. Yarosh has something important that he wants to talk to me about alone, right? Just as he was saying, Jalos' figure suddenly paused, and the next moment, an extremely cold smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lu, you guessed it right. Do it. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a gemstone from his palm and threw it towards the ground. Next moment, Lu Yuan only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and both he and Tina were completely enveloped. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a desert-like divine realm. And in midair, there were actually 4 figures of different sizes standing next to Yaros. Ha ha ha, Yaros, your teleportation gem is really powerful. A ferocious smile appeared on the bald face. He shouted coldly at Lu Yuan. Boy, you have now been transported to Yaros's divine realm. Take out the items from your auction and open the divine realm. Otherwise, this will be your burial place. As soon as he finished speaking, Jalos next to him looked cold. Stop talking nonsense and do it quickly to avoid a long night of nightmares. As he spoke, a thought came to his mind, and a terrifying wave of divine power suddenly erupted from his body. Ouch! A violent tornado emerged from around him, with a radius of dozens of meters, and it was extremely terrifying. Seeing Jalos taking action so quickly, the other 4 people naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Suddenly, divine power surged one by one, and they took action one after another. Buzz! In an instant, 4 streams of divine power burst out from their bodies. Snow, toxic, electric light, drought. 4 angry shouts sounded at the same time. Immediately, Lu Yuan felt the power of the 5 priesthoods blooming from the divine space. Haha, do the 5 great priests have this little power? Feeling the power fluctuation in the priesthood, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain. Court death. The bald man yelled angrily and waved one hand, and suddenly an icy wind and snow force blew towards him. At the same time, the tornado also took action. The rest of the power concentrated on the clergy also pressed towards Lu Yuan one after another. The 5 demigods with godhood took action at the same time. They were absolutely confident that they could completely kill Lu Yuan on the spot. Certainly, they want to keep one alive so that they can get the resources they need from the other party's god or god. Buzz! The power of the priesthood shrouded the sky. At this moment, the pretty face of the elf goddess next to her was covered with frost. I saw him take one step forward. A mighty force of nature condensed from all over his body. Early spring. A spring-like breath bloomed from her body. Spring is here, everything begins to revive, and everything becomes gentle and calm. This is a power exclusive to the priesthood. In an instant, he collided with the power of the other party's clergy. Boom! There was a loud noise, and terrifying fluctuations exploded in the divine realm. The delicate body of the elf goddess trembled uncontrollably, and she subconsciously took a dozen steps back. But her hands used this divine power to resist the opponent's attack. How can it be? The 5 people were stunned at the same time. They didn't expect that this god could actually burst out with such power. Yes, Tina, it seems that because of the Tree of Life, your understanding of the priesthood has improved a lot recently. Beside, seeing this scene, Lu Yuan clapped his hands as if watching a play. Said with great appreciation, "Go to hell." The 5 people who saw this scene were immediately furious. 5 people taking action at the same time were unable to suppress one woman. If this news spreads, it will make people laugh out loud. In rage, the power of the 5 people burst out at the same time. At this time, they no longer care about the problem of burning their divine power. Boom! Suddenly, the terrifying clerical pressure came. The face of the elf goddess turned pale, and a mouthful of blood emerged from her mouth, almost spitting out. And the power of her priesthood clicked, making a sound like glass breaking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the elf goddess, causing her body to fly backwards uncontrollably. The 5 people who saw this scene suddenly looked happy. The power of the 5 priests turned into overwhelming divine power and pressed towards Lu Yuan. "Owner!" the elf goddess exclaimed when she saw this scene. Struggle this flew over from midair. In her opinion, the 5-person divine force emperor working together was too terrifying. Even if it means death, Lu Yuan cannot be harmed. However, just when she rushed over with all her strength, trying to defend Lu Yuan with her own magical power. Suddenly, a palm rested on her shoulder. "Okay, if you can't do something, don't be brave." While talking, Lu Yuan took a step forward, raised his palm, and slapped it towards the overwhelming pressure. Boom! Just hearing a loud noise, terrifying waves bloomed from Lu Yuan's hand. The powers of more than a dozen clergy are intertwined. How powerful is the pressure radiated? Just at this moment, the 5 people joined forces to form a terrifying oppression. It shattered like crispy pancakes. Rumble! The aftermath of terror spread from the void like a mushroom cloud. Just for a moment, the figures of the 5 gods were blown away heavily. People were in midair, and a series of violent spurts of blood came out from the 5 people at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a look of horror from the heart spread across his face. How can it be? With this pressure, doesn't he even have the power to condense his godhead? It's too terrible, this is impossible. Run away. All 5 of them knew that they had hit a brick wall this time. I thought that the 5 people suddenly took action and pulled Lu Yuan into the divine realm. Through the strong suppression of 5 people, the opponent was directly surrendered. However, before it could be suppressed, it was shattered by Lu Yuan's casual slap. At this time, several people who were scared to death immediately wanted to flee to God's realm. "I want to leave now, but I'm afraid it's too late." Lu Yuan sneered and raised one hand. The frozen power of the priesthood is activated instantly. Whoosh! A bright light shot out from his fingers and hit one of them instantly. The man had already stepped into his own divine realm, but he didn't wait for a reaction. He was immediately enveloped by Lu Yuan's ice power. Kaka! Just a moment. The chill that pierced your buttocks and penetrated your heart spread throughout your body. Before his body could react, it had turned into an ice sculpture and fell directly from midair. Click! His body fell to pieces on the ground. He died instantly. A god dies. Hint: you killed a god. Tip: obtained 7.12 million faith points. Tip: obtained a godhead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a demigod. Additional reward: 7.12 million faith points. Ding! Additional reward: priestly poison. Regarding the system prompts, Lu Yuan simply chose to ignore them. His figure instantly disappeared from where he was. Directly penetrates the void of tens of thousands of meters and appears in front of the opponent. However, this is the power of gods. Lu Yuan could only see the opponent's divine space fluctuate for a flash, and he rushed directly into the divine space and disappeared. Humph, want to leave? Lu Yuan snorted coldly and directly marked the opponent's divine domain coordinates. Wherever you go, you will naturally come back. Only. Before he could make any move, in the void, 3 summoning gates suddenly appeared. Boy, don't you go too far to bully others. Some frightened sounds came from one of the summoning doors. I advise you to retreat quickly, otherwise, even if we use up all the believers, we will still wear you to death. Yes, your priesthood is indeed stronger than ours, but if we use the human wave tactic, you will definitely not get any benefits. Hee. Lu Yuan suddenly sneered when he heard the 3 men's threats. Then I would like to thank you for thinking about me. However, I don't need to. Quote, brush. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was tens of thousands of meters away. There, it was the trace of Gelos that came from before. I will destroy this divine realm first, and then I will settle accounts with you one by one. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, his figure had already appeared next to Jia Luosi. Not good. Gelos's expression changed drastically. The divine power in his body burned subconsciously, and he wanted to escape directly. But before he could react, he heard Lu Yuan's cold words ringing in his ears. Night Stalker. Gelos felt that his vision went dark, and his whole body was instantly pulled into a bottomless abyss. Fear spreads in my heart. He had no strength to resist at all. Oops, this is. Gelos, who had finally overcome his inner fear, suddenly lowered his head. Shocked to see, at some point, his chest was penetrated directly by a palm. Tisk. A bright red heart was brought out by Lu Yuan. Look at the beating heart above. The gods are powerful and have tenacious vitality, and the heart will not stop beating immediately even if it is separated from the body. Lu Yuan sneered and squeezed his palm sharply. Snapped. A puff of blood exploded, and Yaros's heart burst instantly. No. A cry of terror came from Yaros's mouth. He wanted to struggle, but before he could finish his words, he saw his heart burst. A terrifying divine power enveloped him instantly. Let his entire body turn into blood mist. All the screams stopped abruptly at this moment. Before dying, Gelos never thought that he would end up like this. A deep feeling of regret emerged from his heart. Pity. Everything is doomed. Crack. With the death of Gelos, the entire divine realm began to be unable to sustain itself and was about to collapse. Tina. Lu Yuan flicked his finger, and it fell into Tina's mind. These are the divine space coordinates of one of them. Go and kill him. When you are done, you can return directly to Wilderness City. It's the master. After receiving the coordinate information, Tina nodded and rushed into the void and disappeared. Lu Yuan and Tina were both pulled over by the teleportation gem. So, both of them have the coordinates of Wilderness City marked on their bodies. Just follow the mark and you can teleport back. Give one of them to Tina. Lu Yuan swayed and rushed towards another divine realm. Buzz. It is also a desert-like divine realm. As soon as it appeared, Lu Yuan saw a large group of 6-armed lizardmen rushing out of the sand in the vast desert. Subsequently, the mighty camel people, the desert fox people, the desert scorpion people with scorpion tails. The total is at least over 300,000. Boom. A summoning door opened, and a steady stream of desert-type sub-race believers appeared. An army of nearly 700,000 people quickly gathered in midair below where Lu Yuan was. At this moment, 2 voices sounded from all directions throughout the divine realm. Boy, we are all gods. Gods should not end up personally. This is a waste of divine power. That's right, since you have entered our divine domain, then just take out the believers and have a divine battle. As long as you can defeat us brothers, we are willing to be loyal to you and become your gods. Of course, if you insist on fighting with us, the worst we can do is self-destruct the divine realm, and you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Listening to the 2 voices, there was a kind of stern and inner threat. Lu Yuan sneered. Do you think 643 can win against believers? Okay, since you want a divine battle, then I will grant it to you. Quote. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. A summoning gate tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide condensed out of thin air. Ouch! At this moment, in the midst of Abathur's low roar, countless Zerg armies rushed out from the summoning space. What race is he? Suddenly, an extremely surprised emotion emerged from the hearts of the 2 of them. Oh my god, didn't he just light the divine fire? Why are there so many believers? 5th level, they are all 5th level. Just when these two people were lost in thought, Lu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Found you. Whoosh. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already deep underground. It turned out that these two people were actually hiding under the desert to avoid being pursued from afar. Unfortunately, the moment Lu Yuan opened the door of summons, the two of them saw Lu Yuan's terrifying Zerg army, and their minds instantly fluctuated. He was immediately locked in by Lu Yuan. Ice. Flame of destruction. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, he raised his hand and two divine powers fell down. Before the two of them could react, they were instantly enveloped by the power of the priesthood. Tisk. One was turned into an ice sculpture directly by the ice. And the other one, amidst the screams, was completely turned into a ball of flame and burned up. Hint: you killed two gods. Tip: you have gained 15.9 million faith points. Tip: you have obtained 2 godheads. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 15.9 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, priesthood ice and snow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, divine light. Lu Yuan smiled slightly when he heard the system prompt. Sure enough, killing people and getting goods will come faster. In just a short time, I actually directly obtained 4 divine heads and 4 priesthoods. However, these priesthoods are of little use to Lu Yuan. The only ones that are useful are violent wind and poison. Therefore, Lu Yuan just kept these 2 and prepared to decompose the others. Whoosh. Lu Yuan moved and instantly appeared outside the summoning door. The divine army below has been beaten to a pulp by the Zerg. Lu Yuan now discovered that the races of believers owned by these scattered non-academic gods were really weak. Even an army of 700,000 people is still a mob under his own Zerg army. Vulnerable. But after thinking about it for a moment, Lu Yuan felt normal again. After all, those who can go to high school or even college are demigods with good talents. Plus the resources and training gained in school. It is indeed much more powerful than these scattered gods. If you really want to be able to compete with the academy, there are only those disciples from aristocratic families or those from the military. In short, or the gods with backgrounds are stronger. Certainly, everything is not absolute. Someone like Lu Yuan who has no background has a certain probability of becoming a strong person. It's just that the probability is relatively low. Looking at the crumbling divine space, Lu Yuan issued an oracle to Abathur to retreat. Wait until all the Zerg retreat. Lu Yuan's thoughts moved and he returned directly to Wilderness City. Buzz. A wave of fluctuation emerged, and Lu Yuan appeared again as the minister of Wilderness City. Huh, haven't you come back yet? Lu Yuan was a little surprised that he had already managed 2 of them. Tina hasn't come back yet. Just when he was thinking about whether to go and take a look. Sudden, the prompt message from the God's domain interface came to my mind. Tip: your god killed a god. Tip: you have gained 3.59 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 3.59 million faith points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, priesthood drought. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the system could reveal the priesthood after a divine kill. Not bad. Sure enough, the system is still the most considerate. Before his thoughts dissipated, he felt a spatial fluctuation emerge. Immediately afterwards, Tina's figure emerged. However, Tina's condition at this moment is simply terrible. Not only was his face pale, but a deep wound on his arm appeared. In addition, there are several wounds that look like eyes. And the divine power has been exhausted. On the other hand, Lu Yuan. Not only was the whole body unscathed, but it seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. They are both demigods, so why is the gap so big? Tina thought to herself and bowed directly to Lu Yuan. Master, fortunately you lived up to your command and killed that god. This is the godhead you obtained. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and revealed a crystal as big as a fist. Lu Yuan waved his hand and put the godhead away. Then with a flick of his finger, a burst of vitality was injected into the opponent's body. Suddenly, the wound that was still bleeding began to stop bleeding, and soon scabs began to form. Feel the changes in your body. The elf goddess bowed. Thank you, master. Well, let's go. Lu Yuan nodded and glanced at the remaining scabs on the elf goddess body. As a demigod, it won't take long for this scab to heal. It's not that he doesn't want to help the other party get a complete cure. It is true that his own divine power has been consumed so much that he can no longer use it easily. It's strange, that these gods first fight with each other when they meet, but rarely do it themselves. As Lu Yuan walked, he couldn't help but thought to himself. This time, he almost consumed more than a drop of his divine power just to deal with these people. If you really meet an opponent, I'm afraid it will consume even more. And it is carried out directly through the method of divine warfare. It seems to be consumption among believers. But in fact, once all his followers are killed, faith will collapse. There will be a huge weakening of the god's strength. At that time, even if you take action, you can save a lot of divine power. For these reasons, Lu Yuan felt that if he had not experienced this kind of battle personally, I don't understand it so thoroughly. It seems that we need to gather the divine power as soon as possible. Quote. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. After condensing the divine power, not only will the transformation of divine power be faster, but the speed of his own perception of the priesthood will also increase. At that time, with the same divine power, the power burst out will be stronger than now. After what happened this time, Lu Yuan also learned that although Wilderness City ostensibly did not allow anyone to do anything in the city, but there are actually other ways to think of. The journey back to the hotel was uneventful. Lu Yuan entered the divine space. The first thing is to use your super top divine realm opening card to open up the divine realm. In order to deceive himself, that Yaros did not hesitate to take out a top-level god's domain card and misplace it. Now the other party is killed by Lu Yuan. And he also handed the top-level divine domain opening card to the other party under the surprised eyes of the elf goddess. After all, in Lu Yuan's view, the elven goddess's divine domain is simply pitiful. After using the super top divine domain opening card, Lu Yuan put in the resource card. In the end, the brain he obtained from the evil eye of the octopus was fused with Abathur. Ouch! Abathur began to roar in pain, and also began a long transformation period like Yagdra. Next, Lu Yuan began a salty fish period of more than 10 days. In addition to eating and sleeping every day, I would also work out and exercise with the elf goddess. He found that as the amount of exercise between himself and the elf goddess increased, the other party became more and more comfortable with exercise. He often performs various ingenious shows for himself. The two heavens of ice and fire, the electric light and poisonous dragon drill, the river flowing eastward, and so on. Some of them feel very novel. Lu Yuan was very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 days passed. On this day, Lu Yuan entered the divine space as usual to check the progress of faith value harvesting and so on. But who knows, as soon as he entered, there was a message record from the God's domain interface. Record. Your believer. The race has mutated. Record. Your believer race has been upgraded to a new race, Thunder Beast. Record. Your believers feel the greatness of divine grace, and their faith deepens. Record. You gained 18.92 million faith points. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the Thunder Beast had finally mutated. With a thought in his mind, he looked directly towards the divine space. I saw a 5-meter-tall terrifying beast roaring to the sky in the divine space. Their bodies are covered with hideous and terrifying bone spurs, and they look like a giant bull. However, the huge curved horn on the head is taller, longer and sharper. The whole body is covered with an extremely thick carapace, and the lower limbs are several times thicker than an elephant's thigh. The two forelimbs turned into half-moon-shaped claws that were several meters long, with a frightening cold light shining on them. A huge mouth opened slightly, and countless mucus flowed out of it. It looked ugly and fierce. Turn on race information. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly opened the Thunder Beast's information interface. Name: Thunder Beast. Category: Zerg. Stage: 5th level. Ability: Monomolecule Giant Blade, Strengthen Immune System, Iron Wall, Sensory Movement Control, Huge Force Swing, Main. Life: 35, Amazing Blood Volume. Strength: 36. It is also extremely easy to tear through heavy armor. Agility: 25, Fair 5th level speed. Intelligence 15. You don't need to learn spells compared to your rank. Evaluation. The unimaginable defense and life make it naturally resistant to attacks. Coupled with the terrifying huge strength and normal speed, it is like a moving fortress, terrifying. Compare. Single molecule giant blade, a special blade evolved from the forelimbs. It is extremely sharp and can cut through any alloy and heavy armor. Strengthened immune system. The strengthened immune system allows the Thunder Beast to withstand any poison. Copper wall and iron wall. The extremely solid carapace gives the Thunder Beast a very powerful defense. Sensory action control. Even with a huge body, you can still make precise attacks. Giant swing. The Thunder Beast mobilizes all its strength and swings the giant blade of its forelimbs, which can pierce heavy armor in an instant and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Lu Yuan looked away from the information and nodded sincerely. As expected of a powerful high-level Zerg, this basic attribute alone is already much stronger than the springtails of the same level. And this is only the 5th level state. Once it continues to strengthen to the 7th level, I don't know how terrifying it will be. With the birth of the first Thunder Beast. Next, more and more Thunder Beasts appeared one after another. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan directly selected the 20,000 first transformed Thunder Beast genes from the 6th and 7th level Thunder Beast genes and continued to fuse them. The remaining 80,000 are reserved for backup. Although it also takes time, Lu Yuan guessed that changing from the 5th level to the 6th level, or even the 7th level, would be much shorter than the previous mutation. The next day, when Lu Yuan thought that these Thunder Beasts could mutate, he unexpectedly received the news that Yagdra's mutation was completed. Record, your believer race has mutated. Record, your believer race has advanced. Record, your believer race has advanced. Record, you have gained 2.3570,000 faith points. Lu Yuan is checking recording the message. Suddenly, I heard the prayer from Yagazora. The great god of natural disasters, Yagdra, I sincerely pray to you and thank you for giving me new power. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this voice. Has Yagdra, who has been silent for more than 10 years, finally completed her transformation? He appeared directly in front of the other party. I saw. Yagdra, who was originally like a giant snake, has disappeared. What replaced them was a powerful Zerg that was more than 10 times larger than before. Yagdra, who is more than 10 meters tall and has a body length of more than 50 meters, is covered with sharp barbs all over his body. 4 insect-like lower limbs stand on the ground. Above it is a huge scimitar like the giant blade of a Thunder Beast. On the head, which is as huge as a house, 6 compound eyes shine with a breathtaking light. In the mouth covered with layers of sharp teeth, an extremely blazing flame was burning continuously. Wow, when he stretched his back, 2 dragons like bone dragons stretched out. Even the dragon wings have mutated. A look of surprise appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. In this way, Yagdra has the ability to fly. He subconsciously opened the other party's interface information. Name, Flame Tyrant Yagdra. Category, Zerg. Stage, 10th level. Ability, Strengthen Tear. Flame Spine Spray Main, Sacrificial Fire. Balrog Summons Main, Flame Breath Main, Death Burning Main, Command of the Dead. Life 55. Powerful is not enough to describe it. Strength 58. Power increases suddenly. Agility 50. On the passing line at the same level. Intelligence 51. Very powerful. Evaluation. Under the double baptism of the Abyss and Flame, now the power of the undead has been added, making his ability more powerful. Because of this, the shackles of its original potential have been broken. In addition to the dramatically increased attributes, Lu Yuan also saw the upgraded Death Burn. In addition to burning the target and causing it to suffer continuous damage, it also has a more fatal effect on the soul. In addition, another new ability has been added. Command of the Dead. The natural pressure from the Bone Dragon Flame, with the ability to control undead creatures. Although only a new ability has been added, for Lu Yuan. This ability seems extremely practical. Once he encounters an undead creature again, as long as the level does not exceed the existence of Yagdra, it can be controlled by Yagdra. And even if the opponent's god takes action, Yagdra can also interfere with the opponent's control of the undead. If you use it well, it will be a god-level skill. Certainly, what makes Lu Yuan most happy is that this time Yagdra not only successfully advanced It has even advanced to the 10th level, which is higher than the Bone Dragon. He thought for a while, this should be due to the effects of the few flame divine crystals he obtained. Otherwise, the other party would not have made such a huge breakthrough. A 10th level believer. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing. Not to mention demigods, even gods with weak divine power may not be able to have such a level of believers. This time the gamble was worth it. The rest depends on how far Abathur's breakthrough can reach. Lu Yuan believes that he will not be disappointed. In a blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. It's not far from the opening of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Finally, on this day, Lu Yuan saw the recorded news of Abathur's advancement. A huge change compared to Yagdra. In addition to Abathur's head and body being several times larger than before, he also had a huge vertical eye. Name, Psychopath Abathur. Category, Zerg. Stage, 9th level. Ability, Strength and Tearing. Larva Symbiosis main. Putrid Locust Swarm main. Evil Eye Ray main. Life, 45 9th level passing line. Strength, 40 The strength bonus is not high. Agility, 35 weaker in comparison. Intelligence, 54 unimaginably powerful mental power. Evaluation Abathur, who has broken through the shackles, has taken a step closer in spirit, and at the same time, he has more means of attack. Evil Eye Light, a powerful attack method from the evil eye of the octopus, which can emit extremely hot and powerful light from the eyeball, which can instantly penetrate the opponent. Without the assistance of the Flame Divine Crystal, Abathur could only reach the 9th level this time. But this result is enough for Lu Yuan. The 9th level Abathur and the 10th level Agdra have become his two trump cards. Even facing high-level units, he is not afraid at all. It would be great when we can upgrade all other arms to level 9 or even level 10. Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself with some anticipation. But who knows? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the system. Ding! The host's request has been detected and here's the answer. The genetic potential of different Zerg species is not unlimited, so even if the host draws a lottery, it will not be able to reveal items that exceed its potential. What? So you mean, Zerg species such as springtails and hydralisks can only reach level 5? Lu Yuan frowned and couldn't help but ask. Ding! The host needs to seek external resources and change the genetic potential of the Zerg itself through refining and fusion. Is that so? Lu Yuan understood immediately upon hearing this. If you want to continue to improve the ranks of other Zerg races, you may need more external resources for integration. And my Hydra Tear Springtail itself has been integrated with the factors of Hell creatures. It is equivalent to improving one's own potential. If you want to improve it again, you can only find factors that are also of the Hell type and continue to improve them. By analogy, if the Flamethorn Demon wants to improve further, it needs Abyss type factors to improve it. Think for a moment. Lu Yuan found that he would need to obtain resources from more and more places in the future. Forget it, don't worry about this for now. Lu Yuan chuckled, and his current divine domain has expanded to 100,000 hectares. More than twice as much as before. The number of the Zerg army can already reach 10 million. Even if it can't be improved temporarily. These 5th level armies alone can overwhelm many opponents. In fact, Lu Yuan is too anxious now. You know, the reason why his strength feels insufficient. That's because I always compare myself with those gods who are too powerful. How long has it been since Lu Yuan lit the divine fire? In less than a month, he had a 5th level army. If word spread, it would scare people to death. As long as you give him enough time, it will be a matter of time to find the right factor. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan also woke up from this obsession. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, the day came for the opening of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. On this day, Lu Yuan saved all the faith points obtained in his divine space except the necessary 10 million, and converted them all into his own divine power. When the elf goddess next to her heard Lu Yuan talking about how many drops of divine power she had, he almost screamed in shock. 108 drops. It was actually 108 drops of divine power. Calculated, that is 10.8 billion faith value. She really didn't know how the other party was able to do it. In fact, if calculated normally, Lu Yuan now has nearly 10 million Zerg troops in the divine space, plus the 5th level bonus and the existence of high-level units. On average, nearly 500 million divine powers can be harvested every day. Coupled with Lu Yuan's successive miracles, he was able to possess such terrifying divine power in just over half a month. Now, if the level of understanding of the priesthood is not considered, Lu Yuan is completely capable of fighting a god with weaker divine power head-on. Certainly, the opponent's priesthood comprehension progress is higher than his own. But, the number of your own priests is higher than that of the other party. Under the circumstances of the ebb and flow, it may not be impossible to fight head-on with the opponent. Let's go. After leaving the door, Lu Yuan went directly to the teleportation station with the elf goddess. The plane coordinates of the Dragon Emperor's tomb have been found out. They don't need to form a group, they can just go there by themselves. Under a flash of light, the figures of Lu Yuan and the elf goddess disappeared instantly. When it appears again, we have arrived at the plane where the Dragon Emperor's tomb is located. Where it enters the eye. Among the endless mountains, Lu Yuan could feel a powerful divine wave without looking carefully. Is this the power of medium divine power without any limit? Feel the terrifying sense of oppression that envelopes the entire plane. Lu Yuan couldn't help frowning. He looked to the side and found that the elf goddess was in a more serious condition than himself. Master, the pressure here is so strong, I feel like it's difficult to breathe. The elf goddess said with a pale face. At this moment, Lu Yuan thought and mobilized a trace of his divine power. At the same time, the power of all the clergy quietly bloomed to resist this pressure. The elf goddess felt the pressure relax and she felt much better instantly. Master, are you so strong? She looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party's clerical power could withstand the pressure of medium divine power. It seems that my priesthood itself is relatively powerful. Lu Yuan naturally felt this change. I couldn't help but feel happy. The priesthood he possesses is not just low-level priesthood such as Desolation and Drought. There are also powerful priests such as Flame of Destruction and Demonic Fire of the Abyss. It is precisely because of the existence of these powerful clergy that Lu Yuan can resist the oppression of the other party's clergy. Having figured this out, Lu Yuan was relieved. Let's go. With a movement, the two of them flew directly into the vast mountains. Soon, around him, he saw the figures of some gods flying towards the Dragon Emperor's tomb. But, on the surface, their auras are stronger than Lu Yuan's. Because, the lowest ones are all beings with godhead. And, Lu Yuan even saw several gods with weak divine power. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a majestic pressure appeared in the sky. A man wearing a gray robe and red hair. The god flew through the air very arrogantly. Passing by Lu Yuan's head, he couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Haha, even a mere demigod dares to come to the Dragon Emperor's tomb to join in the fun. Aren't you afraid of dying? As the other party was speaking, he casually struck out at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan only felt an extremely powerful wave of divine power coming towards him. Boom! With just a loud noise, his and the elf goddess bodies were smashed into the mountains. Seeing this scene, the red-haired god burst into wild laughter. Without even looking at it, it just flew away. Crack! Wait until the opponent's figure completely disappears. There was a loud noise from a mountain peak, and Lu Yuan's figure emerged from it. Just now, if he hadn't protected the elf goddess, I'm afraid the other party is about to die directly. Even Lu Yuan felt a surge of energy and blood in his body at this moment, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. A god of primary divine power. Lu Yuan looked at the direction in which the other party was going and couldn't help but sneered. He wrote down this account. Master, are you okay? Seeing blood bleeding from the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth, the elf goddess next to him couldn't help but expressed concern. I'm fine. Lu Yuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Tina, please enter my divine realm. It's too dangerous to take you with me. Okay, master. The elf goddess nodded without hesitation. She also knew that her strength was too low and she could not help Lu Yuan at all. With a wave of his hand, a door of summoning opened. The elf goddess goes directly into it. Then, the door of summoning closed. Lu Yuan then rushed towards the distance. This time, he did not use his divine power to fly in the sky. Instead, he relied on his own physical strength to run on the mountains. Learn from mistakes. He was going to approach the Dragon Emperor's tomb to observe the situation first. Finally, after running around for nearly 5 days, Lu Yuan finally saw the center of countless mountains. A valley shaped like a dragon's skull emerged, and in the valley, an extremely powerful divine aura erupted. Needless to say, the tomb of the Dragon Emperor has arrived. Whoosh! Lu Yuan's figure approached the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Soon, he found it at the entrance. Dozens of gods actually gathered. And the weakest gods are actually gods with weak divine power. There are as many as 5 gods with primary divine power. And the red-haired god was standing there. I'm actually the weakest. Lu Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips secretly when he saw the other party. He thought that many demigods would come this time. But he didn't expect that he was the only one. Think about it too. Where this kind of elementary divine power can visit, demigods will definitely not gain anything from it. Even if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Even gods with weak divine power are at great risk. After all, if there are treasures in the tombs left by gods with medium power, they may be very extraordinary. But, this time, Lu Yuan also came for the godhead with medium divine power. If you can get it, it will be a huge profit. Morgan, this time we can work together to explore this ancient tomb of the gods. While Lu Yuan was observing, he heard a triangular-eyed god speaking in the distance. The aura exuding from his body is very strong, and he should be a god with elementary divine power. Hear this, the red-haired man next to him sneered. Okay, but I want 80% of the harvest. 80%. Morgan, you are talking like a lion. The triangular-eyed man's complexion changed. 50%, we are 50-50. Among the people present, only the 2 of us have the strongest divine power. The triangle-eyed guy couldn't help but bargain. Ha ha ha, Shui Do, the god of cunning and shadow, do you think I am a fool? We can't get involved in exploring the tomb of the Dragon Emperor at all, it still depends on the strength of the believers. Red-haired Morgan couldn't help but sneer. Can your followers compare to mine? You, okay, then the most I can do is 7 to 7-3, and promise to give you 60%. You have also seen that other gods also have a tendency to unite. Shui Do said directly. Okay, deal. Red-haired Morgan nodded, and the 2 reached an agreement. Lu Yuan was tens of kilometers away, motionless, concentrating his aura. Hearing the conversation between the 2, he couldn't help but frown. What do you mean the gods can't intervene? Before he could react, suddenly, the Dragon Emperor's tomb in the distance suddenly shone brightly. Buzz. There was only a loud noise, and a dazzling halo of light burst out from above. All the gods, including Lu Yuan, were instantly enveloped. Lu Yuan only felt his eyes tremble, and his body instantly stiffened. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his consciousness had been pulled into a huge, inexplicable space. Aloof, without a trace. Only the divinity emanating from his body protects him. He subconsciously wanted to move his thoughts, but found that his whole body was covered with extremely powerful power. There was no way to move at all. Lu Yuan was confused and suddenly saw it. Not far away, many gods who had been waiting at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's tomb suddenly appeared. Their bodies also exude various divine fluctuations to protect themselves from being harmed by that terrible pressure. And, the same as Lu Yuan, their spiritual thoughts cannot move within it. Just when Lu Yuan was confused, the gods seemed to have anticipated this. One by one they waved their hands. On the vast land below, summoning gates emerged one after another. Ouch! Roars sounded, and a race of believers with powerful auras rushed out from them, running towards the distant land. I see. After seeing this scene, Lu Yuan finally knew what all this was about. Because, this so-called tomb of the Dragon Emperor has a strong sense of the divinity of the gods. Once turned on, the souls of all the gods will be pulled into the void of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Apart from resisting the pressure left by the Dragon Emperor god, there was no way he could do anything else. On the contrary, believers who no longer have the godhead are not affected here. In this way, it depends on whether your believer race is strong enough and whether you can snatch the treasure once it is discovered. Boom boom boom. Amidst the loud noise, the red-haired Morgan's elementary divine power waved his hand. A huge summoning gate appeared on the earth. At the same time, the sun-headed flame dragon crawled out of it with lava flowing all over its body. Each of these flame dragon lizards is more than 4 meters long, with thick limbs and full of explosive power. On them sat humanoid figures wearing heavy armor. Fire Dragon Lizard Knight. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, this red-haired Morgan turned out to be a 5th-level heavy-armed knight. The earth shook, and a series of flame dragon lizard knights walked out of the summoning door. The number exceeds 50,000. The other gods who saw this scene suddenly had a look of surprise on their faces. Is he a 50,000 level 5th level professional in one move? Or is he a flame dragon lizard heavy knight with the strongest attack power? Maid, how can we fight this? My 5th level is only 2,000. Don't be afraid, if we join forces, we can gather up to 50,000 level 5 soldiers. Several gods with weak divine power couldn't help but spoke in surprise. Hearing other people's comments, red-haired Morgan's face flashed with deep disdain. A bunch of trash, do you think all this god has is these 50,000? At this time, he suddenly opened his mouth, as if ping conveyed something to the divine space below. Immediately afterwards, everyone was surprised to see it. One after another, the whole body was burning with blazing flames, and a powerful creature with a height of more than 3 meters came out of it. It was so vast that it actually reached as many as 30,000. The Balrog is actually a 5th-level Balrog. How is this possible with so many abyssal flame demons? Everyone was completely shocked. Even Shui Do, the god of cunning and shadow next to him, was shocked. The Abyss Flame Demon is an extremely rare race of believers. Even in the main world, buying one depends on luck. And, even if you can buy it, you can't buy so much at once. The Balrogs purchased are generally below level 3, and advance very slowly. It may not be possible to advance to the first level in hundreds of years. But the red-haired Morgan actually took out 30,000 level 5 Balrogs at once, which would surprise anyone. But then, a look of joy appeared on Shui Do's face. Ha ha ha, Morgan, you are hiding too deeply. Where did you get so many 5th level Balrogs? HMPH, I encountered an abyss crack in a plane before, and I happened to conquer this group of Balrogs. Red-haired Morgan said proudly. Haha, with the help of your army, we will definitely gain a lot this time. As he said this, Shui Do also opened his own summoning door. Hiss. Snake men whose auras had also reached the 5th level walked out of it. The number instantly reached 50,000. At the same time, behind the snake man, Lu Yuan also saw some amphibious fishmen whose aura had reached the 4th level. There is an aura of shadow surrounding them, as if they can hide under the shadow at any time. Lu Yuan subconsciously opened the information interface of these races. Suddenly I discovered, these amphibious fishmen are not ordinary fishmen. Instead, he is a mutated fish man known as the Murloc Nightcrawler. The ability he is good at is the ability to move quickly in a dim environment. Lu Yuan couldn't help but nodded slightly when he saw many followers of the gods. It seems that the routes taken by any god are different, and they all have their own trump cards. So far, there are dozens of races of believers in gods. The race of believers united by red-haired Morgan and Shui Do is the most powerful. Among them, the total of the 5th level has exceeded 200,000. There are also miscellaneous 3rd level, 4th level, and even 2nd level races, more than 800,000. The two of them combined have an army of 1 million. It has completely gained an absolute advantage among all the gods. Only, this is the trump card that shocks and scares all the gods. It actually made Lu Yuan feel a bit low-key. Is this the foundation and strength of the primary divine power? Isn't this too bad? So, just when everyone was surprised by the strength of the two god believers. Sudden, on the vast land, a summoning door emerged. Huh, whose summoning door is this? Doubts appeared in everyone's mind. But as soon as this idea emerged, he saw a series of Hydra heavily armored tearing springtails wearing heavy armor and with ferocious bone spurs all over their bodies rushing out of them. What race is this? Why have I never seen it before? 5th level. They are all 5th level, or are they professionals? Oh my god, isn't this too much? Look, what's behind that? Is it also a Balrog? No way, am I dazzled? Everyone looked on in surprise as 200,000 Hydra heavy-armed tearing springtails surged out from the summoning gate. 0. And then, there were actually 300,000 flame-thorn demons pouring out of it. Afterwards, an army of 500,000 flaming alien dragons surged out of it. An army of 1 million, all at level 5. This time, everyone was completely shocked. Whose believer is this? Someone spoke with a trembling voice. They can tell which god they are followers from the believers. But no one can judge these believers in front of them. And the gods around them had no intention of exposing them. This surprised everyone even more. A 1 million level 5th level army is not something that ordinary deities with elementary divine power can cultivate. It must be a family, someone with a background behind it. Suddenly, even the red exemption has changed a bit. They are wandering gods with no foundation. The most fearful thing is that a god with a family background comes here to grab jobs. The red-haired Morgan's spiritual mind swept around, and no one's spiritual mind was found to have fluctuated. Who is it? That's so scary, Shui Do said with some fear. Don't worry about it. Treasure also depends on luck. Let's set off quickly. The red-haired Morgan snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the army of believers roared towards the mountains in the distance. Seeing this, Shui also nodded. The other party's believers are indeed strong enough, but if the two of them join forces, they may not have no chance. And he knew that both he and Morgan had their own trump cards. Swish, swish, swish. As the believers moved forward, the thoughts of many gods also flew away. Lu Yuan was not idle when he saw this, and directly commanded the army to search for the distant mountains. Only then did he realize that as long as he does not release any hostile thoughts, he can move freely throughout the void. It seems that this dragon emperor with medium divine power actually placed his tomb in a broken plain. After walking for a long time, Lu Yuan discovered the vastness of the entire dragon emperor's tomb. In fact, the entrance to the dragon emperor's tomb is nothing more than a teleportation station. As long as it is shrouded in light, the soul will be transported. If you want to find the real tomb of the dragon emperor, you will need to explore the entire plain. In the blink of an eye, 2 full days passed. Lu Yuan relied on the speed of the alien dragon army to reach an extremely far range. But I didn't see any gains. This made him couldn't help but wonder whether there really was a godhead in the dragon emperor's tomb. But at this moment, in the sky, a dazzling lightning condensed from the void, and then struck the ground in the distance heavily. Such eye-catching thunder and lightning can be seen clearly even from a very far distance. Lu Yuan's expression changed immediately when he saw this scene. All the troops, come to me, He knew that the treasure had really been discovered. Boom, there were more and more thunders in the sky, falling towards the earth like a curtain of rain. At this moment, almost all the gods rushed towards the place where the thunder and lightning fell. Finally, when Lu Yuan arrived with a huge Zerg army, shocked to see, in a canyon shaped like a giant dragon, a huge circular disc wrapped with lightning appeared in the canyon. Thunder light danced around the disc, turning into a circular pool. In the pool, countless sticky thunder slurries were beating in it. Moreover, this disc is not a dead thing, but opens and shrinks like a living thing, like a mother's placenta, brewing something. Many gods who saw this scene suddenly exclaimed, "The rumors are true. It turns out to be true. This is the inferior artifact that the Dragon Emperor refined with his divine body before his death, the Thunder Placenta." What? The Dragon Emperor god is actually a woman. Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Lu Yuan always thought that the Dragon Emperor deity in the Dragon Emperor's tomb was a man. But he never expected that the other party was actually a female god. And he actually used his own divine body to make a divine weapon. Lower level artifacts are the lowest existence among artifacts. But even so, it is still an artifact. Among the countless gods in the entire main world, adding up, no more than 1 in a billion can possess a divine weapon. Even a low-level artifact can make any god's heart flutter. Haha, rush for me and grab the artifact. The moment they saw the Thunder Placenta, all the gods went crazy. Millions of believers' race turned into a torrent and rushed towards the artifact. As long as you can occupy the artifact for a period of time, you can pass the summoning gate and collect the artifact bit by bit into your own divine space. Certainly, this is a process. During this process, strong believers are needed to guard the artifact. Otherwise, once other believers rush up, the process of collecting the artifact will be interrupted. At that time, all the efforts will fall short. Charge, charge, kill me. The knights charge, the mages support, the archers fire volleys, kill them all instantly. Kill, kill, leave no one behind, werewolves, tear everything to pieces for me. Great God of rainstorms, please give the crocodile man great power. This moment, countless roars, prayers, and shouts rang out. On the dry, decaying earth, countless races rushed towards the thunder placenta. And countless races began to block each other. Blood and death are directly staged at this moment. The land stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers has been completely replaced by blood. Mutilation, head, covering the earth like a quilt. Blood, scream, it filled the sky like a tsunami. However, so far, no race of believers of the gods has been able to rush to the edge of the thunder placenta. 30 they can only consume believers in countless fights. At this time, mid-air, arrogant laughter came from red-haired Morgan. Ha ha ha, you are a bunch of trash, the thunder placenta is mine. He shouted coldly, and immediately after, he saw 50,000 flame lizard heavily armored knights roaring from the plains. Their eyes were fierce and their expressions were extremely indifferent. Without even looking, he rushed directly towards the countless melee armies. Puff, the sharp spear instantly pierced each head. The movements are uniform and well trained. The flame lizard beneath him even spit out fire, burning some low-end races into ashes. The 50,000 troops directly tore a huge gap on the battlefield. Many gods saw this scene. They all rushed towards the red-haired Morgan's army. Morgan, this is a magical weapon. Even if you are strong enough, we will not give up. Many gods roared, begin to take the initiative to unite against Morgan's army. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of thousands of believers began to charge towards Morgan's army. And at this moment, in the rear, hundreds of thousands of long-range troops began to exert their strength. Among them, the most terrifying one is the 50,000 Balrog army. As soon as they opened their mouths and spat out, blazing flames carrying the aura of the abyss suddenly cut through hundreds of meters of void and landed on the king of the enemy camp. In just one move, the opponent's unit was set on fire. The flames of the abyss are already powerful, and coupled with the terrifying breath of the abyss, they can affect people's spirits. The organized coalition forces suffered heavy losses. Quick, quick, rush to me and kill their flame demon heavenly chamber. Yes, as long as the Balrog is killed, there will be nothing they can do. Under the alliance of several gods, a small group of 5th-level vanguards, numbering several thousand, finally bypass the heavily armored knights in front. As long as the distance is close, you can surprise the opponent's Balrog army. However, before they could get close, they saw fish heads suddenly rushing out from the shadows. An ugly race armed with scimitars. Boo-hoo. Their machetes were as fast as lightning, slitting each other's throats instantly. Mid-air, Shui Dou's sinister laughter sounded. Ha ha ha, under my army of fishmen night crawlers, do you still want to get close? Morgan, the combination of the two of us is simply invincible. HMPH. That's, not good. The pride in red-haired Morgan's eyes just appeared, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. Because they are winning an overwhelming victory here. And on the other side, a group of extremely terrifying Zerg army quickly approached the Thunder Placenta at an even more terrifying speed. It's that mysterious star, red-haired Morgan shouted loudly, directly commanding his army of believers to start charging. The 2 million strong army merged into a terrifying wave. Like an extremely ferocious beast, it swept away all the believers of the gods. However, the moment they approached the Thunder Placenta artifact, it has been seen that Lu Yuan's Zerg army completely surrounded the entire Thunder Placenta. Buzz. A summoning door emerged from around the Thunder Placenta. The process of collecting Thunder's placenta has begun. Come on, I won't let him get the artifact. Red-haired Morgan roared. The mighty army rushed towards the opponent. Come on, tear them apart for the sake of the great body of fire. Kill, 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 the glory of the God of Heaven cannot be read. Ouch, ho ho ho. Astonishing roars resounded from the entire land. What was it like to have an army of nearly 1 million rushing toward the Thunder Placenta? If it were an ordinary believer race, they would have been so frightened that they lost their minds after seeing this scene. Pity. Lu Yuan's Zerg army saw the opponent charging. Not only was there no fear at all, but he roared and rushed towards the opponent. Mid-air, Lu Yuan opened the door to summoning, but did not receive the artifact. Because, he knows, if you can't win this divine battle, it is simply impossible to complete the collection of artifacts. Then let me see how strong you are. While whispering softly to himself, his summoning door became larger again. Time. The endless Zerg army poured out crazily from it. Infested worms, poisonous banelings, hydra-tearing springtails, and flame lurkers. The alien dragon army. At this moment, thousands of Zerg armies began to join the battlefield. At the same time, in front, the armies of the two camps finally collided. Bang bang bang. A low muffled sound came from the collision. The huge flame lizard was staggered by the continuously strengthened heavy-armed hydra-tearing zombie warriors. Before they could react, they felt dizzy. Iron hoof attack starts. Buzz. What kind of power is this? The lizard knight sitting on the bat couldn't help but cursed angrily. Before they could react, armored burst, activate. Puff puff. Bone spurs with powerful penetrating power shot out from the back. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through their heavy armor. The heavily armored lizard man in pain raised the spear in his hand and was preparing to fight back. But only a roar was heard, and a flaming insect passed by in front of his eyes. Puff! The sharp flaming dagger stabbed his chest instantly. It directly deprived him of all vitality. Fire-tearing demon, light warrior professional. You can also call it a reaper. This is a tactical system that Lu Yuan invented in his spare time. The heavily armored warriors charge head-on, tearing apart the opponent's basic defense. Hidden behind, the smaller light-armored warrior, the Flame Rip Demon, dealt a fatal blow to the opponent. With the cooperation of the two parties, they can achieve extremely terrifying lethality on the battlefield. This is not. After just a short moment of contact, a large piece of the Flame Dragon Lizard Knight in the front row fell down. The red-haired Morgan was furious when he saw this scene. The Balrogs in the back row, are you stupid pigs? Give me a shot and kill the power in the front row. Ouch! Immediately, the 50,000 Balrog army began to spray flames towards the tearing springtails in the front row. Next to him, Do reacted and directly ordered the long-range army to start firing volleys. Only by blocking the opponent's attack head-on can victory be possible. Whoosh! The flames spit out by countless Balrogs fell towards the front row. It hit the tens of thousands of heavily armored tearing springtails in the front row impartially. The red-haired Morgan looked happy when he saw this scene. The terrifying fire of the abyss can not only burn through the opponent's core, but also affect the opponent's mind. However, before his laughter started, he suddenly saw it. Countless heavily armored tearing springtails rushed out of the flames unscathed. Immune to fire? That's impossible. An extremely shocked cry came from his mouth. He never expected that the other party's insects were not afraid of fire. And at this moment, the flame spines formed by countless flame thorn demons in the distance have shrouded downwards. Puff 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 puff. Ah, no, help. The spines fell with strong penetrating power and burning with abyssal flames. Directly harvest the lives of hundreds of thousands of long-range troops at once. Even if the Balrog itself is resistant to fire, it cannot withstand the penetrating nature of the spines. Crush. Crushed with all the persuasion. Counterattack, counterattack, human priests, what are you doing? Give me healing. Shui Do screamed desperately from behind. His human mage group temporarily took on the responsibility of rescue. However, before the healing spell could be chanted, the ground beneath their feet exploded, and fifth-level poisonous baneling insects burst out of the ground and exploded in front of them. Boom! A huge roar emerged. The mage group that was originally focused was instantly enveloped in countless dark green powerful corrosive poisons. In the shrill screams, all the mages were completely melted. What's going on underground? The red-haired Morgan was furious. And over there, where did the sharp thorns in the ground come from? What kind of race is this? The original army of millions was under the oppression of Lu Yuan's Zerg. It actually dropped by more than 300,000 in an instant. No, Morgan, we can't keep it. Shui Do said with an ugly expression. As long as we win this victory by 120, the artifact we get will be enough to make up for the losses of our believers. Mad, I don't need you to tell me. Red-haired Morgan spoke angrily. Okay, do you think you can force me to submit? Come out, Flame Mammoth Legion. I saw the earth tremble. The summoning door opened, and then huge mammoth beasts burning with flames rushed out from it. Flame Mammoth, a race of beasts up to the 6th level. The improvement of faith is limited, but it cannot withstand the terror of strength. With a body as huge as a hill, thick hair, and sharp fangs, it can crush everything on the battlefield. And such a flame mammoth actually has as many as 50,000 flame roots. This is his trump card to keep the bottom of the box. I can't bear to use it easily. But now, for the sake of the artifact, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. Okay, Morgan, I knew you had a backup plan. When Shui Do saw it, his face suddenly became overjoyed. Of course he was not ambiguous either. Raising his hands, the same summoning door appeared. Bah! A long and sharp roar came. I saw a big bird with a length of 3 meters emerging from the void. They are shaped like eagles, but have heads like giant dragons. Morgan next to him couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he saw it. Level 6 Dragon Eagle, Shui Do, you finally did not disappoint me. Quote. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Morgan, leave their air force to me. Shui Do laughed. These 40,000 Dragon Eagles were also his trump card. One level higher than the opponent, and he also saw the confrontation just now. Although Lu Yuan's alien dragon is very fast, its defense is not that strong. If you cooperate with your Dragon Eagle army, you can resist the opponent. Exclamation mark. The 50,000 flaming mammoths who suddenly joined stepped on their strong iron hooves and rushed into the Zerg army like a torrent of flames. Just heard a loud noise. The tearing springtails that collided at close range were directly blown away by the high-level power of the flame mammoth. 2 3-meter-long curved horns instantly pierced their abdomens. Then, without even a pause, he passed by. Wherever he goes, he is simply invincible. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene. This group of gods is indeed more sinister than the last, and they all have such backup plans. Lu Yuan chuckled. Fortunately, he also had a backup plan. A thought came to my mind. Lu Yuan directly conveyed the oracle to Abathur. Abathur, take the Thunder Beast Legion and come out for a walk. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.